Buongiorno, ciao e benvenuto su Octane Online Racing at the Italian job sponsorato da Mobile. And that is good morning, hello and welcome to Octane Online Racing. It's the Italian job sponsored by Permobile, a trifecta of endurance races at all Italian circuits, Monza, Misano and Imola. Today's focus, though, on the back of last week's qualifying for Monza. It is the 8 hours of Monza that we're here for today. We're finishing off free practice right now with the race soon to begin. My name is George Cook, and I'll be in the commentary box here with the Jamie Conboy, the legend himself. JC, mate, lovely to have you in here. And first time in the comments box for us together, at long last.
A very kind intro, George Cook, and goodness gracious, how do I follow that up? Fluent Italian from the great man.
Hardly fluent. I think I need to work on that just a little bit, but we'll see. Mate, it's a pleasure to be in the comms box with you. I am so looking forward to 8 hours of Monza. One thing we do have to note on the outset, though, it is not 46 degrees Celsius and sunny. It's wet.
Happy days. No, very looking forward to this one. Snorted a fat line of spaghetti this morning. I've had a shave, but I left my mustache on. And my wife was kind enough to give me a Dolmio grin for breakfast. So I am felice and contento as well, George Cook. And Glenn Germain, hello to you too, behind the cameras, running the show for us here today. He's got 17 hands running around at the moment. I'm told he's running the server and fixing entry list bugs and, of course, running the cameras as well. So hats off, as always, to the GOAT, Glenn Germain. Hello to you, chat. It feels like forever since we've had an endurance race in Octane Online Racing. I think last time we were doing one was February. I know we've had the Duo Series and the Trio Series, but a proper endurance race, I think, was February at Bathurst. Is that correct?
I think that's correct, yeah. I vaguely remember the Bathurst race, but that was a good one as well. But yeah, nice to have 3 races in a row too. A nice triple header. So we've just seen the safety car out there as well. So we've got safety car today too, driven by Aaron O'Brien, which is going to be very nice to enjoy as well. We do also have to mention Permobile, and we've had, of course, a recent video released yesterday. So for those of you who haven't seen it, go onto the YouTube channel, go to Octane Online Racing, okay, and then you're going to be looking up a very special video because it is a joint partnership little video here, and it is called, just going to bring it up here, Permobile X Octane Online Racing, Sim Racing Crossing the Digital Divide, and it is a showcase of how sim racing, disability support, and technology crosses over. It's a fantastic video, JC. I don't know if you've watched it. I assume you have.
I have, yep. Had a good look. It's very well done, isn't it? Obviously, Mike Crick doing the cutting and the wizardry there, and then Neil, the great man, running a lot of the production for that, putting it all together, and obviously the brains trust behind it, and then the guys at Permobile as well with the real life imagery, and yeah, just a great project. It was really well done.
Absolutely. So go and check that out, of course. Give us a like and subscribe. We're live on Twitch and YouTube for the next 8 hours of racing. It's going to be a very, very good one. We had an exciting top 10 shootout last week as well. Kovacs Purple taking it out, Tom Maloney in the Peppa Pig car, right on the last moment, the last lap of the entire thing, takes it out. I think there was about a tenth and a bit between the top 3, which means we're in for some really, really good racing today and a nice mix of manufacturers out there too.
We have had some really good qualifying sessions at least in my time here, I've seen some really good qualifying sessions, but that was right up there. It was intense, right to that last lap, as you said.
Too right, and so we've got a few seconds until we start getting out on the grid. There'll be a little bit of a delay. Then, of course, we do get started with the racing, but some big choices, I think, for the teams out there today. It looks like we're going to be starting in the rain here. From what I can tell, 30 minutes out, we've still got rain. I do believe the calendar here says that we are essentially racing at the same time as free practice, so we should be doing essentially a little bit of a jump back in time momentarily, and the race will start at 9 a.m. local time here at Monza. And speaking of Monza, mate, I mean, we've got 11 turns here, so not a lot at all, over 3.6 miles, 5.7 kilometers. It is asphalt, luckily, but it's raining out there. 102 years of history here, and only a few Ferraris on the grid.
That's a very good shout. Yeah, I hadn't noticed that. There's the Sasha Def 200 entry in P8 there. There's the 2-fig entry 711 in P13, and that's the only ones inside the top 20. It's a big grid, so there's probably a few down the back, but you're right, there's probably not as many Ferraris as I thought there may have been for the Italian job.
Yeah, you'd think we'd be seeing, Ferrari party. We think we saw this in the, I think it was the Sprint series at Laguna Seca recently, and it was just Ferrari party all the way through because they just could not let go of those top 5 spaces. A few gatekeeping Porsches in there as well. But nonetheless, we have got a very, very skinny Ferrari entry here today, but Tom Maloney 191 car leads us away on the front row of the grid, followed by Herbert in the 422. The 89 car of Mitch Hobbs and BS Plus competition, of course, and then Chris Taylor in the number 17, our first Ford entry.
Very, very pretty good-looking grid. It's raining at the start, as Chad is very excited to point out. It is very, very wet, and I think it's going to be like this for most of the day. A lot of the calculations and predictions that we've done with the weather bot that we do have at our disposal says that this is going to be a really wet day, so I wouldn't expect there to be much dry running today. And even if the rain does dry up, it'll still be a very wet track, and we'll probably only have a dry line for a small amount of time before we get raining again.
Yeah, this really does complicate turn 1. I mean, turn 1 with this many cars on the grid, we do have 44 cars, that's including the safety car as well, so 43 race cars on the grid. We're just taking a look through the grid right now and all the beautiful livery work. Thank you, Glenn, for the masterful drone camera work here. Of course, we'll be asking him, I'm sure, to do a lap in the drone cam at some point. It's always a bit of fun. Wonderful liveries, of course. But turn 1, it's raining this time, so add another 50 meters to your braking zone. You've got to get your tires into the zone. That's not going to be the easiest thing. 22 degrees Celsius out on track, so it's not warm out there. We've got rain at the moment, a little bit of a break in the rain, but then we've got more rain incoming in 30 minutes. Lap 1 is going to be a real challenge of survival today.
Yeah, and it actually makes this formation lap all the more important too. There's a real skill in getting the tyres and the brakes into the right window before you come across and get that green light. So the drivers who do get that right will have a pretty significant advantage, at least into the first 2 chicanes and the Lesmos before they get onto that back straight. So, yeah, as I said, they'll be all sort of dragging their brakes and doing their best to get temperature into their cars on this formation lap, that's for sure.
That is for sure. So, of course, we've got 19 seconds until we begin the formation lap. Let's have some predictions in the Twitch chat and YouTube chat. Let us know who you think is going to be taking things after 8 hours. It's a bold prediction to do, but I think it's worth a little bit of a shot there. And I guess some thoughts from the commentary box. Here we've got a gap in the field just there at the moment. Not quite sure who's supposed to be filling that gap. And, of course, our Porsche safety car at the back will be leading us away for the formation lap in this case. My thought here today is I am putting my money here on Herbert in the 422 car. It's a McLaren, so it might go to the space program here today. Kovacs Purple obviously incredibly strong too, but I get the feeling that the McLaren might just be a little bit more advantaged in the wet here today. That's just a little bit of a biased opinion there. What do you think, JC?
I would usually be along with you, and as a McLaren driver myself, I'd try and hold on to some of that bias, but I just think that Porsche in the wet, in the hands of Tom Maloney and the 2 Senecas is going to be too strong today. If they get away cleanly, they do have a tendency to sort of get themselves in a little bit of trouble at the start of endurance races. And in fact, there's word around their team that there's, well, they're trying to avoid a curse, essentially. They just don't want to get punted. If they can avoid trouble in this first stint, especially with Tom Maloney behind the wheel, that Porsche there, the Peppa Pig entry, has my bet for the race win today.
And that's where things start to get a little bit, awkward in a way, doesn't it? Because you want to be getting a good start, but, you need to be staying out of the action. So how do you sort of balance that? As a driver, as a team, you go, well, we just need to be going into turn 1, turn 3, turn 4, nice and easy, nice and slow. Well, that's going to open you up for the opportunity to be overtaken, to be hit, if you don't want to fall back, as you said. So there's a fine balance to be struck, and then you add wet weather to that, and it just goes all out the window. There is no plan at this point, because you've just got to see what happens, really.
Absolutely. It is, as you said, a really fine balance, because you do have to be aggressive, you have to hold your position, you have to be defensive, but you don't want to be defending thin air either, because then you're going to have a lot of cars behind, as you said, lining up to try and make a move, and it's going to be a crazy first lap.
It certainly is, yeah. I'm sure there's a few nervous drivers and nervous teams out there, probably more nervous back in the pit lane than anywhere else. Do let us know your predictions in chat, but nonetheless, whatever happens, it is going to be an exciting race. Someone is going to get sent off to the moon at Ascari at some point. I can just see it happening right now. Hopefully not one of the top teams, but we will see. It's a very tricky race start. But, what's the key thing, do you think? What's the key thing to focus on here, JC, if you're in the seat of the drivers right now?
As we said, getting those temperatures up and getting a nice start through that first chicane. Whoever gets clear of that first chicane, so that'll be what I'm watching, that front of the grid. I know that we're going to have a lot of moments and a lot of concertinas happening back in the pack, but I hope that we stay on that at least the top 5 cars, because whoever gets away cleanly there and gets a really nice, solid, aggressive start into those first 2 chicanes and gets into the Lesmos first, that's who's really going to lead the pace.
Good call there. So we are coming down the back straight. The safety car will be peeling off at some point, and the race control will be handed over to the 191 car, Kovacs Purple. Sorry, the 191 car, Kovacs Purple, and Maloney will be leading us away. We've got the number 960, Neil Wood and Craig Dale. They are starting from the pits. There's the Porsche safety car peeling away, and then we round now the Parabolica Alboreto, of course, renamed recently at this legendary circuit for that legendary man, and side by side we are. We're going to be going racing in a few moments time. Get excited, get buckled in, get that spaghetti inhaled in any way you possibly can, because we're about to go racing here for 8 hours to kick off the Italian job here at Octane Online Racing, sponsored by Permobil. Race start has been initialized. The stewards are ready to hit the go button, and we have a green flag out on track. Solid start from the Peppa Pig car out front. Herbert as well, getting slightly overtaken on the inside though. It's BS Plus competition up the inside. They're going to have an advantage into turn 1. There's the Ford on the outside. Oh, bit of contact already. We've got a car. It's spinning around. Oh dear, that is not a good start. Are they holding their brakes? Yes, but they're creating a bit of a concertina effect there at the start. It's not ideal. Look how slow it is, JC. Look how slow it is into turn 1.
Safety car would have been called, hopefully. No, these guys look like they're still under race pace, so it looks like they're going to let it go. That McLaren managed to get off the road very luckily and fortuitously, I would have thought, but that managed to avoid most of the carnage, and I think a safety car hasn't been called, so on we go.
On we go indeed. It looks like the car that was turned around there was the number 70 for Mosaic Racing, Ashley Johnson at the helm there. It doesn't look like he was in a position that was going to cause that. Oh dear, that is the pink BMW. Going for it, absolutely sending it, missed the braking zone by a mile. So Della Roggia, wow, we've had action. Let's just put it that way. We've had some action.
That pink vehicle was a little aggressive into turn 1 too, as they sort of took off onto the grass and got around all of that carnage. So very aggressive start from the pink entry.
Certainly was. Order at the moment at the top. Tom Maloney, the 191, leading away from Herbert, from Hobbs, from Taylor. That's the 422, 89 and 17 cars, and Sasha Def up to P5 with Kafil Slade in there as well for P6. So Sasha Def, what a start, up 3 positions already in the top 10 to P5 right now.
Yeah, but as we said, this is the start that the purple Kovacs entry wanted. They have managed to dodge all of that carnage. They got away cleanly. Tom's had a great start, and he had about a 7/10 gap coming into Parabolica here. But I tell you what, Regan Herbert has absolutely closed that gap coming through Parabolica. The aero of the McLaren working wonders through there, and he is right up under the grill of Tom Maloney now.
Absolutely going for that. Is a slowdown though, and it looks like it might be a safety car. Yes, it is, and I'm not surprised because I just saw a flurry of activity down at Ascari. Big yellow flags there, multiple cars involved at Ascari. So we've had incidents turn 1, turn 3 and 4, turn 6 and 7 in the Lesmos, now at Ascari. So nearly every single corner. Fortunately for the backpack, the safety car was called before they got into Parabolica for more action. So that wet weather has really thrown a cat amongst the pigeons, and we've had a lot of cars come out with a lot of damage. There's Mosaic going into the pits, rightly so, alongside another McLaren. McLaren's in the wars. That's we hate to see it, JC.
I do, absolutely. Very sad. Hey, we had Stick Death 1980 in the chat before. I'll tell you what, he's the safety car driver today. Said just call him Sticky, so I am henceforth calling the safety car Sticky Car.
There we go, Sticky Car. Yeah, it's going to be sticky as well. You got to stick to it. You got to make sure that you're staying close to that safety car. But yeah, they'll be brilliantly driven there by Sticky. So Sticky in the safety car leading us away at the moment, and it'll probably be a full lap like this and a restart after this one. But yeah, number of cars getting involved in that. Real shame to see that early on, but you know, it's the old adage for endurance racing, isn't it, JC? You know, it's 8 hours long. You don't win on the first lap. I think there was more mistakes there than opportunistic moves, though.
As you said, it's a fine balance trying to find the aggression and then temper that with, obviously, as you said, an 8-hour race. And yeah, there's a couple of drivers there who unfortunately didn't quite get that balance right, I don't think.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely spot on, to be fair. And we have had a question about the pink BMW apparently passing some cars on yellow. That's unconfirmed, of course. It's just what we're hearing from chat. But any positions that you do gain under safety car, you do have to redress those. The race director will be sorting out the order that is required for the restart. So no one fret. The race directors are well on top of these things, and yeah, not an easy job. I think both the safety car driver and the race directors weren't, and the stewards weren't thinking they were going to be maybe doing so much work so early on in this race. But once we get restarted, we should see hopefully a good return to racing.
Wonder how long this safety car is going to be out for. The rain has stopped, so whilst it's still a wet track at the moment, all of these drivers will have started on wet tyres, and with the rain not coming for another half an hour, this track is likely to get to at least damp, if not greasy, by the time we get back to that rain in forecast in half an hour. So this safety car actually buying those tyres a little bit of extra life, not racing around on a well, it's still wet at the moment. Safety car's coming in. Oh my goodness, that's not a long safety car at all. They are going to be back under racing speed very shortly. Tom will lead them away.
Fantastic. No, you make a very good point there about these tyres. It does throw a little bit of interest into it. The lead car has gone. Yep, Kovacs purple. We're going racing already. So 191 wanted to use the exit of Parabolita to build up some speed, build up that gap to Herbert as much as possible. It's done exactly that. Really nice restart there from Maloney. Pulled the trigger at absolutely the perfect time. Now Herbert's going to have to worry about the BS Plus competition BMW in the background. Into turn one we go. Luckily this time it is single file, so we should see a few less antics coming into turn one and turn two. This time out, yeah, Tom Maloney getting nicely out onto the exit, avoiding the curb. What you've got to do, you do not have any traction on those ripple strips at all in these kinds of conditions. This drying track going to be absolutely fascinating. Battle here, Fleming and Law. Lou there going for P16. A couple of side-by-side little bits of action through turn one. Do you have a car that is yellow at the moment? I think that might be the safety car. We'll double check that. No, it's not. We've got a car that is yellow flagged at the entry of the pit lanes. Not sure what's going on there either. And here's a very opportunistic Bentley. And no, it doesn't do it. Escari, let's just keep it chill there. Kovacs Racing Blue, mate. Oh dear. Okay, they've had a problem.
What is that problem? It looked like they were making a decision on the fly, I would suggest. They would look like maybe we have to pit here. And then they've kind of changed their mind last second. I don't know whether... Oh, no, maybe it just came to a complete stop because he turned the engine off. Not sure what's happened there to Michael Mans and the Kovacs Blue engine.
Very interesting. It looks like it might have been a redress. There's a couple of cars just behind him, so maybe thinking about redressing a position after an incident or possibly out of the spot they would need to be at the safety car restart. That is occasionally quite a tricky thing to deal with. So it's entirely possible it's one of those issues. We will indeed see. Apparently we've been told it's technical ACC driving things. Okay, so some sort of mechanical fault for them at the beginning. That's not an ideal way to restart the race, but they will get going again. 8 hours, of course, JC. So you've got plenty of time. Small mistakes like that or issues, they can be rectified over the long race.
Yeah, absolutely. And it hasn't cost them a lap, importantly. It's once you get behind the lead driver and you start getting blue flagged over and over again that your day can go from bad to garbage really quickly. So importantly, they are still on the lead lap and they'll get a chance in some free air now to hopefully catch back up.
Blue flags are a tricky one at Monza. It really is. I mean, you've got a couple of really good spots to do it. And obviously just backing out into the corners, into the big braking zones. Here's a good example. Turn one, Della Rocha, of course. Lesmos, good luck being a blue flag. And then, of course, into Ascari as well. You just got to go through it and get to the back straight, really, don't you?
Absolutely. So Tom Maloney has had the bit between his teeth here at the start. He's currently holding the purple lap and he has got 2 excellent race starts under his belt now. He was aggressive but controlled. He got into a nice little bit of... he got into a very nice tempo very quickly. But I tell you what, Herbert has not let him out of his sights. And a couple of these corners here, the McLaren is looking particularly strong and he's closing that gap. So Hobbsy also not far off and Sasha Death. That top 5 all still really nice and packed up. Taylor and the Ford staying with them as well. And then a bit of a gap back to Field Slade P6.
I do want to note as well, P7, of course, it is Aidan Squires, who we're so impressed by with the qualifying. But he was in the M class car, technically speaking, although definitely showing speed in categories above that. Did so well in the qualifying, put himself on a P7 and staying there at the moment. He's got Richard Wells behind him in the number 66, then Dan Moffat very, very close behind. The P8, P9 will be battling and pushing the 888 for position at some point, but very impressive job by Squires in the qualifying last week. Now he just needs to translate that into race pace and efficiency, I suppose, for endurance racing, because it's a totally different ball game in endurance racing. It is not a sprint race.
Yeah, absolutely. And that team, I think, is rightly placed in the AM class. The drivers that Aiden's driving with, I think, are brand new to endurance racing. So, I mean, Aiden is as well, but clearly has the pace. But the other guys, obviously, a little bit far off his pace. So, overall, those guys are probably classed in AM. And we get to see over 8 hours whether Aiden can carry that team to a strong position and maybe, hopefully, if they can, finish in that top 10 where they started.
Yeah, finishing a top 10 would be incredibly impressive and be a real good justification of the talent in the team as well. Get into the sprint series, go for it. You're beginning that pro badge. Fairly quick, smart, I would say, but top 10 finishing your first enduro. Boy, oh boy, I wish my career had started like that. We'll see what happens though. The 888 car, they've got a lot of work to do. 7 hours and 50 minutes to go. Finding a little bit of pace out there, but they're going to be under pressure from the number 66 McLaren at some point soon, and that's going to be a tricky one. We have seen a couple of cars come into the pits early on. It looks like the number 70 car with Ashley Johnson and Mosaic Motorsport coming in once again. So it's another pit stop for them. That'll be their second so far. 2 pit stops in 10 minutes. Not ideal. The number 60 car, Adam Rios in there as well. Looks like Michael Manns might be just jumping through as well. Yep, and we've got Brent Sykes also got caught up in this too. The 666 car as well, so not ideal. We just had a move there, I think. That is Sasha Death. Yes, the number 200 has absolutely gone for it on Chris Taylor, the 17 car. So that is, oh, it looks like might have switched around yet again. So a nice little battle going on between those two. Sasha Death up to P3 according to my timing sheets.
Yeah, Hobbsy was in P3, so Sasha Death and Taylor have both gone past Hobbsy, who must have made an error there at some point. He's dropped back to P5, which has given Sasha Death and Tayller the run through. So that, yeah, as you said, up in the P3 and 4 for those guys. Ferro rightly pointing out that it is 21 degrees ambient already. It is only 20 past 10 in the morning. It's already 21 degrees ambient, so it's actually going to be a pretty warm day here. But obviously it's going to be raining as well. This track should dry out pretty quickly. In fact, we're already back to damp. This will definitely get to greasy before we get that next burst of rain. So these tyres are actually going to start really warming up soon.
Wow, is there, I mean, with the rain on the horizon, you'd be stretched to think that jumping onto a dry set of tyres would be a sensible thing to do. I don't think that's an option for the teams out there right now. But as you say, I mean, it is going to dry up incredibly quickly. And if we have just another smattering of rain, if it's a short burst of rain, we could be going dry racing very, very soon in this, within the next hour or so. That is going to change things up massively and really impact strategy out there, especially for the top runners who will be on the wet tyres right now. So 24 degrees on the track. And it looks like, it looks like a really nice day out there. It looks plenty dry already, to be fair.
You can see all the drivers already way off the racing line, just looking for these wet patches already. And a lot of the guys in chat, they'd be in the cars with their teammates, saying that there's a lot of pressures up over 32 already. And if that's the case, we're going to be seeing 38s, 39s, 40s by the time we get to that next dash of rain. This is going to completely throw off any strategy anyone has formulated over the last week or so, because at the moment you're just going to have to drive through the conditions. You can't afford to be trying to plan hours in advance when all we can see is half an hour from now it's going to be light rain, and that's just what you've got to drive to.
So that means managing the tyres. You've got to manage the tyres. You've got to find those wet patches as much as possible. Driving to a very, very dynamic situation on the track, and that is not an easy thing to do. You will find a lot of people will be sliding, not just because of the rain out there, but because of the fact that their tyres are going to be going towards 30 psi at some point in the next 10 to 15 minutes.
Yeah, it won't be long. As you said, it'll be a very short amount of time before we get on some really tricky tyres. A lot of these drivers will be probably conserving their tyres at the moment, probably not pushing as hard as they would like to. And any slide, any spin, any sort of mistake is really going to cook those tyres, and you'll never ever get them back from that point. So there'll be a lot of conservation happening out there at this point for sure.
That's right. We just had a little bit of change up from the weather report as well. 10 minutes now, the rain coming in, and it looks like it's going to be very, very light rain. JC, 30 minutes away, we've got more sunny weather. Well, cloudy sunny, I should say. But in these temperatures, that means I think we're going to be heading towards a dry track sooner rather than later. So that's going to switch up the strategy calls at this stage. Yeah, there's a little bit of rain incoming. Get through the rain on these tyres, then immediately jump in the pits. That's what I'm thinking.
You say that based on what we can see here in ACC, and yet Tarks is saying in chat that in 15 minutes we've got light rain, and in 29 minutes we have medium rain. I know he's getting his information from an app called ACC Drive, and ACC Drive is very accurate at times. Sometimes it can lead you astray, and we've already seen Kovacs Blue have some issues, and it's put them at the back of the grid, has that app. So it's a little bit temperamental as ACC Drive, but at times it can be extremely accurate with its weather reporting. So we've no idea what's going on with this weather, to be honest.
I mean, we've gotten to the point where it's like weather's 1 minute away, then it changes. So, you know, I mean, do we trust weather reporters? No, come on, everyone. You don't trust the weather reporters. They sometimes get it right. But let's be honest, it's a dynamic situation. Car 90, a 15-second penalty there for causing a collision. So not ideal for number 90. And I believe that might have been for the lap 1 contact that saw Mosaic turned around, if I'm not mistaken. We'll double check that. But nonetheless, it's a handy 15-second penalty. Car 200, that's such a death. And the Ferrari getting a 15-second penalty for causing a collision on lap 1. So the stewards, the pens are clicking, and they're getting their job done now, earning their wage.
Yeah, great job to the stewards and the race directors for getting those ones out so quickly too. And hats off to the drivers for behaving themselves, honestly, in this last couple of laps since the race restart. They've all sort of sorted into their rhythm and they've got back into the racing and have let the stewards get about their business. So look at the drivers here searching for this wet pieces of track. Sasha Death over on the pit wall there, just trying to cool these tyres down.
Yeah, it's a tricky thing to do, and as you said before, the runaway effect is just absolutely monumental, and once it starts, it does not stop. No one likes driving in dry conditions on a wet tyre that is like red. You know, high PSI, not fun to drive. You can see the cars are sort of struggling for grip all the way around there. Here's a replay. This is Mitch Hobbs in the BS Plus competition, and oh dear, he's just cooked it a little bit and not able to get it back on track.
So that was earlier on when we saw Sasha and Taylor take 3 and 4 from Hobbs. That was that small mistake that Hobbs has made that dropped him back to P5. I believe Hobbs is now taken 4th back from Taylor and has recovered that. But a nice little replay there from Glenn Germain in the background. Nice one. Very good. Oh, look at Herbert there. All over the edge of the exit of Lesmo 1. And that's Sasha Death there behind, who's really starting to put the pressure on him. And maybe Herbert feeling a little bit of that.
Oh, and there's a big accident in the background. The number 17 is involved in that, the Ford of Chris Taylor, and it looked like maybe the car of Kafil Slade as well. Looks like they have maybe gotten going. No, the 17 still got a yellow flag associated with them. There it is. The camera slowly pans into the right area, and that is the Helix Racing Ford Smoke Track Racing, who are running well up the order there in P5, now looking further down the grid, unfortunately for them, well down the grid, in fact. And I don't know who was involved in that, but Kafil Slade and the 999 car also dropping down, so it looks like that was maybe a bit of contact into Lesmo 2, and we saw the Ford just sort of sideways across the exit there.
He got absolutely swamped by the traffic behind. They all lined up, and Pickford, the only one who could actually, that's a Ford that just jumped in front. It's A. James, the 188 entry, who just managed to sneak past before they got into Ascari. So all the way back to P18 for Chris Taylor. That's disappointing for those guys who were running up inside the top 5.
Certainly is. They've got a lot of work now to recover the car and bring it home for a good result, which they're entirely capable of. We know how fast the team is in the Smokestack Racing pit lane. But nonetheless, yeah, they've got a lot of work to do. And look, they're just their tyres are going to be absolutely destroyed right now with that contact, the runaway effect in full effect. And they'll be looking for that wet line to try and cool off the tyres. They might be looking at a move to try and get away from this pack. Really, their next move here needs to be a quick overtake on the Ford ahead. And we've got a replay. Let's see what's happened here. So the 17's in front, and that's the 999, I believe, in the background. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that is the case. Is it? Oh, late on the brakes there. Oh, little touch. That's all it takes, JC. Yeah,
just missed the braking marker there, unfortunately. And yeah, Chris Taylor's come off second best there. Just a pretty innocuous contact, but yeah, it's a pretty cut and dry that one from Stewards, I think.
Yeah, I think so, and that it's going to be a fairly large slap on the wrist for causing a collision there on lap, I think it's lap 5 or 6, I actually can't remember. This is the thing that I get to in endurance racing. I sort of start forgetting exactly where we are. The very American Ford Mustang. There's a tribute livery to Ken Block, of course, with the retro livery in the background for the Helix. Ford, very nice livery. This is an opportunity for the 17. Needs to get this done as soon as possible. Otherwise, that Vulture pack behind is looking to swallow them up and peck them to death. And let's see, will be a late braking maneuver from the 17. Yes, it is. The Kenbok livery car not going to fight that too hard either. Just wants to get back into the swing of things. Tricky position for the Kenbok livery car. They're the 188 and James in the helm, because they're leading a bit of a pack here from P17 down. But that was a critical move there for the 17 car up in the 17th position.
I don't know whether that was a let-by there, but if it was a pretty intelligent one from James. He's fighting for the Pro-Am P2 spot there with Pigford and Tatley, and I know he would have liked to have had a car between him and Pigford, but I reckon he knows that Taylor's much quicker and didn't want to spend too much time battling him. So just thought, you know what, I might just let him through here and see if I can tackle on the back and have him pull me through. Because battling him is only just going to bring Pigford into this battle. And they have Sang behind as well in P20, who I think is probably a long way out of position. So I would expect, in fact, Sang there up the inside into the first chicane. He's going to go side by side. And it looks like he's going to have to hang around the outside. Sang, we know, obviously a very, very fast driver, our current leader of Split Red, which is our most competitive split. And he has, in fact, got that job done. So nice one from Sang. He'll be looking to make moves throughout the day.
He certainly will be a very, very fast contender, of course, on a BMW as well, so that car is going to be going quickly. The 513 gets a 15-second penalty for causing a collision on lap 2 there, so the 513 car, find out exactly who that is. I think they're a little bit further down the grid. Yes, it's Grant Lew, the helm, currently in P27. But yeah, I think you make a good point there, James. Very, very smart move. I'm always of the opinion he's just slipping and sliding, though, on the exit of Lesmo 1. It's going to open him up to Sang. Sang has a little look, but has to fall back in line before Lesmo 2. It's a sensible thing to do. We're back at greasy track conditions, JC. That's exciting, changing conditions. So there's a monumental task for the drivers here to adapt and find the pace in these new conditions as they go around the track.
I'm bloody glad I'm not driving out there at the moment, because these conditions are all over the place, and it would be this is properly challenging stuff for all drivers out there. Tell you what would also be challenging is James knowing whether or not Sang is quicker or not. I don't know whether he knows who Sang is, and he'd be saying, who's this bloody BMW over the back of me? Do I let this one go as well? I'm starting to bleed positions here. I don't know how hard he's going to defend this one. It looks like Sang's going to have to go around the outside of Parabolica, and as you said before, that BMW is so good in the wet, really deep on the brakes there into Parabolica, and Sang pretty much gets that one done before they enter the corner.
Absolutely nails it around the outside and hits the apex as well, so he had room to spare in a way. But yeah, Sang, we all know how fast Sang is. He's looking for the wet line now, but that was a nice overtake. James really didn't have a way to fight that, to be fair. If he fought that too hard, he was going to slide into the side of BMW, so needed to go through the apex rather conservatively. Sang knew that and just went, okay, I'll just carry a little bit more speed, brake a little bit later, around the outside we go. A little bit of side-by-side action. Speaking of which, there at the back of the grid, that's Nissan of Scani going for a bit of a move into turn 1. Looks like he might have got that done too. More side-by-side action now. James under a lot of pressure, so after being very nice to the number 17 car, unfortunately the pack is starting to swallow him up just that little bit. So Scani, Polygon Racers, Nissan, lovely looking livery that one. Into De La Roggia we go, nice and single file as you'd like to see. Although a nice overtake or two into De La Roggia is always nice for the viewing pleasure.
It was actually Zach Smith there in the Alpha Venturi Pizzeria. They're in a Ford. Those guys are extremely fast. Multiple endurance race winners here at OR. That Zachary Smith he's a beast in all forms. In our F1 series, in our ACC series, he's definitely one of our fastest drivers, and they're coming from the back. I don't believe they qualified, and they're doing the last to first challenge today. So they've gone and made their way up into P22, less than half an hour into this race. Those boys are flying, and they've got a lot more work to do yet. But I guarantee you this car finishes in the top 5, barring any hardware issues or server issues or whatnot.
Exactly right. Yeah, it's going to be really nice to see their fight back throughout the grid. 44 cars, of course, on the grid, and they're already halfway through it. Zachary Smith finding another position there on the track. Takes over Scani. Now it's sitting in P21, so the charge continues to get another car right ahead of them. Pickford in the number 91 car, and then of course it's the 188 of Aaron James. So Zachary Smith will be chasing up to Chris Thang. We want to be keeping pace with Thang as much as possible. Both of those cars going to be making their way through the grid in this race, and that'll be an exciting story to see how that develops throughout. Nonetheless, Kovacs Purple still leading us away in P1. Oh, is that a little look of a move there, covering off the 818 car there, the BMW in front. Pickford at the helm, the number 91, looking very strong. And oh, it's a bad exit for James. He's going to get overtaken again now into Curvic Ronda. That doesn't seem to be a good traction zone there for this Ford ahead.
No, can confirm the Ford doesn't like the exits of any of the chicanes really, especially Ascari. But yeah, that first one, it really struggles to get the power down. And This one here too, if you touch this inside right-hand curb, he's just completely ignored the chicane. He thought, you know what, I am struggling for traction, so let's just keep it in third gear and go for it. And he says, no, that's a little bit naughty, so I better give that one up, and fair enough too. Smithy and Pickford shining their way through there, and that's left James under a bit of pressure from a few more drivers too. I think that Scarni in camera 2 is going to have a go up the inside of Lesmo too. And side by side, it looks like James and Scarni coming into a little bit of contact there. And James is just going to hang on to that position for now, but he is under all sorts of pressure now from the chasing pack.
Certainly is, and that's Zachary Smith going for a move potentially into Ascari too. Let's see if Scarni can now make the move into Ascari. No, decides to back out of it in this case. There was some really sensible driving by the both of them through Lesmo too. That could have gone very, very poorly. Oh, that's a big moment. That's a huge moment there. And that is going to be an overtake easily done by Scarni. He goes up ahead of the Porsche, and that was a huge moment. You rue the moment you have a moment like that as Scarni, because it usually ends 90 degrees at the barrier.
He's done bloody well to catch that, absolutely. It's any time you go over a Scarni and get sort of sideways, it is a heart in the mouth, balls in your stomach type moment. He's done very nicely to hang on to that and not lose too much more than the one position, I think.
Yeah, exactly. Only one position lost in that. He'll be able to recover and get on the back of Scarni once again. But that was, of course, McDowell in the number 500 Porsche who had that little bit of an incident and going to be under pressure once again. Unfortunately for James, he's just continuing to lose pace as the drivers around here. But look, at the end of the day, as we all know, that is a car going off on the dirt. That is Tatlian, I believe. No, yes, maybe. We'll confirm, but that was a car very wide in the gravel trap at turn 1. Yeah, we will we'll keep an eye, but yeah, James not having a good time here. But that said, it's an endurance race, JC. So there are different mindsets of how you get ahead, how you position yourself. Calm, cool, collected, and clean racing will gain you positions in a long race like this.
Yeah, I agree, but James is really struggling now with losing these positions. And that's kind of just what happens if you've got a massive pack of cars behind you. Once you've lost that first position, you end up having to defend that second car straight away because they're all still on the racing line and taking the optimum line and going nice. You're battling and defending, and you've got offline. And you've got now you're defending from the third car, and now you're defending from the fourth car, and all of a sudden you've lost 6 positions. James was at the front of that Pro-Am pack before. He's now behind Pickford, Scarni, and McDowell, and is still trying to fight off. Is it Tatlian? I think Tatlian's gone through. James is behind Lou. James is now back into P25. And really, from no fault of his own, it's just that original battle that kicked all of this off. He's just continued to bleed position since then.
Exactly. The rain has returned. The track is now damp once again, and we've got a forecast of at least 10 minutes of rain going forward. And it might even be 15 minutes, to be fair, just given what we're seeing on the timing screens there. But it looks to be going dry once again, JC, after that. But at the moment, rain has returned, so those tyres, which are not in particularly good shape after that dry spell, are now going to be suffering once again. You've got to get the driving style readjusted to wet weather driving. So you might be pushing a little bit too hard now. There's a lot of adjustment. I love seeing it when we have these dynamic conditions because it really forces the drivers to concentrate so hard on what is happening in their cornering and how they adjust and what they change depending on the conditions that are out there. Really fascinating kind of stuff at the moment here.
Fascinating is the spot-on word that I would have used. It is great to watch, honestly, but it's such a challenge for these drivers out there, and hats off to every single one of them who have taken this race start on with aplomb. And as you can see, the BS competition car in the background there having all sorts of fun, but all of these drivers really putting on a show for us here, and we're having a great old time watching this. We're still only half an hour into this race, by the way, so there's still another 7.5 hours of joy and fun to watch yet to go today. But yeah, it is a cracking challenge out there for these drivers.
Too right, yeah. And I do want to also jump back to the point you were making about when you lose a position, you often lose another position, another one. That's why we call it the vulture pack. You know, if you're leading a pack, you're being chased by vultures. You're essentially crawling across the desert, exhausted. The vultures are circling. They're ready to go. As soon as you also another slide there for Herbert. Looks like Herbert has lost that position to Sasha Death. So Sasha Death for the Toyota car up into P2 currently. Herbert behind. But to continue my analogy, when you flick off one vulture or one vulture gets pecked, there's another one waiting to come in and take a peck as well. So it's a really unlucky situation there. But James and the 188 car just need to keep a cool head and keep it going, because at the end of the day, as long as you don't get damaged, as long as you pit properly, manage your strategy well, you will end up in a good situation. As you said, 7.5 hours left to go. We're only at the very, very beginning of this. Track has now gone wet. That rain is coming down thick and fast, JC. What an intense period of time for the drivers and the teams.
I'll take you back to Tuck's weather forecast earlier on, where he said 15 minutes of light rain and then 29 minutes medium rain. I reckon he's just about got that bang on. So yeah, we are going to see heavier rain in around about 5 to 10 minutes, and it's going to stay wet. I don't think the track got back to greasy, so these tyres now are very happily drinking in this moisture again, and this will get these drivers through to the end of their stint on these wet tyres. They will be, obviously, at a very big loss of life, and they probably won't. But everyone's in the same situation. There's no one out there sort of running the risk of being on dries. Everyone's in the same situation. They've all got the same tyres. The guys that have had spins and any sort of accidents, those tyres will be at a little bit more of a disadvantage. But other than that, everyone's sort of on the same page here. So just enjoying the wet weather again, these tyres. And tell you what, Jay Partington here is just chasing around Jacob Flemington. So that says to me that Squires he's had a mistake somewhere along the line. He's found himself back in P15. The AM class leader is now Jacob Fleming in that Triple J Aston Martin. There are 3 J's in Jacob Fleming, Jaden Rondinella, and Jai Fisher. The Triple J Aston Martin currently leading AM class in P12.
There we go. JC, of course, Jamie Conboy. Fanboying on all the J's in the crowd here today. I love it. Love to see it, of course.
Yeah, that's good shout.
Fanboying, isn't it?
I've got the Pixel Races boys that I'm driving with later on, and then obviously my teammates in the Polygon Races as well. But if there's anyone else, if I want someone to win AM class, it'll be those boys in the Triple J Aston up there in P12. They actually have another sort of similar situation to Squires in the Triple 8 BMW, where Fleming is probably a pro-class driver. He will tell you that he's not, but he's definitely a pro-class driver. And we would suggest that Squires, given a bit more time and experience, will be a pro-class driver as well. And then his 2 teammates, I know that Rondinella has never, ever driven an endurance race before. He's never done a sprint race before. He's never done a wet race before. He's just come straight into this from our rookie series and is currently participating in his first ever endurance race. And Fisher as well, I believe, is an AM class driver who's done a little bit of racing before, but is back here after a bit of a spell. And Fisher, I know, has also cut open his hand recently, and so he's going to be driving a little bit wounded today. But yeah, that Fleming car, currently driven by the pro Fleming, with a couple of AM class drivers in tow.
That's a fantastic bit of information, that is. And, you know, I can imagine as a rookie coming into your first essential proper race. Oh, that's a bit of a moment there. Oh, somehow there wasn't contact. How is there not contact? The cars were inside each other.
What?
That doesn't make any sense.
So that wasn't a particularly aggressive move from Jay Partington there. I think he just missed his brake marker, and it wasn't anything nefarious. But I was positive that I had just completely cursed that Triple J into an accident. In fact, it was a quadruple J, because it's J hitting the Triple J Aston. We just saw that car go through that other car, did we not?
I feel like we've just seen the first ever instance of a commentator's blessing right there, JC. Well done.
I'll take it.
Yeah, take it for sure. Because that could have gone very, very poorly. Partington did manage somehow, despite glitching through the front of the other car. Another moment there. Struggling a little bit, for sure, but somehow there wasn't contact involved in that. It's an absolute miracle what we've just witnessed there at De La Roggia. But nonetheless, we digress and we continue. I would say that the rookie there in the J team, so to speak, in the Aston Martin, he'll be looking out on the conditions right now and being a little bit worried. 44 cars out there, wet conditions, endurance racing, lots of accidents and incidents so far. I suspect there'll be a few nerves there, but the talented drivers, I'm sure he's definitely one of them as well, is going to, it's going to turn into the racing mode. He'll go into race driver mode, and it'll be fine once he gets out there on the track. So just needs to relax into it and enjoy himself. That's a key thing here for the endurance sport. Nice to see a number of teams out there today with a mix of Pro-Am and Pro-Am drivers. We're going to go for a replay at the start. Let's have a little watch. So that's yeah, go ahead, JC.
Sasha Death, I believe, that's how he got his penalty. And as I said, that McLaren's super lucky to have just avoided all that carnage. There goes that pink BMW we were talking about before, just taking the Jim's mowing line there and trying to get through as much of that as possible. That's probably not the way you should go about it, but I mean, if you're going to do it, you better get it right. And then unfortunately later on in the lap, they also came to a bit of stickiness, so hopefully they picked up a couple of pens for that. But yeah, there's a little bit of touching up the front too. I think the VS competition car and Regan Herbert got together a couple of times. And seeing those two get together may have just spooked the pack behind, and that's what sort of kicked all that off. So whilst Herbert and the BS competition car of Hobbsy, I think they all got away with it. That's sort of what kicked off everything behind.
Yeah, certainly that. I mean, it caused a huge concertina effect into turn one, and that means that you've got cars that are going to try and be opportunistic and try and take advantage of the situation. You'll have cars that will slow right up almost to a stop, but we did almost see stopped cars on the grid during that. I mean, it's one of those set fast rules, though. You see the yellow flag come up on your screens, and it's time to slow down. It's time to try and avoid overtakes if you possibly can, but sometimes avoiding action is just taking the Jim's mowing line, getting on the grass and not sending it, but, trying to avoid other cars is just key in those situations, really.
Yeah, 100%. I say that's probably not the way I go about it, but if I was in that situation, I'm probably doing the same thing, let's be honest.
Yeah, do I want a 3-minute pit stop, or do I want to get pinged for overtaking a few cars under yellow? Yeah, it's probably a relatively easy choice for most racing drivers out there, to be fair. But yeah, of course, we don't condone any kind of any situations where you're taking advantage outside of the legal limits that we do impose here at OOR. What we like to see is good, fun, calm, collected, and clean racing out there. That's the absolute key to endurance events like this. But yeah, as I said before, nice to see a mix of teams out there taking pro drivers, new drivers, rookie drivers, pro-am drivers, just before we saw all the action on the replay there. So it's nice to see some teams going in with a mix of driver ability. And it does complicate things though, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like Squires is another issue too down there in P20 now. And,
oh dear.
Currently got Scani for companies, obviously right under his bumper there with a 2/10 gap. So unfortunately, it's started off really nicely for Squires. We were talking about before how he had a really solid qualifying last week and up there in the shootout as an M-Class driver, super impressive. And then got off to a nice start here in this race. Obviously kept his nose clean and was running up inside the top 10 for a fairly significant chunk of the first half hour, but unfortunately a couple of little issues now has seen him drop back to P20. So hopefully he can collect himself and get back on the straight and narrow and not lose too much more than that.
Yep, exactly right. We've just been on board with Dan Moffat and the OOR Sim Seniors Endurance team. So Sim Seniors having a nice little race today because they are up by 3 positions from P9, start of P9. And yeah, having a nice, cool, calm, collected race out there, which you'd love to see. And I've noted on the weather sheet, JC, once again, more weather incoming because 30 minutes out, it's not dry, it's wet. It looks very wet, in fact. So strategies out the window, whatever you just planned for after throwing out your other plans, time for plan C and soon to be plan D, I suspect.
I honestly think this actually takes us back to plan A, where it's, and I think this is going to be the kind of race where we're going to have little dry spells, but those dry spells aren't going to be long enough between the wet spells to see this ever be a dry track. We've had races like this before where it's just been wet all day long. And I think Paul Ricard was a little bit like this, where we had a few little, that's a little bit close for comfort there between Starkey and Partington, but they managed to sort themselves out and keep going. Starkey obviously driving from America by the look of it, so hopefully he's got to be careful with that ping that he doesn't get too much rubber banding and get into the back of Jay Partington. These two having a red-hot ding-dong here. I think the Bentley thinks he's got a bit of pace on Jay, and he's just showing himself in the mirrors. He's all over Jay Partington, really. Jay not really taking the widest entry line there into the second chicane and defending for his life at the moment.
Yeah, the Bentley's looking really, really strong right now versus the Porsche in the wet, and for whatever reason, maybe setup or just the condition of the tyres. Of course, Partington will be, he had a few slides around, so it might be that the tyres are in slightly worse off condition than the Bentley behind, but Starkey just driving the wheels off the Bentley right now and absolutely going for it. And this is not going to come to a conclusion anytime soon, I suspect, because Ascari has no real opportunity to overtake into Ascari, unfortunately. But, well, maybe I spoke too soon. No, I didn't, luckily. So the prophecy luck continues so far in the commentary box. We've had a good run of luck so far. Haven't cursed anyone. We've sent out a blessing or two, and we've enjoyed some good racing so far in the commentary box.
Absolutely. You and I have been blessed by good racing, and we are returning the blessings in kind. We're doing it, buddy. Great job, man. Just quiet.
Because we appreciate it. We appreciate the rain. We appreciate the conditions the drivers are adapting to, the teams and their strategy. So it's all working out quite nicely out there. I'm just going to do a quick recap of positions gained so far, because there's a few interesting stats out there right now. Now, sometimes this is not the most accurate, but I think the stats that I've got on screen right now are really, really speaking volumes. In P5, Lucas Keys in the 165 car up 14 positions. We see race control hand out a 10-second penalty to car 500 for a lap 8 collision. That's not ideal for them. But Lucas Keys up 14 positions for Torva Messel Racing. Very
OP
impressive
Aston.
work there. Yep, OP Aston, yep, we've had the call, there we go. That was a matter of time, and no surprise there. Oh, we've got car 999, 15-second penalty for them as well, causing a collision on lap 8. So a whole bunch of penalties being handed up by the stewards once again. 14 positions gain. I'll try and get this sentence out properly this time. Lucas Keys and the 165. Very nice work from them. That's all. That's very nearly a curse there.
We nearly got him.
we nearly run afoul of our good record. The 700 car in P8 up 10 positions from P18. Nick Perez at the helm with the number 700 car at the moment on screen right now. Another Ford. Yep, very good racing effort there. Milk Racing team, of course, and leading away from the Bluey car and behind the Porsche. Another one here, Chris Stang and Zachary Smith for the 878 A18 car. JC, it's the ones that we told everyone to keep an eye on. Up 31 positions apiece.
Yep. Yeah, they're still flying now and saying all over the back of Fleming here. So the M-Class Triple J driver, he'll know the situation. Jacob, very astute and intelligent, so he'll understand the two that he's got behind him are well and truly quicker than he is, and he'll probably just get out of the way here once they get through Parabolica.
Yep, exactly right. And then looking further down, Eric Scarney up 18 positions. Unfortunately, the big losers in this moment, Kafil Slade, 29 positions lost. They're actually up. They're actually down on Ashley Johnson and the Mosaic team. 24 positions lost there for them. 14 for Squires and the 888. So a few having a bit of an awkward time out there so far. Yellow flag on the back straight. It does look like they've got him going again with the 66 car. So some commiserations, I think, due out there for some teams. But, you know, I'm not 100% sure how long a fuel tank will last here, but it's got to be at least 60 minutes at a track like this. All
the cars will have very differing fuel tanks. I know the Ford's not very strong in terms of its fuel tank and fuel usage, whereas the Porsche is extremely strong and definitely in the best situation in terms of... And that's, I think, what a lot of the strategy is going to come down to today, especially if it does stay consistently wet and these drivers get to run out their fuel tanks. A lot of these drivers, especially the Porsche ones, are banking on being as consistent as possible and running out their entire fuel tank, and therefore saving an entire pit stop and getting an advantage that way. I know that's what the Porsche drivers are intending to do. In fact, some of them actually running different engine maps just to try and stretch out those tanks as long as possible. So that's the Porsche strategy today. But as I said, I know the Ford just absolutely sucks the juice and will have to stop many more times. Well, not many more times, but more times than some of the other cars out there. Yeah, it's a tricky one. As I said, if that all goes out the window, if this weather does dry up at some point, in fact, we're back to damp at the moment. Even though it continues to rain, we are back to damp. So because it's only light rain and these guys are all performing a dry line, it's actually back to damp, the track condition, with dry weather just around the corner again. This next pit stop only sort of 18 minutes away on average, 18 minutes away. This is going to be another very interesting 10, 15, 20 minutes here.
Certainly will. I mean, if you can save a pit stop in a race like that counts for so much. You know, we're talking 40 plus seconds easily out on track. So you can afford to run those fuel maps. You can afford to run the car a little bit slower out there because you're essentially gaining 40 seconds. You're losing a little bit of time per lap, yes, but you are gaining that 40 seconds. So you've got to do the math a little bit. It's always a tricky thing for the race engineers and the team to figure out strategy-wise. You know, are we going to lose time by going slower on a slower fuel map, trying to extend the stint a little bit further, or are we going to actually end up gaining time? Very tricky thing to calculate, especially in changing conditions. This is fascinating weather, though, I have to admit. I mean, we've just gained 2 degrees Celsius in a matter of minutes. The rain is apparently gone now, and we will be going back to damp weather racing, maybe even greasy shortly. I guess that's the thing with Monza, when you've got the high temperatures, when you've got these diffusers throwing at a high speed, throwing a lot of water away from the track, it does mean that the conditions can change rather rapidly. We've seen that a number of times now. I think we must have seen this change at least 2 or 3 times now in the first 45 minutes of the race. So the conditions are just, throw your handbook out the window. It doesn't work anymore.
Yeah.
Don't even read it.
Absolutely, and unlike some other tracks, like Paul Ricard comes to mind, where there's a lot of different racing lines for the different vehicles. Here at Monza, there is one race. Oh, who's that facing around the wrong way? That is the Ray-Bans Ferrari, car number 23, facing the wrong way there. That's you can't park there, sir. So everyone making their way through. I'd say that car's somewhere in the back 30 of the grid. So not a great day for that 23 Ferrari, that's for sure. But yeah, as I was saying, the Paul Ricard track has a lot of different racing lines, and it can be sort of a long while before an actual dry line develops, whereas here in Monza, it is one fast line, and that's it. So everyone's on that fast line, trying to stay as fast as they can, and it dries up really, really quickly. It is Ocean Cheng in the 23 Monnier Racing entry, and they are currently P42. Hashtag not last, but yeah, it's been a rough old day for them so far.
Yeah, the hashtag not last, and at the end of the day, I always say this for endurance racing: if you reach the end of the race, you're a winner. Might be a slightly unpopular opinion. There is a car stopped there on the exit for 421 car. Hold on a second, that's a significant number there. So what's happened here for Pit Viper, Omega, Ben Collins? They're not having a great time right now either, so that might be some sort of mechanical failure. Luckily, they could park there, but better to park it in the pits, which is where they're going.
That is a very damaged
right
front end. That's not hardware or mechanical or anything. That car has had a big accident somewhere. And it is interesting that it was parked out the outside of Parabolica there, because that's obviously not where they would have had that accident. So I think maybe they would have come a cropper potentially at Ascari, and then just crawled up to the Parabolica here, and maybe just had to get off the road for some traffic or something. But now pulling into the pits, and we'll have to take a pit stop to get that repaired, because that car is not looking healthy in the slightest.
No, you'd never like to see that, that's for sure. And for the driver as well, having to stop out on track or being involved in the incident, not a lot of fun. 23 car, of course, in the wars too. I think we saw the 500 go for a spin as well earlier on. Yeah, McDowell in the 500 car. Looks like they've dropped down quite a few places there for the MRT entry in Pro-Am class. But nonetheless, tricky to deal with those accidents, because it's the one thing that will really throw, weather aside, weather will throw a strategy to the wind. But what really makes the difference is how often you're in the pits and for how long, the damage, because you can't really drive the car, especially in conditions like this. If you lose your aero, it really is kind of game over. You need to pit as soon as possible, maybe even do a driver swap, because all the confidence can be lost in incidents like that too.
Yeah, absolutely. I had a couple of drivers there's a couple of the M-Class drivers who I've been sort of coaching and getting them up into these endurance races. They come in and they show them their lap times, and they say, look, I gained 2/10 in the middle sector. I'm really flying. I said, mate, I'm telling you, lap times do not matter in this 8-hour race. Your number one job is to A, avoid track limits, B, stay out of trouble and not get damage. And it's, as we said, that's just where you're going to find all of your time. It's not nothing to do with. So this is what happened to the Pit Vipers. As I said, exit Ascari, that's where they've come a cropper and held the brakes as a couple of cars come through in traffic. They've all avoided yellow flags and got through there nice and safely. That's good. So now I wonder if we're just going to stay with this replay for a bit, see what happened as they found their way up to, just nice and slowly. They got a lot of damage, so obviously not going to get back up to racing speed. And our cameraman taking us up here to where they were parked at Parabolica. Hopefully they don't get entangled into another car's business here. I think they may have.
Oh, they did.
Oh, dear.
Oh, man. Yeah.
Bad to worst to garbage.
Yeah, too right. I mean, it's a tricky one, isn't it? But, if you've got a car ahead that's clearly slow, clearly damaged, you'd think just, pulling out a little bit might help, pulling out of the throttle just a little bit on the entry. But that said, they, were right on the racing line, so there's not a lot of places for the car behind to go, is there?
Yeah, absolutely.
So that's two incidents in a very short order, and it's scary, man. It just catches you out. You think you've nailed the S's through there, and then you put one foot on the gravel or on that green strip, and it is game over. In fact, I think Ascari is one of the hardest corners to nail in the wet.
In the wet, especially. Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't agree more. I thought it was just me this week. I'm usually pretty handy to Ascari in most cars, but then I'm just doing all this wet practice, and I'm finding the same thing as you, Cookie. It is extremely difficult in the wet. I don't know whether it's a forward thing or a suspension thing, but if you're saying the same thing, it's probably just a wet thing. It is extremely tricky. That exit curve is very slippery. The entry to Ascari is pretty tricky. If you don't get that right, you overshoot it, you end up in the beach out there. It becomes extremely tricky, that corner.
Yeah, I think it's a favourite for most people because it is a super satisfying corner. But yeah, sometimes it's car dependent. It can be. I think both you and me know very well the troubles that the McLaren does have at that part of the circuit. But nonetheless, it can catch everyone out. You know, you need to ride those little triple strips on the end of the second part of the Ascari chicane, and they just tend to send the car a little bit skyward, and you suddenly find yourself running very, very wide. Dip a little tyre over there into the green part of the track in conditions like this, and it is all over. You will be going for a spin and having that lovely bowl of spaghetti with Barry R, the Italian Barry R. Of course, Barry R's got family members from all over the world. And here's the Italian Barry R today that we're going to be enjoying. Nick Perez and the number 700 car up into P10 now with Chris Murphy behind in the bluey livery Porsche, the 161. So Milk Racing team under a little bit of pressure now. It's going to be an interesting battle, Porsche versus Ford.
All sorts of pressure. Murphy looking extremely racy in this bluey Porsche. He's been all over the back of this MRT Ford and is showing his nose in a few places. He's giving him a bit of a wiggle and just saying, hello, Matty Neperis, I'm here. And as they come through Ascari, we were just chatting about it, they both look pretty planted through there. So the dry weather helping them out as the track evolves. But yeah, that Porsche Bluey really flying along at the moment.
Yeah, speaking of track evolution, now 26 degrees Celsius on track. We've only got up 1 degree Celsius in the ambient temperature, the air temp now 22 degrees Celsius. But as we were saying before, JC, it's enough to really dry out that track very, very quickly. The sun is actually briefly out again. This shower and storm, I suppose we could call it, that we're in right now is very intermittent. It's just coming and going. It's here and there. I don't envy the team's job out there right now, and the drivers will be, of course, still on their wet tyres from earlier on in the race, and they've just got to deal with finding that wet line and dealing with tyres that are going to be going to a very nasty place soon, because it's you know, don't heat up something and then rapidly cool it down. Well, that's what's happening to the tyres right now. It's just hot, cold, hot, cold.
Absolutely. Yeah, I don't envy the engineers who aren't driving at the moment either, because they're under the pressure of trying to make up a decision what they're going to do with these pit stops, which we are coming upon the pit stops shortly. I'd say the cars who take the most fuel per lap are probably thinking of pitting sometime in the next 5 minutes. The Porsche's probably have another 10 to 15 to go. But with this rain coming only lightly in the next 20 minutes to half an hour, there it is, actually just flicked over to 10 minutes as I speak. So it's going to be light, very, very light rain with still sunshine in 10 minutes. And then some sort of light to medium rain in half an hour. So you think wet tyres are still the play, but I don't know, with it being such a dry line and it getting warmer, and as we said, it looks like it's getting really dry really quickly. It'd have to be wet tyres. I can't imagine anyone would be ballsy enough to go out there for dry tyres. In fact, that rain in half an hour has now just switched to heavier rain. So hopefully that's made the decision easier for these pit stops, is to come in and get another set of wet tyres and just drive them through the dry line for the first half hour.
You're right. We just saw the number 700 car go for quite the slide, the Tokyo drift around the Ascari chicane. Very nice, now under attack by the Porsche, and the Porsche's going to be going for the inside line. Looks like they've got it. They've absolutely nailed it side by side, though. Ford's going to get the power down nicely on the exit, but Porsche does a better job of it on the inside. More grip over there, as you can see. So that is the 161 car, Chris Murphy, with a beautiful overtake through the Parabolica after a poor run for the Ford through the Ascari chicane, the exit. Look at the
Ford in a
slipstream
straight
going
line.
here.
Wow.
That is incredible. I wonder if the Bluey car is maybe saving a little bit of fuel, extending that stint a little bit more, and maybe not able to put the revolutions per minute that they need to through there. Oh, another near miss there. The Bluey car does get away with it. The number 700 car just couldn't do it. The Ford just couldn't do anything. It's a wide car. You're on the inside line. You got to ride a massive curve on the inside of the exit of the chicane. So there's nothing you can really do there. And I can just imagine the comms track right now from the engineers. They're going, oh, we should go on to dries. Oh wait, no, the weather's just changed. Oh, we should go on to wets. Oh, the weather's just changed. No, we should go for the dries. Oh wait, and that's Scardy with the beautiful move there as well, I believe. No, that is not. That is Johnson with a beautiful move there, the 111. Yeah, that was a nice move into the De La Rogia.
Yeah, it was pretty aggressive. I didn't know whether he was going to make it stick, but he got it to the apex beautifully. And as you said, it ended up looking very clean towards the end there. It was a little bit of a two-person overtake, but Johnson well and truly entitled to have a go at it. And as I said, he made the apex, and Snarky has gotten into the back of the Triple J Aston, that is Fleming there out on the beach. So Starkey, as we said before, driving from America, maybe with a little bit of rubber banding there. Anyone who's experienced rubber banding knows how really tricky it is to navigate. It's bloody scary sometimes when the car in front of you just start to teleport into your bumper. So maybe that has finally caught Starkey out there, and he's just gotten into the back of Fleming, who, fortunately enough, doesn't look like he's lost too many positions, and because they're coming into the pits soon, it probably won't cost them too much time, but you'll have to probably repair a little bit of damage there with Will Fleming. But back into P14, up into 13th goes Starkey, but he is probably looking for an invoice from Stewards sometime in the next 5 minutes.
Yes, I think that's absolutely the right call. We've also just seen the 960 car, Ruatima, spins again, spinning. I don't think it's again. I think that might be the first time we've seen them spin, actually. So it's not, I was going to say they spins again, but Neil Wood having a bit of an issue there on the exit of Parabolica, now getting a little bit involved with the 161 car. He'll go right past on the outside, but yeah, Starkey and that lag. It's not fun. It is not fun. I mean, you know where the braking zones are, but when you're dealing with, you know, even 100 milliseconds or 200 milliseconds of lag, it can really make an effect on the service. And it's a shame that we don't have some sort of quantum teleportation internet system, something like that. Completely instant, no lag anywhere. That would be the absolute gold standard of internet, but I digress a little bit. We are back to Creasy track now once again. And yeah, I just think that the engineers are going to be having a real trouble time here. You said that, you know, most people won't be thinking the dry tyres will be a sensible thing. That said, as we said before, it doesn't really matter what your lap times are. So if you can handle the car on dries in a little bit of rain, which, you know, we thought it was going to be a little bit, now it's going to be a lot, now it's back to being only a little bit in 30 minutes. So what do you even do in that situation? I mean, looking at the track right now from the helicam, that is a nice dry line. So as long as you're not overtaking or being overtaken and forced off the line, those dry tyres would work perfectly well in a situation like that.
Look at the weather widget again, though. That weather widget is literally changing every 15 to 20 seconds. We now have heavy rain in 10 minutes. Who bloody knows? As you said, that dry line, and I would be happy to take slick tyres on that dry line, knowing that there's probably only light rain coming, but you just don't know. We just cannot tell with this weather widget. It is a very tricky day to navigate the weather here in Italy.
Oh, that is a very opportunistic move on the outside. Zachary Smith, the 818, absolutely going for it. And nearly worked out for them, actually. They nearly got that done, but just carried a little bit too much speed. Had to lose, of course, the other cars were on the inside line, so they're going to get better traction. Anyway, Zachary Smith going for it once again, now on Dan Moffat. And this is going to be an interesting defend here. Zachary Smith will probably try standard on the brakes. He does. Moffat gets late on the brakes as well. Looks like the inside line is going to be Zachary Smith. Yeah, it's all him directly into the second corner. That is a very, very solid bit of overtaking there.
That is one of Asia Pacific's #1 drivers, showing you how it's done. Moffat there knew damn well he was coming. He moved to the middle. He defended as hard as he could. He broke as late as he could. But that is just the top 1% of drivers in this region, showing you how to overtake. So that's a banger of a move from Zachary Smith, and he needed to get it done too. He wants to stay with Sang, as we said. Those two coming from the back of the grid, he'll know that Sang's doing the same thing, and he does not want to lose any positions to him or put any cars between him and Sang. So he had to get that done. Oh dear, who's that out there? That looks like such a death.
Yeah.
Yes, P5 currently the Pro-Am leader, such a death with a 15-second penalty already. Has got it all wrong there, I think, at Lesmo 1. And Sang, Torfik and Smith all making their way through. So such a death back to P8. P9 potentially, Moffat might have also got through. Oh,
it looks like Moffat did get through, yeah. So we've got P9, yeah, P9 for the number 200 car. It's a disaster for them. So Sasha's just pushed it a little bit hard somewhere. We'll try and pull that up on a replay at some point soon, because I'll be fascinated to see exactly what's happened there to them in the Ferrari. It's a disaster. The Tifosi will be very upset seeing that, but Taufik still in the top 5 for the Ferraris, still more presence in the top 5 of cars at the moment. But yeah, that's going to let through a number of the top challengers, people that Sasha would have been wanting to defend against late in this race. Now there's a lot of work to do to catch back up and keep going with the likes of Chris Thang and Zachary Smith. And yeah, we were talking about that earlier, JCT. Zachary Smith and the 818, they need to be on the rear of the 878 car this entire race. It helps to have that slipstream effect. It helps for everything. Here's the replay. Let's see, I think it's just a Lesmo 1 cooking it. Yep, looks very similar to the BS Plus competition car and Hobbs and what he did earlier.
Yeah, the rear end just left on him. It didn't look like he did anything too wrong. It was pretty shallow entry, so maybe he had to put too much steering lock on, and the rear end just said, no thanks, I'm going this way now. went off and did its own thing.
Yeah, massive understeer moment there. So would have been putting a lot more input into the steering wheel. And yeah, I don't know what's happened with the Ferrari. I mean, we did see the Ferrari suffer from this a little bit at Laguna Seca, where the tires were really hot. That rear end of it just does not want to stick. I mean, they usually run a pretty high wing setup relative to other cars, even at circuits like this. See, the rear end is not playing ball at all for Sasha Death whatsoever. That is a rear end that does not want to exist anymore.
Especially now that he's gone and spun it, those tyres that are already sort of up in the 33s, 34s, probably 35s on this greasy track that's been dry line forming for a while. Those tyres were already under pressure. He's, as you said, having all sorts of trouble. He's trying to be getting the TC up as much as possible because that rear end is now on fire. I wonder if these guys are going to consider pitting just to sort of stem the bleeding here.
I think that might be the sensible thing to do. I mean, the conditions are going to change again soon. You're going to want to get the, have tyres on that are going to be appropriate for that. So let's have a little look at the steering inputs as well as we go through a scurry chicane. So much little micro adjustments. Oh, another slip there. That is scary stuff, JC. That is scary stuff for Shasta.
Absolutely, I'm nervous for him. I don't think these guys want to pit just yet. No one wants to pit just yet. Everyone will be trying to make it through to this next big burst of rain, so they can put wet tyres on and not completely blow them up before the rain gets here. So they will be trying to drive these tyres right to the edge of life just to try and get to that next period of rain. And that is indeed what Sasha Death's going to do. He's just going to have to bite the bullet and go for it.
Yeah, so they're just going to have to do that. I mean, they're essentially operating like flat tyres. There's just no turning. There's no grip at all. But nonetheless, we now get the pleasure of introducing another commentator to the commentary box. It is Cameron Thistlethwaite. Welcome in, Cam.
Thank you very much, George. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you. Done an excellent job in the first 8 hours. First hour. Not
yep,
8
first 8 hours. No, you're absolutely
first
right.
Hours, first hour.
Our job's done here. Race is over.
Amazing job by you and JC and to Glenn on the cameras as well. It's been a frantic first hours with a change of conditions, and looks like they're going to be changeable for the foreseeable future as well. What do they do?
Well, that's what we've been discussing, isn't it? We don't know. We just don't know. Car 23, drive-through penalty. That's the big one for causing collision on lap 12. That's a big penalty for 23. And that was the Ray-Ban's Ferrari, I believe.
Correct. So Shan Cheng was the one that we were seeing facing backwards around about Les Number 1 before. So they're at the back of the grid already. And that penalty is certainly not going to see them advancing too much in the next hour or so anyway.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So, Cam, you've obviously been watching a little bit as well. First hour, what's your take on it so far? Other than, we've had the weather. We've had a lot of excitement for that. The rain has just started to return. So here we go. 30 minutes out, looks like there's more rain. So, here we go, Sasha. That is wrangling right there. That is a car that needs to be wrangled. It is a wild.
Topic 711 is off to the right of the screen as well. We can't see it right now, but it's yellow flagged at the right of the second. Sorry to interrupt, George. But this is going to be a blessing for some and a detriment to others as well.
Hold on, you called it. That is Tufig. That's the other Ferrari. So, Cookie, you called it before. The Ferrari seem to struggle in these sorts of conditions, and it is both the Ferraris now. Sasha Death and Tufig, Too Furious out there at the outside of Scari. So the Ferraris really struggling. Now with the rain here, I would be crossing my fingers that these boys both get themselves into the pits. Just get it done. Get it over with. Get those new white wet tyres on. Oh, they're all having trouble now. There's plenty of cars on the outside of Parabolica. That is the Pixel Racers entry. Actually, no, it's the Polygon Racers entry. But the very Scani in the Nissan. Those guys don't want to pit just yet because they've got a lot of fuel left in that Nissan. Tufig not getting into the pit lanes, so they want one more lap just to try and make sure that this rain really sets in before they change those tyres.
By the looks of the car, it looks like he had a think about it. He really had a good think about it. I think he might have wanted to come into the pits there, but the engineers have told him that you need to do one, maybe even 2 or 3 more laps, and that'll probably be after a check of the fuel gauge. That was a definite, hey, I want to come in, with someone on the other end of the line screaming, stay out. Out.
Stay out.
Yeah.
We've got more carnage at Parabolica 91 up as well. But yeah, absolutely. Like, to answer your question before, I'm not surprised Sasha Depp's tires were going up. They were pushing really hard when the track was drying out. But I'm amazed. I think everyone's just a little bit panicky. I think, to be honest, the tires are probably still okay for this kind of level of rain. But obviously, replay here, I did see some rear damage on the back of this car as well, so I suspect there's going to be some tire collision as well. Just the smallest of slides, and then the tank slapped into the wall. Not too bad, to be honest. This is as light as you can get, I think, at that corner.
Yeah, I mean, it's always, you feel the car going, and then you put in a little bit of input, and then the car says, I'd like to go hard left or hard right, and that's it. And the inertia physics takes over at that point, and you really can't do a lot to fix it, especially in conditions like this. If they had a little bit more extra grip out there, that would have been a save, I think.
Very good demonstration of how to rejoin the track there from Too Big for anyone watching too. He was very patient. He looked like he was going to have a couple of stabs at trying to rejoin, getting across the road and off the racing line, but 3 or 4 times thought better of it, and then eventually just put it into reverse and got back on safety. So a nice rejoin there from Too Big. Cost him a fair bit, but that's what you got to do. If you have an accident, you can't just rejoin willy-nilly. You've got to get back on safety. Clean's done very well there. Too Big to do that as he's back into P11 now.
Yeah, and we've got a number of pit stops actually happening right now. The number 20, Jacob Fleming, coming in. We've got Chris Thang in for the 878 and the 200 car. Sasha Des will serve that 15-second penalty in the pits before handing over the car maybe to Daft. There'll be the 2-person team, of course. Sasha might go for a double stint, though. It's a fairly regular thing to do. Just, yellow flag here involving Mitch Hobbs in the 89 car. So it looks like we've had an issue up the front of the grid as well. We might be able to bring that up for a replay for everyone, but Mitch Hobbs seems to be moving rather slowly for a long period of time there. So I think there's been a coming together slightly earlier on. There's still a yellow flag at Lesmo 1. So with the condition of the tyres right now, they've gone from wet to dry, they're over pressure, they're overheated, and now we're suddenly back to wet weather racing, and that's Hobbs off the racing line of the Scari. That car is carrying a lot of damage. Let's see if we can get a close-up view, because the car is in pieces nearly, unfortunately, so they've had a big issue on the car.
That's running really low. Is he going to punch?
Yeah.
That's running really low at the rear left.
That's a good point, yeah. The car is definitely drooping up the
that's damage at the front as well.
Undrivable. That is simply undrivable. They'll be pitting.
Oh, goodbye.
That is a Porsche taking a very interesting racing line. That's the Tokyo drift line at Parabolica.
Yeah, Maloney's coming. I mean, everyone, to be honest, 55 minutes is the most you're going to get out of yourself. And here comes as well the AVR car as well behind. Yeah, Hobbsy, well, he's going to lose time a lot with just the repairs for sure.
Too right. So there we go. Zachary Smith in the pits, as well as Mitch Hobbs, a couple of our leaders of the race, running up in the top 10 currently. And it's now just under 7 hours remaining in this race. Look at the weather right now, everyone. It is rain. So at least the decision now is quite simple for the teams, isn't it?
We have said that a couple of times now. Yeah, is it? I know we've said that a couple of times. Just every time we seem to say that, it seems to dry out again, and it's like, well, what are we actually doing here? And Sean Muller put it absolutely spot on the chat before. This is the most Melbourne weather I have ever seen. Yeah. It is raining with the sun shining at times.
Oh, again, we saw this earlier in the race. Just the lazy, long sliders, the rear just pendulums around. Oh no!
Oh dear!
That's not great. That's gonna be left and stewards. But I don't think they're gonna kindly. Unfortunately, I think that 419 Porsche has become collateral damage in that instance. Oh,
yeah,
dear.
Looks like it was slightly mistimed there. Unfortunately, the spin was very nice of a hole, but yeah, there was traffic incoming, and yeah, I mean, might have been trying for a slightly smaller arc there, but ended up slap bang in the middle at 0 speed on the racing line. That collision was just a matter of time, unfortunately. Mitch Hobbs will go back out in the number 89 car, all repaired up after their first pit stop in this race. They'll be on fresh wet tyres. And yeah, so I was trying to bring some stability to the predictions here for the weather, but yeah, I think a very fair point there from you, JC, that we keep saying these things, but it's just not true. I think this goes back to the Murray Walker quote of we don't make predictions here, we make prophecies that turn out to be false, and that's certainly been true so far, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's just been crazy. It looks, honestly, let's touch wood, it looks like it's going to be properly heavy rain now for at least half an hour, and especially in that half an hour box there, it is heavy rain plus. So with an already wet track and only wet weather increasing over the next half an hour, as we said, this next decision for your tyres is relatively simple, and they get to put nice wet tyres on. Those honestly, those last 60 minutes, those tyres, go and get them and put them in a bloody Hall of Fame somewhere. They have done the most work of any set of tyres I've ever seen. They have been screening through wet, through dry, through slides. They are properly heroic. Not only those tyres, but the drivers as well. Congratulations to everyone in that first stint. As we come through the first round of pit stops now, Tom Maloney was leading from the front by quite so much. He got off to a great start and has absolutely nailed his first stint. So he's now put, I believe, Jean-Pierre Senekis into the car. This is his first time driving the Porsche, by the way. Well, maybe not his first time driving it, but his first time competitively driving it. The two Senekis boys pretty new to the Porsche for competitive driving. Oh, that's Herbert's teammate. I'm not sure who's in the car at the moment. But that McLaren just ignoring the second chicane there. But as I said, great job to all the drivers in that first stint. Extremely tricky stuff, really challenging conditions, and a really good effort for most of them to get through unscathed.
Couldn't agree more. Yeah, and that was Herbert, and he's still in the cars. He's going for a double stint there. Jean-Pierre Senekis, of course, another McLaren fanboy, so he'll be happy and sad to see a McLaren behind him in some ways, but driving the Porsche for the first time today, it'll be interesting to see how he goes out there. Of course, incredibly fast, both of the Senekis brothers, incredibly quick, and of course with Tom Maloney. I mean, what a stint that was. Really, really cool karma collection, and that start and the restart, absolutely critical for the 191 car. If they had not done that perfectly, they would have been in all sorts of trouble. We talk about the Vulture Pack. Well, there is 42 cars behind them that would be very, very keen to see that car sideways, slipping through a corner, doing a poor restart, poor initial start. I mean, that safety car restart was stunning from him. Got on the power just at the exit of parabolic, just where the grip comes back into the car. Got a really good launch on Herbert. But now, this is a fantastic race because it's 191 versus 422, and Herbert is flying at the moment, and Senekis needs to get his eye in and get the pace down as soon as possible, clearing this package of traffic, key for the 191 race and the Kovacs Purple team.
Just wanted to sneak in here with a little bit of bias before we keep going. Into turn one there, Jean-Pierre Senekis just overtook Eric Scani for P3, but Eric Scani was temporarily in P3 in the Polygon races on pace alone.
Pace alone. Exactly.
Oh, we start up the Scani for Pro hashtag. Please get that in chat as soon as possible.
Absolutely amazing job. I was going to say, yeah, the leading car, the Porsche, did go very long on its pit stop to extend as far as it can, but it looks like he ultimately did lose out. A fair few positions falling behind even the 474, like GTR, like you said. You know, to be fair, they did start further down than the Porsche. The Porsche was at the front. And it's been an amazing drive from Scotty as well this first stint. He's got another stint to do, and hope he's up for it.
100%. Yeah, I think Scani in that started outside the top 20. I can't remember exactly where. Maybe even outside the top 30, but it was definitely outside the top 20. So Scani has put in a proper shift. So here's in the GTR.
So here's the stat for that. Eric Scani started P35 in this race.
Yeah, Scani.
And got past the leader, the guy, the leading car, the pole car that led pretty much the whole first stint and got past it on pace alone. Amazing job by Keys as well to get basically 70 minutes of fuel out of his tank as well. Really, really outstanding effort. Obviously, seeing Keys and Taufik did jump the 191 Porsche in those stops as well, but did box earlier. So, dare say, I think that Porsche is probably going to be the last pit come the end of this stint. But amazing job by you guys as well, commentating that first set of stint. I'm not sure if it's just me for the next hour, but well, surely we'll try to emulate you boys as well on the microphone.
No, all good. I think we've got Brent Sykes coming in at around about 11:30. So I think Cookie and I know I can. I've got Yoda going in the car next, so I've still got a little bit more free time before I go and jump in the car. And looking forward to having a bit of a race in the wet. But for now, you can keep me at least around for another 10-15 minutes. And as I said, I think Brent Sykes is going to jump in and join you in about 10 to 15 minutes time.
Exactly.
And JC with free of charge.
Yeah. you get the GC-JC combo today. Both sticking around. It's been an exciting race. I mean, I don't really want to take my eyes off it, to be fair.
Yep, I'm the same. I'm happy to hang around. This has been a banger so far, and it's going to get better and better, I would suggest.
Why did we change comms on the hour? It's like that's when all the exciting pit stops happen. You know? Yes. We should really plan things a bit better than that, but we're not complaining in this race. It's been stellar so far. Thanks, however, mixed change of conditions. I always petition people when I'm high and dry in the combox.
Yeah, it's the commentator's box equivalent of a hospital pass, isn't it? Just when everything is happening and all the positions are confused around, but just throw in a commentator completely fresh and see if they can figure it out.
wet race, I'm happier than Mr. Krabs when he sees a $1 bill on the floor.
Absolutely right. I mean, wet racing is the gem of endurance racing, to be honest. I mean, we've all been in the car, we've all experienced these conditions in endurance races. As a driver in a team, the brain cells start to tick over at a rather faster rate. The stress levels and anxiety is a little bit further up there as well. But from a viewing point of view, I mean, this is peak racing right now.
Yeah, 100%. We all bitch and whinge when we're driving in the rain because it's like, oh, this is too hard. And I've been practicing in the dry, and I don't have a wet setup. But honestly, this is what gets your heart going the high, and that's what we do it. This is why we do it. This is why we sim races, because we all want to get that adrenaline pumping. We all want the heart rate going, and it is in the wet, in these changeable conditions when you're battling the elements. That's when I think you're at your peak sim race powers. So I'm all for it. As I said, I can't wait to get in the car and go to 10 hours time.
Yeah, it's going to be super exciting. I do want to do a couple of housekeeping items, of course. So welcome to everyone in chat, Twitch, of course, we're live on, and YouTube as well. Give us a like and a follow and a subscribe and all the good things there. And I do want to call attention to our sponsor today, Permobil, who do such amazing work for the disability support assistance, financial assistance, all kinds of assistance, in fact. So Permobil sponsoring our endurance event through the Italian job. That was a nice overtake there that we just witnessed to Ascari. Beautiful, beautiful work. But Permobil doing incredible work in the background. We've also just released a new video on YouTube, which is a crossover, an in-depth look, crossing the divide is what it's called, Permobil X Octane online racing. A look into sim racing where we've got a couple of very well-known figures from Permobil and OOR jumping in and talking about sim racing. Go and have a little look on the Octane online racing YouTube channel. So please go and have a look at that. And a big thanks to the race admins in the background, the race directors and stewards, and Permobil, of course, just what legendary work they do to bring us into this hobby and this community.
Yeah, spot on. Well said, Cookie. Hats off to the organisers as well. Obviously, OOR and Fletcher, mate. We're going to say that all day, but he's carrying the show today, so big hats off to Fletcher, mate. We were talking before about this Bentley. We just saw naked nice move. That car looks on rails. Just watching it go through first, second Lesmo, and then a Scar and Parabolica. It looks. Oh, never mind. Is that pulling over there? No, that's not the Bentley. So that's the Ferrari. That Bentley looks on rails. I wouldn't mind being in that Bentley today in these conditions.
Absolutely, yeah. Taufik looks a little bit lost at sea out there. He's just done his pit stop. I think it's not looking too hot right now. Granted, nothing to take away from the Bentley. He's doing an excellent job, but did get my calls wrong, unfortunately. Yeah, Taufik and Kiki's now falling behind the obviously Bushes. They hadn't done their pit stops yet. That's McLaren bringing a blue flag car trying to get out of the way, and hopefully doesn't find himself on the grass too much as well, as Taufik comes to hopefully get past as well.
We were talking about this earlier, blue flag's such a tricky course. There's only a few real opportunities to let the car pass. I mean, this is one of them right now. This is nice and easy. Just get off the throttle at the end of this straight into Ascari, and the car on the outside will take the racing line. Easy peasy, done. Done and done, basically. But Lesmos, have fun. Good luck. That's not a nice place to be blue flagged.
It's hard enough going there just by myself, to be honest. I always get it wrong. But yes, Lesmo is always a tricky one. Got the 116 car off at the exit of a fairly open who shot the first chicane, so I wonder if they've gone for a little bit of a spin up on power exit. The ANZ CRL black car.
Yeah, and Taufik, of course, was having those issues with the rear tyres, and I'm trying to think, yeah, they did come in for their pit stop just recently, so they'll be on nice fresh tyres. And this is in a way, it does make it slightly easier. Wet tyres, they're fresh, they're at the right PSI now. There's no massive dry line that's going to evolve anytime soon because we've got wet weather for the foreseeable future. It's only 30 minutes in the future, unfortunately. But Taufik will be feeling much more comfortable, as well with Sasha Def, both of them pushing the car really hard. And that really caused them to lose a huge amount of grip at the rear. The Ferraris just, they look very, very difficult to drive at the end of their stint. So we're very happy to be back onto fresh tyres. Car number 2, a 15-second penalty for causing a collision on lap 31. I'm not sure if we caught that on cameras, but I don't think we did.
Tell you who else will be feeling much more comfortable is the 878 BMW entry. Wong currently in the car after taking over from Sang. Now has a 14-second gap to the 818 car. That's the Smith car that was currently, they were chasing Sang around. Those two had come through the pack from the back of the grid. So now they're up into P4 and 5. But at some point during the pit stops, Wong has absolute completely cleared Oliver and is now 15 seconds clear and continuing to make his way through traffic. That is the blue flag Triple J entry of Fleming. I'm not sure who's in that car at the moment. And then another little blue flag down there into turn one as the Aston gets a little bit adventurous, but manages to pull it up nicely, so not too bad. But yeah, Wong and that BMW car, they've just got a nice, beautiful little bit of gap now. They've got a bit of work to do to close down the Aston of Lucas Keys, who I think is either double stinting or he's got another stint to go. He probably has another stint to go. Sorry, I've pit stop to go. I've done pit stop.
Yeah,
we talked about that before. But yeah, as I was saying, Wong doing very nicely here up in P4, and he's had a great day so far, that the BMW car, so good luck to them for the rest of the day. Hobbsy got up to a great start as well. Looks like he's double stinting, currently still sitting in P6, so just toddling along nicely. He's been up and around about P3, P4, P5, so just in P6 at the moment, going along nicely. And Empress as well in the MRT Ford, having a great day up there in P7.
Yeah, too right. I mean, Niporest, they've been pretty consistent out there so far. I mean, holding on to P7 is no small thing. Wong now pushing very hard through the Ascari, nearly lost to BMW. That was a close one. Crikey. But they are having a mega run. I mean, that first stint from Sang was just absolutely bonkers. Up 38 positions in this race so far. They do have a pit stop done as well, which means they're equal to everyone who's around them. Everyone's now done their first pit stops. Some around the grid done 2 or 3 pit stops due to damage, among other things. Pat Oliver just not able to keep up. 14 seconds the gap. That is a big one. I mean, whether it was in the pit stop, I'm just trying to see. Looks like the 878 had a slower pit stop than the 880, so not quite sure what's happened there. Pat Oliver just maybe just taking a little bit extra time to get used to the car in these conditions, possibly. Could be a Ford thing.
Absolutely, yeah. And to be honest, like, no matter how suited the car is, it's the squishy thing behind the wheel that makes all the difference. I think as part of it looks to clear a blue flag car, probably not in the most ideal way, but it got past no damage. That's I think it's as good as you can ask, to be honest.
Oh dear, big whack there. That's Hobbs and Kai Rudin, by the way. That is Hobbsy, who has picked himself up a stop-go 10. Just talking about he's still up there in P6 and going along nicely. That's not a curse, because obviously that's come through before I said that, but he has rejoined at the track unsafely at some point. And the stewards have got out the big stick for that one.
Yeah, that was the Lesmo one when he did the rather rapid turn into the Porsche on the exit of Lesmo 1, unfortunately. So that is a stop-go 10. That is a huge slap on the wrist. We did expect, of course, the stewards to hand out a penalty for that one, because it was a rejoin directly onto the racing line at a very low speed. So Hobbs just got it a little bit wrong there, unfortunately. So he'll have to brush that off, but a stop-go 10, I mean, that's into the pits. You're going to be losing 40, 50 seconds from that at the very least. It's going to put them well down the grid, and they'll have to start to make their way back through the grid once again. I mean, a big recovery drive from a lot of big teams today.
Yeah, if anything, it's going to send them right into the battle pack. They're not exactly that clear into the lead, into the very far reaches of the top 10 to kind of clear most of it. So yeah, I think that's probably going to put them into the 20s, I reckon, in terms of the positioning. But dim view being seen from the stewards for that rejoin, and to be fair, he did collide with another car and cost someone else some damage as a result. And that's they've got 6 hours and 38 minutes to make up for it, and he's going to come in and serve it right away. As the slow struggle begins for the BS Plus competition BMW.
Yep. Now you just got to make sure you have just got to make sure you absolutely nail the pit entry and pit exit at this point. And don't get yourself another penalty, which sometimes can indeed have.
Oh, I lost you, George. What's happened there? It's dropped out.
And my audio just dropped out. There we go.
Parted. Oh, he's back!
Yeah, just decided to, give everyone a little bit of a surprise, a little bit of shock there. We're back. And I also want to call attention to the... Yeah. Just leave everyone hanging with the lack of information there. My bad. Apologies for that. Triple 8 car as well. They are in the wars. Triple 8, unfortunately. Livingston now in the car. for them. So this is Power Sim Sport down the grid slightly, but they are having not the best time out in P30 right now. Doing very, very well early on, of course, up there at the beginning of the grid. I do believe, I do check this, down 23 positions in this race, along with the 188 car. So we've had a few cars that have not had a great time out there today. But the 888 car, we had a lot of hopes and expectations. They were part of the top 10 shootout, right up there at the top of the grid, but unfortunately, a couple of mistakes. It's just seen drop down the grid, sadly.
Yeah, we saw that car piloted by Squires at the start. He's pointing onto the scene in the sprint race. Oh, it was a bit of surprise sent from the 818. I think the 888 kind of let him go. Probably didn't plan that one as well as it could have, but oh well. But yes, I was going to say, Squires is kind of going on the scene in the sprint series and endurance here. It is very fast out the box. So kind of learning, it's not just speed that you need to tick a few more boxes, and but you'll surely get those requirements filled up and himself an all-round race. So he's definitely got this speed for it, as he proved at Donington by putting it on the front row in the sprint round in the BMW and not the Ford this time. I guess they probably BMW's probably liking these kind of. I think the BMW is probably a bit more of an all-rounder car than the Ford from what we're seeing. I think the Ford seems to be being a bit of a mixed bag in terms of what you can get out of it. It's very much down to the user from what I'm seeing. Not seeing a lot of people use that 6th gear, that's for damn sure, coming down the straights, even here, to be honest.
No, one thing you can get out of the Ford is the rear end. That thing will step out whenever you like, which makes it a very fun car to drive. We do have a question in the chat. I'm going to leave that for you two to consider and think about while I make a small announcement. So we do next Saturday on the 8th of June, a very special event being held by the Octane online racing community. 90 minutes at Nords. Pick a Porsche, any Porsche, and absolutely go for it. $5 per driver entry fee, and all the money raised is going to go to our good friend Sean Muller to assist in his recovery. Of course, for those who haven't heard, Sean Muller has had a few health issues recently. He's been in hospital. The communities have come out in force to support this great man. He's a familiar voice in the commentary box, a beacon of enjoyment and entertainment around the community. We all love him to bits. So we're going to have a all Porsche race, 90 minutes Lords, Saturday, 8th of June. Get it in your calendar, get involved. All the money raised will be going to our good friend Sean. So giveaways, TBA. You can drive it solo or in a 2-driver team. There'll be a couple of giveaways through that, and we will be enjoying that next week. So get involved, please. That'd be really, really appreciated. We'll have details up for that race tomorrow in the Discord community.
Absolutely well said, and great to support our fellow community member Sean Muller, and hopefully we can get him behind the wheel and behind the mic ever so soon. But he's doing a great job out there, recovering well. And yeah, absolutely great to see the community rally behind these good causes for sure. Check in tomorrow, get the deets, see what we'll be giving away. Everything all will be in the Discord at you'll find for sure. Connor Archer here, looking at the back, I believe one of the BMWs, but I don't think it. Nope, it is for position. It is Carl Johnson. No, but it's not. Sorry, it's the 12, but it's completely wrong today. But it's a BMW shaped car. That's as far as I can get.
That's a fair mistake to make. It is a blue BMW. You had me going too. I thought that is for position. I had to have a double check.
Blue BMW. They love the blue. There's another one. There's another one going through. I mean, it's more red than blue, but the blue's still there. So I don't know if anyone's actually seen. There's been a new announcement from the BMW team with their, I think it's the M6. Beautiful livery. Absolutely beautiful livery.
There's
the Le Mans car, the new art car.
Are they still running the M6?
No, M6.
No, M6. I'll just be getting my numbers wrong. That's pretty standard for the commentary box.
The M4 Evo was announced for next year, though.
I missed the M6. It got me excited. The M6, the downshifts in that car. I did my first ever enduro in that car, and that's a very good sounding vehicle in this game, at least. I don't know what it says up in real life, but the downshifts in the BMW M6, chunky.
They got the little pop going with them, don't they?
Beautiful sound.
Big V8 with twin turbos with sort of an asymmetric exhaust design as well, which is why it sounded so kind of really It was a very interesting car to drive. I was a big fan of the M6, but you know, I'm a big fan of those big barges, to be honest.
Well,
It was quite a weapon.
it's appropriate you say that. We've got a comment in chat saying the sound is choo 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 choo. So some people are thinking it sounds a little bit more like a train, but I know I've driven it as well. It's fantastic.
And what it did,
It's a lot longer than the M4, isn't it?
No, the M4 is actually longer. It's a weird thing, despite it's just the proportions that I think the Ford now takes that in terms of the longest, aircraft carry-on grid. But yes, I think BMW started with a turbocharger and then added a V8 into it.
Where does the Mercedes fit into that, I wonder? Because it looks longer than it probably is with that.
It's
long
actually quite
nose that it's
small.
got. Yeah.
It's actually quite a short car. It's quite short and stumpy. You know, in a way, it's a pretty small car. It doesn't have much overhang. But I think it's kind of different philosophies in terms of. I think when you got a big, long car with big overhangs, you can generate a lot of downforce from that floor. You don't necessarily have to wait on the splitter and the wings too much. But then again, you cost some agility.
I just noticed that car number 2 got a penalty. That's a familiar number. I went and checked the entry list. That is David McNulty, by the way. I don't know if we can go and point the camera at that man, but that if you've been in OR long enough, you know Robert Wenzel and David McNulty. These two have been in OR since inception.
Oh, he's flashing the lights.
There they are. Team last name. Bender will be having a bloody ball out there in the rain. This man absolutely froths weather, so I reckon he's turned up knowing this is going to rain. That's the only reason he's bloody here. I bloody love seeing them out there. They've picked up some penalties, and they're having a great whole bloody time in the Ford. Good on them. Good to see you, Bender. Love you. And Suma as well. Those two getting the job done here for 8 hours together a day. Absolute pleasure to watch them go about their business.
And the Haribo library as well. I mean, I've just got to take my hats off to that. Sugar and sim racing go hand in hand. And that library there, Haribo, is definitely one of the top sugary sweets providers out there. So I've got to respect that too. Absolutely love it. But the question is, I mean, are we fans of the sour Haribo? And he's off. Yeah, so we've maybe a little bit too much sugar on that one.
No, that's just blue flag.
Sugar rush.
That's just very efficient blue flagging is what Bender's produced there. That's showing you how it's done. That's fine. Probably didn't even get a track cut warning for that. All good. Play on.
Bender,
I'm probably going to get in trouble.
Flip.
I'm probably going to get in trouble, but I don't even know what Haribo is. I know you've told me now that it's confectionery and that there's
confectionery,
sweet and sour and stuff, but I've never heard of it. I didn't know what this livery was.
Okay, yeah.
So
You born in a barn?
Well, I was born in England, so that's probably why I know it.
Yeah, well, I was going to say, we're the Rule Britannia commentary team against UJC. We're both born in England right now.
Well, that's probably why you know what it is. If they're British sweets and you're coming over here and trying to get me to explain what they are.
But you don't know what
I've never heard of
mix
it.
is.
Right. Okay. Well, I'm sure they're delicious. I'll go and find them at my local Woolworths.
I bet you had like
never
dentist parents, so you're like, no sugar, no fun.
Nah, my teeth are garbage. You should see some of the fillings and shit I've got in my teeth. I had plenty of lollies as a kid. You would tip. Just never heard of Haribo.
It's one of those towns with smiles. Maybe you are British.
If getting a first little nice bit of feedback in chat here too from Chris Taylor. We talked about before the heroic drivers that took on that first stint. Chris Taylor, the first to provide some feedback in chat, saying that it was the hardest stint he's ever done, I think. And to us, George, that's what it looked like.
Yeah, it looked really difficult out of that. I mean, we all know that changing conditions will throw, a lot of strategy and driver sensibilities out to the wind for the most part. But to see the tyres go from dry to wet to dry to wet, I mean, I've only had 1 or 2 races in my entire career where I've had, wet tyres on, goes dry, they go really hot, really overheated, and then it suddenly goes back to rain. So a couple of times at the most. And I did not do well in those races. That was really, really difficult. So we saw it with the rear ends on the cars, just no grip whatsoever. And then having to adjust as well. How do you even get a tyre that is way overheated back into the range? And that's what they've been getting out there. So, hats off. And Chris Taylor, they're giving us the information from down the ground. It was difficult.
Yeah.
Oh,
we won't give him.
Oh, Bender!
He nearly goes for a wall's end. I was going to say we're about to give
He's fine.
Yeah. It was difficult out there. I think it was
He's having a fucking ball. I love it.
He's enjoying. I mean, he's chosen the right car for this too. He's in a Ford, flashing the lights there again. Yeah, confirming our suspicions. Obvious facts there, I think, just objectively true things. and enjoying the wet weather. And the Ford as well, gets to step the rear out, gets to counter steer on the straight, because why not? It's just a bore of a time, isn't it? Let's go on board and have a little look at the fun.
I've just got to be a little bit careful because that car in front, I think he's battling for position. And I know that he's flashing at us. We know that he's flashing at us. He's just saying hello. But poor old Hode in that McLaren could be like, who is this bloody Ford flashing him behind?
Yeah.
He's going to stick a report into the stewards. But the stewards don't know what's going on. They're just going to slap Bender with another cheeky penalty here for open or flashing, or at least give him a warning.
Do a flip.
He's that Hode. I actually didn't enjoy
That
it.
is.
That Hode. So this is a battle for position here. Ben, whilst having a chat to us and letting us know he's having a bit of fun, he's also balls deep in a battle here. So good on him. I hope he gets this done. This is an AM class trying to pass to pro, by the way.
Don't worry, he stayed out of trouble. He's only got 30 seconds of penalties. And when he gets to triple digits, he might start, being a bit more
Pulling his
sensitive.
head in.
You might realise it
fun.
eventually.
All power to him.
Well, this is the key thing in endurance racing. It's a race. Yes, it is. Yes, we're all competitive in this community. Yes, we like to see good results, but first and foremost, we like to see good, clean, fun racing. And if you're not having fun out there, then what are you doing in an endurance race? It's 8 hours of pure fun, and at the end, you'll get to have a real laugh about what's happened in the race, and some good banter and good community vibes going on. I mean, this is why I love endurance racing, because it really is a team effort, and you get closer to your mates. You have a lot of fun out there on track. You get a bunch of stories to come away with, and that to me is the essence of endurance racing.
Yeah, spot on. Couldn't agree more. We're still doing the sprint series, and we're still doing the duos in between, and all of those are great. And they're good fun, and you kind of have to draw yourself into those, and you have to do a bit of practice, and you have to turn up. But then when you get into them, they're fun. But these endurance races, there's nothing better than these endurance races. As I just said, this is the pinnacle of what we do. I reckon the long day with your mates, and the battle of attrition that it is. And I agree with you completely. I think this is the best thing that we do, these endurance races, and they can be. We don't want to do them too often. We don't want to have too many of them and grind ourselves into the dust, and then these become garbage too. But I think we've got a really nice balance here at the moment, doing this sort of every 4, 5, 6 weeks. But as I said, the last time we did one of these was in February, back in February at Bathurst, and it feels like ages. So I was really looking forward to this one, even though I don't particularly enjoy Monza or any of the Italian tracks. So I've been really looking forward to this, because as you said, these days, these 8-hour days with your mates are the best.
Yeah, too right. Of course, we've got Misano and Imola up in the calendar for the Italian job. A trifecta of amazing races. Misano's going to be a bit of fun as well. Should be nice, maybe even a little bit of night racing there, we'll see. But yeah, last season, season 4 of the endurance calendar 2023, it's 9 races involved now, including a 24-hour race at Spa. Of course, we hope to see 24 hours to Nordschleife. I'm fingers crossed. Yeah. I think that's on the plan, so I'm really looking forward to that race, because the 24-hour races are just a category above. You've got endurance racing, it's anything 12 hours and under, essentially. But 24-hour race is a totally different situation. But even 8 hours is a long period of driving. Still a lot of coordination. Lots can happen. 6.5 hours from now, we'll be finding out who has managed to fight back, who has managed to lose out even further, and who will come across the line to take the check flag.
I can already hear Mike Crick's PC sweating at the idea of a 24-hour race again. A little bit of a cutting there from the yellow Ferrari. There's the field spread the field's definitely a lot more spread out in the second stint. There's not too surprising, but I think everyone's kind of in their own space. But exceptional driving here from Barham as well. We saw him clear at Taufik, and Taufik's actually dropped back a few more positions back to 14. Really not well shaped, but wherever got the pressures wrong in that Ferrari, obviously probably on the wet tyres. I imagine it would be dropping down a lot further if they weren't on the wet tyres. But yeah, not been the best of stints for the 711 Ferrari. Obviously had the crash and the sort of spin and a small tap of the wall at the end of their first stint, but I didn't think I wasn't expecting this one. We got a white flag, which means we got a slow car on track somewhere in this Ascari section.
Yes.
Hopefully they've gone.
Yeah, we've just had the 888 and the number 60 come together at Ascari. That's Harrison Livingston for the 888 car, and the number 60 is Colin McNair, both involved in that, going very, very slowly at the X for the Ascari. Looks like they may have come together during the entry into Ascari, which is a pretty prime overtaking zone, but get it wrong and yeah, you're gonna be suffering quite a lot out there. I'd also want to call attention to the fact that if anyone had gone on the dries, they'd be ruining that decision at this point. Luckily, by the time the pit stops came around, it wasn't fluctuating as much, right? Like, it's just rain out there now, thank goodness for them.
I hope to God there's no one out there on dries. And if they are, they would have had to have pitted by now with the wet weather absolutely bucketing down again now and increasing rain in 10 minutes. If they are out there on dries, or they were, they've shortly come back and pitted again. Tell you what, you said there was a collision here between 60 and AAA. I'd contest that is probably holding the record now for the largest age gap between competitors. That's the Sim Seniors entry. So you would assume, I don't actually know, but you would assume Sim Seniors are probably senior. And Livingston, I know, in that, and Squires and that, they're sub 18, sub 16. I think Livingston's 15 or something. So I reckon if that's coming close to the largest age gap that we've ever seen have a collision in an OR race, I think that'd be up there.
This is the battle between experience and talent, isn't it?
Yeah, spot on, coming together there.
Yeah, I mean, will be interesting to hear. Maybe we can get someone in chat from the respective teams letting us know the average age in the team. Here it is. Oh dear.
The AAA comes across, and I don't think there's 60. I don't think that there's nowhere else to go, to be honest.
Yep, absolutely. I'd agree with that.
So
60 was on the racing line. Yeah, the 60 was on the racing line and had nowhere to go on the outside. They were in the right place, didn't need to go anywhere. But the AAA just came across them, really, didn't they?
Yeah, unfortunately, we'll leave that one to the stewards. Maybe a safe play on. Looks like they managed to get going without too much further issues, and I don't think there was actually much contact unless one of them found the wall after it. But it should hopefully not affect their race too much. And the Colin McNair's McLaren is looking pretty straight all around. So yeah, I think time loss, damage limitation. Just play on right now. But we'll see what stewards say.
Also in McLaren, so the Scari's not a fun place to be regardless. But either way, they are wrangling the car pretty well so far. Missing apex there, but they will get going again and get a decent exit. Now Triple Eight getting under a little bit of pressure from the Ford behind, Callahan at the helm. The 464 car, I believe. So this is we're in P30 right now for Colin McNair, but at the end of the day, like we said earlier, if you finish the race, you are a winner. You just got to get through these 8 hours. It's not easy to do, but if you can find a way to do that, regardless of the position you finish, you're going to feel like a bit of a winner at the end of the race.
Ooh, that was the Bentley. Absolutely. Yeah. Take a massive bite out of the chicane there and managed to keep it going on the straight and narrow, but that could have been very deadly there. I think it was a BMW that they were either lapping or battling with, and they almost came together. Another yellow flag back here. Who's that?
Celtic.
Backwards. Oh, no. No, it isn't. It is Matt Callahan.
No, it is. It's 711 isn't there. It's the hood side of the track.
Oh,
it's just before
yellow.
the chicane.
Maybe we saw 2 cars then. I don't know whether we could just flip to this one because they were backwards. It is! Tofix reversing. What is he doing?
Executing
the garage.
Oh,
dear.
No. Oh, I hope that's not. That might have been an automated
disqualification for driving backwards on track. Yeah.
I was going to say, you're doing too far. Yeah, we've been cleared from race control.
Yeah, one of those things you do eventually learn through process of elimination of trying to get back onto a racing track if you go backwards is do not reverse anywhere on an ACC circuit because it will reset you. It looks like they had their penalties cleared those, so they will be able to get going, but they've got a wait time in their head now, don't they?
Correct. They ran about 3 minutes. I'm not sure how exactly long it is, but I think Taufik again was just trying to do the right thing. We saw him rejoin correctly at the edge of Scar in his first stint, where he didn't just drive across the track, he put it into reverse and he rejoined safely. I think that was his intent there. He obviously wasn't trying to do anything silly, he just wanted to rejoin safely. So he was trying to back himself into the large grass area that existed in the chicane just behind him, but travelled too far in reverse, and as we said, that automatic disqualification from the game can be pretty nasty, send him back to the pits, and that's it's going to be P14, probably right to the back of the pack. I don't know how many cars we've lapped now, but that'll be that'll be back of the pack basically for Taufik.
Well, yeah, update on that. We've got one line one car, Jean-Pierre Senecas, by the way, out to a 12-second advantage over the 422. Herbert's still in the car, so that's a great stint so far for Jean-Pierre Senecas and the 191 team. They're on lap 52, so Lucas Keys has just come across the line. By the way, Lucas Keys, what a job that man is doing right now in P3, and only 1.8 seconds off the back of P2. Really impressive work. 878 cars just come across for the 52nd lap. Everyone else on lap 51 down till P23, who's on lap 50. Lap 49 for P35 and down, just coming across into the 50th lap as well. So there's about the last person on the grid, which is Ocean Chang. They've had a stop go. They've had all sorts of issues for them. P43, 48th lap. So there is a 4-lap difference now between the leaders and last place.
I hate to do this to you, JPC, but we got a replay. Oh, no, it's the 590. I believe Ferrari and yeah.
The Ferrari and Ferrari action. That yellow Ferrari's actually come off very lucky. They were spinning like a top, and they could have ended up facing in any direction. And Taufik's come along and pointed them in the right direction. And then poor old Taufik's the one who gets disqualified.
If he doesn't, if he didn't know before, he's going to know about it now. Oh, I was going to say, it's... yeah, until you come across with it, you don't really know that's a rule. And, I'm surprised no one in his team was probably in. Stop. Unfortunately, there is a bunch of gaps around the tracks. I think, it was a hard place to probably find a gap.
Yeah, I mean,
it was a narrow part of the track as well.
Arguably, that's probably one of the only areas you can probably pull off a reversing maneuver like that. Just from what you'd see on track, it's got plenty of space around there. You can get the car turned around nicely, but I mean, he probably had an opportunity just to spin the car back into the right direction. But as we all know, when you get the car moving in the donut maneuver, so to speak, it doesn't tend to stop doing that. So you can end up causing all sorts of continuous incidents. So it feels like he did the right thing in the situation, but the game just said no.
The other thing about the Ferrari is that it doesn't have a great amount of torque in first gear. So a lot of cars you can stick on 0TC, but obviously the Nissan especially, the Bentley, there's a lot of cars you can stick on 0TC and give it a good kick on the accelerator and it will just spin around for you beautifully. Whereas the Ferrari is kind of not like that. And the Aston's another one where they kind of just struggle in first gear to get the arse end around.
You know what's the better way to do it? Instead of actually you're dropping the TC, or see it just wander down to the grass, and then I don't think even if he held his brakes, I don't think that would have mattered. Anyway, the momentum was carrying that car. Just unfortunate for Taufik. And I don't think there'll be any penalty for the yellow car having their own accident. Unfortunately, that's racing a little bit. There's who's that? It's the Italian flag McLaren. It's off hill, and someone else is off. Is all for Hobbsy to avoid. Duck deep, left, right. Yeah, a lot to avoid. I was going to say, instead of jumping into TC, put the car into neutral, max the throttle, and just dump it into first gear. That's generally a good way to get the car spun around rather than going TC 0. But to be fair, I'm done in the Ferrari.
Yeah, I like that though. Just
John pointing out in chat here that there's a battle for P2 and looking up at the time board there, Lucas Keys is 0.056 seconds behind Regan Herbert. So John pointing out there's the battle for P2, and in fact it has. Yes, George, he's got him. Lucas Keys up at P2 now.
Wow, that's happened all of a sudden. The gap was 1.8 seconds not a few minutes ago. And now Lucas Keys has just put it into P2, so thank you very much, I'll take that. That last lap was a 56.1, whereas Herbert was only able to manage a 57 flat, so quite the difference between them. And again, same thing, 1.3 seconds slower was Herbert on that 53rd lap of the race. So Lucas Keys is flying right now, and Herbert's obviously in a little bit of trouble for whatever reason. Very late on the brakes as Herbert has to get out of it, taking the escape route.
Tell you what, we're noticing that all the drivers who are double stinting, Taufik, Hobbs, and now Herbert, they all seem to be struggling. Maybe the fatigue really kicking in for these guys. It is mentally taxing driving in mixed conditions for 60 minutes, but these guys are now almost 2 hours into this race, all the while fighting through these conditions. So all those guys who are double stinting starting to really fret the edges here and make mistakes.
That's so easy to. It's so easy. I mean, wet weather, we've had changing conditions. Now the exhaustion starts to come in. I mean, I've always said it about wet weather driving. It takes 120% rain. Power. Here we go. Here's the replay. This is the overtake. So Herbert in front at the moment. Lucas Keys going to look to the outside and then the inside. The switcheroos are going very strong, and through Lesmo 1 we go. That might have been done on the exit of Lesmo 2 potentially. Let's have a look. Herbert into the braking zone. Now Lesmo 2 does get it right. She gets
might be a scar.
Yeah, I think it must be a scar.
It's good patience shown here from Lucas Keys. I think Herbert was a little bit naughty there. And again, sort of just move. He's got to pick a line and defend one line. Herbert, especially the Lesmo one, looked like he had a couple of goes at defending. And then here up into Ascari, Lucas Keys had to be pretty patient. And he's got it done very nicely as Lucas Herbert there. A little bit naughty, I would suggest. Moving a couple of times.
Yeah, luckily for Lucas Keys, he could just see it coming and was able to do that big switch back to the inside line on the entry of Scary. So managed to get it done. I mean, it was a nice move, and racing space was given there. Maybe a little nudge just as they entered the first part of the chicane. But yeah, I mean, overall, what an overtake there. And the Aston does go through to P2.
What surprised to see Keys send it.
Oh, and Herbert picked up a drive-through. Sorry to interrupt. Drive-through penalty for Herbert in the 422. So that might have been why he was running a little bit slow on track. Just wanted to nurse the car home with a lot of track warnings, and that has come to bite them.
Is that track limit one? I think it is, isn't it? Because I don't think anything's flashed up on screen so far. Yeah, going back to West Herbert, he's kind of just lost his rag a little bit. Maybe not having the bite in those tires in the McLaren right now. Sandy moved from I was surprised to see Keys like maybe be a little bit cautious seeing the car that was moving in the brake was over. It still sent it right up there, and moved into a scurry. Always made me wince a little bit because they generally don't too well.
Yeah, that's exactly it. And unfortunately for Herb, I mean, as we said before, it's mentally taxing is driving in the wet. Mentally taxing plus when you're driving in an endurance race. Then add another layer on there, changing weather conditions. So it's going from wet to dry to wet to dry. So, if we were out there driving, that first stint would have been exhausting enough. Let alone now do a second stint in the full weather. It's just a lot to focus on. There's a lot to get wrangled in these cars, and the drivers maybe just starting to suffer from that just a little bit. But yeah, it could also be the tyres just under wear a little bit. Car 888 drive-through causing a collision on lap 8. I can't actually remember what lap was there, but yeah, that is the 888 car. 48, lap 48.
We saw them drift across into the Sim Seniors car, and if that is the one, that's a fairly hefty penalty for what they will probably think is a reasonably innocuous incident. They will be like, I'm not even sure that was our fault, but as we all agreed up here in the commentary box, there was absolutely nowhere for the Sim Seniors to go, and they turned 2 lanes into 1 lane and caused a collision. So the steward's taking a pretty strong stick to that one. No, that's the BS entry. I think that's Hobbsy.
It's Hobbsy, and it looks like the 959 as well. Steve Lewis was involved in that incident too. We'll have to get that on replay and have a look, because that was Overgrander. That was an unusual place to come together, but there must have been a move on there for the 89.
The Mustang.
Trying around the outside, maybe.
The black and blue radiant Mustang. I think that was a lappage gone wrongage.
Yes, indeed. Got wrongage, indeed.
Yeah,
and now the
89
will have...
No one can use that.
Yeah, it's copyrighted. Yeah, you heard it here first. Cameron Thistlewaite taking the copyright. Gonage.
Royalties. I'm going to live off that one for the rest of my life. Thank you very much. But yes, unfortunately, that's... oh dear. I'm sure the replay bot's going to have to try and find out all
This is a massive gaggle of traffic too coming under the bridge here. So Senekis has managed to clear all these guys. The leader of the race now up to P14 in terms of cars, and he's about to lap. But behind Senekis there is a massive gaggle of cars. So obviously we're off finding the replay at the moment. We're watching Hobbsy here, but those cars there all have to be careful. Here is the replay of how Hobbsy came to spin.
Oh, it's just understeer. Ooh. Oh, that's weirdly. Must have lift off where we're sticking, surely. Unless the tyres are really gone.
You know, in fairness, he's reacted correctly, lifting off, getting off the throttle there. There's a car in front of him going for a spin. You never really know where the car in front of you is going to end up in that kind of situation. But in the wet, the car's had absolutely nothing of it in Curva Grande, and it's just sent it slightly out of control. So that's really unlucky there for BS Plus. That's not ideal at all. But yeah, I mean, you've got. He's done the right thing. With a car in front of you doing all sorts of antics, then you've got to just back out.
Yeah, actually back out when you see an accident happening. You don't try and send it into a mini thing. Trying to thread the needle like Hulkenberg tried to last week. But yes, yeah. Unfortunately, obviously, a bad day. Getting a little bit worse with the BS Plus car, and yeah, unfortunately, letting all that lead go as well. And I don't think there's no real harm, no foul, no no bad intentions as well. I think the Mustang was just having its own fault. I think that's the thing in the wet. Like once you have one spin, on I think on the tires, they kind of just find a flat spot, and they just kind of like it just makes that spin twice as easy next time around.
Yep, as we see the 999 car now getting a 15-second penalty for causing a collision on lap 52, so that was not too long ago for the 999. As the stewards still hard at work in their nice dry steward's box, finding all the incidents out on track and applying those penalties through. Just to run through the leaders at the moment, top 10 right now, because the order's looking rather mixed up. We are coming up towards what will be the second pit stop in this race for most out there. Looks like we've got, of course, Herbert doing the drive-through, so he's already served another one right now, sitting in P4. But it is Jean-Pierre Snekis in the 191 car for Kovac's Purple, the Peppa Pig car, leading the race. And we haven't had a lot of screen time for them, but they are popping up on our cameras now and again. Behind them, Lucas Keys in the 165, 13.9 seconds behind at the moment. Then it is the 878 car, Marco Wong at the helm, sang did an incredible stint one for them, currently P3, 8 seconds behind P2 right now. And then 30 seconds down, it is Herbert in the 422. Behind them, 6 seconds, the 818 car, Pat Oliver still going strong, also doing a bit of a recovery drive today. Then the 98 car, David Sparks in the helm, about 8 seconds behind number 818, that's the P5 car. Then it is Nipares in the 700 and P7, Brad Cook in the 17 and P8. Sasha Depp also recovering, had a good start but picked up a big penalty and had a couple of big accidents as well. So number 200 down at P9, and then P10 rounding out your top 10, the 161 car, Spinaze, of course, at the helm of the number 161. So that's your top 10 as it stands right now. Hobbs sitting in P14 currently, so still got a lot of work to do. We'll be quite happy though following the Peppa Pig car for a bit, I think. Oh dear,
no.
so that is, yeah.
That's
the Bentley and the Sam Misano, I believe.
almost likely to only be 15 seconds there, considering some of the pens we've seen handed out today that are a little bit more heavy-handed on that one. That's what caused the collision for two other cars. Very lucky to get away with only 15 there, they might think.
It's another classic case of when you realise you brake slightly too late and then you push the pedal even harder, which, to be honest, makes you brake even worse because you need to trail brake a little bit, especially in these conditions, because the ABS, to be honest, doesn't work too well in wet conditions. Like, it seems that the less you run with some cars, the better it works. It seems a bit too intrusive at times. I'm not sure if the McLaren is one of those cars, but yeah, unfortunately, march into one, into another, and into the penalty bin opening very soon.
It does seem to be one of those tricks, doesn't it? I mean, like if you're in a real car out there and you've just gone through a puddle, what you usually do is pump the brakes a little bit just to make sure you clear out the water and you've got the brakes to grip a little bit more. So
ABS,
that often
is like a very real thing that happens in real life, where ABS kind of gives it the go and just takes away all your brake pressure sometimes. I'm not saying it happens in this game in particular, but it's can happen in like extreme conditions for sure. Like, thankfully, no black ice in ACC.
Yes. Luckily, real world conditions are fairly limited. If there was any snow on the track or anything like that, we would not be having a race. Sadly, so luckily the game does not provide options for that on the server. On board now with Sparks, it looks like a little bit of action going on here. No, they're just getting past that's the Haribo car. Yes, it is. So just getting past the Bender there. They're making their way through. Car 16, a 10-second penalty for causing a collision on lap 50. And I don't recall exactly what there was. Quite a lot happening out on track. It was with four cars.
Yeah, so Aon's dead CRL blue car. I don't think we caught that one. There's been a lot of incidents up and down the field. I think it's so easy to make a mistake in these conditions, but in particular, this track in particular is that you're threading the car at the limit of grip, and it's so easy to make a mistake in these conditions. It's a stop-start circuit, but it doesn't really have any medium speed corners where you kind of don't really get the car unsettled. It's basically you've got a thread of needles through the curves. A lot of curb usage on this track. Curbs no wet.
No, exactly right. And we are coming up to a bit of a switch over and maybe a change of hands here in the commentary box. We will announce a new commentator in short order. I do just note, though, before we go into that 30 minutes out, we do have a return of the dry conditions. So look to have more ever-changing conditions out there on track in a short period of time. And that is a really awkward place to have dry weather coming in, because you're going to have to go out there on wets again. That is a curve and a half taken there by the Haribo Ford. So a tricky strategic decision coming up for all the teams, and the wet weather racing has been absolutely fantastic. I love to see it, so it's been an absolute privilege to see this kind of racing here. And yes, small mistakes can lead to big incidents, but that is part of racing, that is part of endurance racing as we head towards the 6 hours remaining on the clock. And as we do, we get to introduce yet another legendary voice here at the OR community. It is Brent Sykes, who will be joining us here alongside Cameron Thistlethwaite. And I believe Jamie may have to go and do some driving soon. So I think it might be time for us to hand over the commentary box to the very safe hands of Brent and Cameron. Brent, welcome in.
Good afternoon. How's it going?
Yeah, not too bad so far, to be fair. It's been really, really exciting racing. And I think we are going to be handing over to the safe pair of hands in just a moment here. JC?
Yeah, absolutely, Brett. Congratulations and welcome to the commentary box, because we've had an absolute ball in here, Cook and I, over the last 2 hours. This has been properly enjoyable to watch. In 20 minutes' time, I'm going to go get my feet wet and get behind the wheel. I'm excited. So I'll see you in the car, and I'll be probably back. I don't know about you, Cookie, but I can't get enough of this, so I'll be back for the last hour. I'll take this again, but it's been a pleasure with you, Cookie. Really good stuff.
Likewise, mate, and good luck out there in the car. Enjoy the conditions, have some fun, and get the banter going with your race engine, as you will do, I'm sure. But thank you very much, JC, and we'll leave it over to you guys here, Cameron Thistlethwaite and Brent Sykes. Have a good one.
Fun, Brent Cam. Ciao.
Cheers, boys. Absolute legends. Done an excellent job calling that first hour and second hour, keeping me company here as well. There's a little bit of change to plans, but done an excellent job. Been unable to tear themselves away from the screens. Absolute champions. And lovely to share that with you doing it.
Yeah.
Brent, have you been out there? You haven't. I don't think I've seen you on track, but you're out. You're scheduled to be out there, I'm sure, at some point.
I did the opening stint, and the inclement weather has provided lots of exciting moments. I've had a couple of incidents into T1, and I think we're running around P35 at the moment. But the two sort of dry spells in the middle have really mixed things up. We decided to stay out on the wets, which may have not been the best idea. They were very toasty before the rain came back, but it's been great so far.
Honestly, no one's not had an issue, to be honest. I think stay out of the wet, stay out of the dries. I don't think there's really been the right call out there.
Yeah, I might just jump in here. We had some audio problems, as you know. Get you guys to enjoy the comms with. So for everybody listening and watching, going to be silent for a minute or so.
No worries, back in a tick. And we are back. Sorry for that short interlude. It was just a clearing up some identical things. Got to refresh the caches. You know how it is.
It's fixed it, so it's good news.
Excellent.
Thanks, guys.
No worries. Cheers, Glenn. And, doing a great job behind the scenes, running all the tech and all the cameras. It's no small feat as well. And shout out to our race directors and stewards, everyone who helps put these events on possible. You know, they don't happen by accident. You know, there's a lot of people behind the scenes making this happen, and we appreciate every one of you that give up your wonderful Saturdays. Don't get to drive, but do get to help put this good race on for everyone. Someone yellow flagged on the left side of the track, I believe, just reported pit entry. That's a very odd and horrible place to be stopped. He was 98. Just have a picture. There's Sim Seniors. I think it's Moffat. Small sparks in the car. I'm not too sure. Yellow flagged at the side of the track, and maybe they might have glitched out or disconnected. Oh, that's a bad place. I'm probably the race director gets in the corners. So watch out, there's a completely stopped car. This looks like potentially maybe a hardware failure for the... Okay, that's a horrible place to be stopped. That's right in the firing lane. It's a big danger zone, and there's cars are almost doing 200 k's out of the exit of the parabolic at this point, and dead stopped and have been in the garage as well. Yeah, short toe. Dear. That's unfortunate. Some hardware issues. Hopefully they can get back in and enjoy the rest of the 6 hours. You know, not ideal to their race, and hopefully they can recover and make the most of it. See Herbert's at the pits. It's one of the early stoppers, and he obviously didn't have too much good fortune on his existing tyres, whether it was tyre related, fuel related, pressures. But we saw him drop down from 2nd to 5th currently. Is going to maybe get a fresh set, and I dare say everyone's going to try and extend their pit stops as long as they can to try and get... Oh, that's not car. Oh my goodness. Ooh. Oh no, it's like McLaren out on the grass and has completely catapulted the 700 Mustang, I believe. Oh, that's terrible. That's not what we want to see. Oh, and the green fire, get off the grass. Yep, frankly doesn't get sent into space as well. That's worst case scenario.
Yeah, it's very easy to do. I actually had happened into the second chicane, just touching the grass with your tyres, and the car comes around, and unfortunately when you're in traffic, it's hard to sort of avoid people. But yep, the guys will get going again and continue on.
Yeah, that car looked like it basically shed no speed off and tried to brake on the grass. It isn't going to arrest any speed at all. And I'm not sure what's happened to that McLaren, I believe, that did hit them. Dare say Nippers, he had a fairly sizable whack, that's for sure, but it doesn't look like there's gotten off too badly in the 700 Mustang Milk Racing team, but he's on the fret. Yeah, I think that's Finazzi in the 161 Porsche that does want to try and get past, and has successfully gone past into Ascari as well. That we are seeing some damage on the right side, but to be honest, with the speed that other car was going, that's not too bad, to be honest. Same, yeah. Oh, they just, yeah. Oh, yeah. He looked like he was braking behind the 888 BMW. Maybe got spooked a bit, whoever that car. Yeah, I'm not too sure. And he's just had to take avoidance, and he's ducked out 2 wheels of the grass and clattered the 700 Ford. I'm sure the stewards will probably have a look at that to see what happened, just what on earth has happened. And yeah, not very popular is that orange and white McLaren.
Yeah, I'm wondering if maybe the BMW was travelling a bit slow, yeah. And then once he gets on the brakes, he's in the wet stuff off the sort of drier racing line. Yeah, I'm not sure if it was blue flags, maybe trying to let them past, and
yeah, not too sure. I'll leave that one to the stewards to invest if there was any unnecessary action, to say the least, in that one. But I'm very unfortunate.
Yeah, I think looking at it, they're about 58 minutes into their stint. There's a lot of cars coming up to that sort of 1 hour mark. So I think we're probably going to see some pit stops for fuel. Whether they're going to do driver changes and tyre changes, we'll have to wait and see. But yeah, I think in the next kind of 10 minutes, we'll see a lot of the field pit.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think that's taken the 700 out of a pretty good position. There was Nippers and Peffy Bridge going, and I believe they were in P7 at the time. Unfortunately, going to drop down. Thankfully, it seems to be we're getting towards the end of this current stint, so hopefully that doesn't affect them too much in the grand scheme of the whole race. It keeps them somewhat on target. We'll have to repair some damage, that's for sure. So there will ultimately be time lost there. But I've not seen that for a while. I've seen a lot of things at Turn 1 Monza. That was almost 2011 Liuzzi at the F1 race, almost. Brad Cook in the 17 Ford, as you saw this car piloted earlier, and had been through the wars a little bit, I believe, with Chris Taylor, and a little bit on the road to recovery. But P5 is a pretty good position, and not too far away. Oh, sorry, I take that back. Quite 20 seconds, I think, away from Pat Oliver. But if anyone's going to make up that time, it's Brad Cook. He's a very, very good operator behind the wheel.
Yeah, that's right. He'll be again coming towards the end of his stint, but working to try and edge that gap from the 20 seconds and get as close as he can for the next driver to come in.
Absolutely. That's insult to injury. The 700 cars come out right behind the car who was fighting for position, so that shows them how much they've lost. They've lost a full lap in that. But to be fair, they are a pit stop ahead, so they will get some of that time back towards that. The cars that they were fighting. So we see Sasha Depp here in P6. Did have a penalty from earlier in, I believe, the first penalty of the race. So in a little bit of a recovery mode. Might be getting caught here a bit from Spinazzi in the 161 Porsche. Porsche, I think, is probably suiting the more fuller wet conditions a little bit more. And we know how quick Spinazzi is as well from the sprint series. Oh, Sasha gets a little bit of curve. It looks like it hasn't affected their run through Ascari too much. But Spinazzi, I think, is getting close to 3/10 already in the last sector. Spinazzi's really on a charge. I think this kind of shows who's kind of looked after their tyres a little bit better than some others. As I think towards the end of the stint, those tread blocks are getting worn down. It's almost becoming a bit more of a slick in the race. Spinazzi looking a little bit more in control here.
The Porsche definitely very strong in the wet. Able to get that power down out of the slow corners, so the two chicanes and even Lesmo 1 and Lesmo 2. Yeah, Spinazzi is definitely getting closer to death as they're running at the moment.
Absolutely. The housekeeping with the leaders, John Pierce-Snokers in the Porsche. Not what we usually see him in, but 12-second lead still over Keys, and then in quite a commanding position. Nothing to really relax too much with only 12 seconds, as you can see. Coming around it well, it's getting a little bit of a slide on as well, trying to get the power down. As Keys is coming to the probably end of a double stint unless he goes for a triple. Wonder who he hands over to in the Aston Martin. He's got Cooley in that team, and a fair few different drivers to choose from. I'm sure they're going to be in it to the end, along with Sean Bubnow as well for that Torber Messor Racing Aston Martin. See, Wong is in the pits. He's our first highest runner, doing their first pit stop. Done a great job as well with 878. Wong in the BMW. It's coming into their pit stop right now.
Yeah, we just saw another penalty for causing a collision. I've missed what car it was, unfortunately. There's a few cars out on track that have penalties, as you can see by the red on the HUD there, so they'll be serving those when they have their pit stop, mixing things up even more.
We're playing Connect 5 with penalties.
Yeah.
We're nearly there. Nick Jones or Wiley, if you want to get a penalty, we can make that happen. Richard Wells has got a damaged car in the lead. That's the car that was in the war earlier, turn 1, so that's not gone too well.
Yeah, he's carrying a fair bit of damage. He's got the old wobbly bonnet. He may have a bit of a steering angle adjustment that he has to make as he drives as well.
I'm no
so, yeah,
Adrian Newey, but I don't think that front bumper is meant to be like that.
Yeah, you don't have to be aerodynamicist to know that. So hopefully it's not too wily or too crazy for him. He can finish his stint out and get into the pits and continue on.
I wonder how many people would have changed their setup at the start of this race when they saw the wet conditions. Who would have had the mind to maybe build a bit more into the drivability to their setup, expecting the rain. We'll have to see. You know, I think in real life the cars tend to run quite a lot higher. They run the ride heights quite a lot higher to avoid any kind of real sort of aquaplaning. So I know the Ford runs really low in this game. I'm surprised it doesn't have any other further issues. I'm not sure if it could be spectator bug. The damage on that Wells is McLaren, because he doesn't look like he's going too badly. He's not struggling to keep it on track, to say the least. He's getting good turn in the corners, despite it's looking very second-hand on the front.
Yeah, and he's got decent pace. I think his last lap was a 156.7, which is on par with all the cars around him. So yeah, could be a spectator bug. But yeah, I'm not sure if guys would have gone for a different setup. I know that the wet practice server was very busy this week. Lots of people getting their wet laps in, but generally for like a sprint race, or when you know that it's going to be a majority dry, you don't worry about the wet. It's just a couple of in-car adjustments. But if people are expecting wet, they may have a dedicated wet setup or a compromise in between the two that they're running. But yeah, a couple of different options for everyone.
Absolutely. And rain now in 30 minutes. It's still going to be raining in 30 minutes. Granted, quite light and dissipating, but it's gone from being just cloudy to it's going to be raining as the Wells comes into the pits. As we see the Chem Block Mustang as well is also in the pits. I was going to say, if you pit now, I think you just have to commit to the wets, because I think a few people want to try to extend the pit stops to see if it would dry out, but I don't think you can really go past. It's a fully wet track. You can't even run slicks. Even if it was going to dry out in the next 10-20 minutes, you have to run wets now, because that's just the track right now. You've got to drive to what's here, not what's going to be here.
Yeah, that's right. And with the trend so far, even when it has stopped raining, it's only for generally a short amount of time. We did have a bit of a longer dry period a little earlier, but so far it's almost been worth staying on the wets the whole time and not having an extra pit stop to go to dries and then back to wets.
Yep, still changeable conditions. That 30 minutes has now gone to a plus, so it's ever changing, sort of dissipating, then coming a little bit stronger again. So yeah, I think everyone's going to be taking wets for this third stint right now. Those who are pitting, you'll see how far. I know the Aston Martin Keys got to about 70 minutes into the race with no maximum stint timer. You can go as far as your fuel allows.
Yeah, this BMW of Phillips is an hour and 12 minutes into their stint, so the BMW obviously working quite well on fuel. Maybe they're using a different map 2 or something like that, but it's they're able to extend quite a long time, which is always great to see.
Yep. I believe we got the AVR, the Alfa Venturi Mustang is in the pits of Pat Oliver, getting a fresh set of boots and a full fuel load as well. All prepared from JC and George. The Mustang's a bit thirsty, to say the least. Maybe one of the cars that can't really extend its stops too much. And yeah, dare say there's going to be a few cars out there. You don't use as much fuel in the wet, that's for sure. And some maybe even turning the engines down a little bit.
Yeah, the Mustang's interesting. We're driving it too, and the fuel usage in the wet doesn't seem that much different to the dry, unlike most cars. So yeah. You're sort of looking at that hour 3, maybe hour 10 if you're lucky, but you can't extend as long as some of the other cars.
So Spinatic's got a real charge here. He's caught up to Sang as well. There's no slow pedal in the BMW. He's very quick there. He's got a blue flag as well, just to hamper him a little bit. It's not ideal. Oh, he's doing it. It looks like they got off the racing line and hopefully didn't compromise his exit too much, but Spinati's really enjoying these conditions, and they're going to give P1 and P2 something to think about as well in the grand scheme of things if they keep this pace up.
Yeah, that's right. He's definitely in the zone at the moment. The tyres seem to be working well for him. The BMW does look very stable, even through over the bumps at Ascari. So yeah, have to see how much he can gain.
Absolutely. See a few driver changes there. We see Mia Rose has gotten into the 422 McLaren. And see what they're obviously a very quick driver. Cookie is still in the 17 Mustang. And it looks like we've got Pignata going into the ABR car. So it'll be very interesting to see what these drivers can produce. Some very quick drivers out there right now. Mira in the McLaren, we see, yeah, that car was in a little bit of wars. Herbert, had the speed, but looked like he really started to trail off towards the end of the stints. And I wonder if it was just a case of drivability with the McLaren, where it's setup related a little bit and affecting their tyres. Coming up to the lap on the Aston Martins as well. Sorry, no, that's not the. That's actually the P2 car, so they won't be unlapping themselves, and probably from the P2 car, as they've done their pit stop, and the Keys Aston Martin's got to do their pit stop probably pretty soon, because it's getting towards 70 minutes since their last stop as well. And to be fair, they are probably on more wets right now, which is why McLaren is maybe going to be catching them a little bit more than they expected.
Yeah, I'd expect the next lap or two for Keys to pit. But yeah, the tyres seem to be holding out. The warmer tyres is definitely an advantage. It takes a little while for them to come up to temp and up to pressure after you come out of the pit. So, I mean, I'd also expect Mia to start turning it on a little bit more as the tyres get into that sort of window.
Track has just gone to damp as well, so might be time for a little bit of management. I think we saw a lot of drivers kind of take a bit too much out of their tyres in the first couple of hours as well. Kind of burn them up in the when there's not too much water on track. It's it's not a long track, and to be fair, it's not a cold day as well. 21 ambience, nothing to scoff at. So when the rain does kind of dissipate and eventually stops, it does actually dry up fairly quickly in comparison to most other scenarios. I think hopefully Rose and Keys here don't get into any tangles, and hopefully it just artificially kind of sorts itself out on track as well.
Yeah, looks like the rain's light at the moment, even though the track is damp, and within the next 10 minutes it's going to be just overcast, and then it'll go back to rain. So we'll have to see if the track gets to a greasy state or if it stays damp. But yeah, definitely looking for puddles down the straights and that sort of stuff to try and keep your tyre pressures and temperatures in check. Because if you let that go for too long, you get blistering on the tyres, and then even when the temperature does come down, you have less grip, and yeah, that's the kind of thing that everyone wants to avoid.
Just accelerates the wear as well. It's especially if you're Rose as well, you've just taken a full tank of fuel, so it's just extra load on those tires. Just kind of every little slip and slide is just going to take a little bit more life out of them. So Keys, I think right now, to be fair, a very good operator, and I guess I think just kind of ignoring what Rose does and kind of just driving to what their optimal strategy is, which to be honest is the fair call as well. And I think also taking a little bit of solace in that the driver behind him is not going to do anything too rash. So we see the Taufik car get out of the way, unfortunately, because that car was right up there in the top 3 for a good position, and it's all gone downhill for that car, for sure, for the 711 car.
Yeah, I actually noticed when I was in my stint that they had some issues with a penalty and driving backwards in the pit lane, was it? I assume they had a technical issue.
Yes, unfortunately, a car ahead of them coming into outer Curva Grande and into the Variante della Ruggia chicane. There was a car spinning just ahead of them, and they unfortunately got a small clip and then ended up backwards at the narrow point of the track. So they tried to reverse, but it was too far. And,
yeah, that's unfortunate.
But they nearly got disqualified, but the race stewards thankfully cleared it, so they have been able to rejoin the race.
Yeah.
But yeah, don't reverse too far in the game. You can reverse a little bit, but don't reverse a lot, even if it is to get out of the way. As Keys comes in to do their stop as well. Everyone's been pretty good, to be honest, so far as well with the pit lane entry. I don't think I've seen too many penalties for speeding in a pit lane. Maybe one has kind of come under the radar, but you know, there's a lot of people getting the car stopped before the line.
Yeah, hazard a guess that people are being a little cautious with the wet because your braking distance obviously increases. So, you know, you make sure you brake and are there before.
Absolutely. So see the Bentley Barn doing a very, very good job as well. Getting that car into the top 10. Probably going to drop a few positions now doing the pit stop. Colin McNair here in the other Sim Seniors car going along as well. Hopefully staying out of trouble. You see Christoph is in the Ferrari now, taking over from Sasha Def, and the MRT in the moment Ferrari. And, definitely a car to watch as well, especially in these conditions. Ferrari's so good in wet conditions. It's just probably the ideal race car. And, you know, it did lose a few kilos at this race in particular. Lost 17 kilos, so we are running a custom BOP. And, you know, all eggs in that basket for a good result, to say the least, for the Ferrari if they keep out of trouble, which is easy said than done. Temps doing 22 ambient, so it's gone up a little bit as it reaches half lunchtime here in Italy. I think it's, you know, I'm surprised they don't call the race off and then force everyone to go for a nice lunch. You know how things work in Italy somewhat, and yeah, it's probably if it wasn't raining, I dare say it'd probably be quite warm to say the least.
Yeah, I imagine that if the rain does abate and stop later on in the race, we'll probably see some quite high temperatures on the track. And yeah, like we mentioned before, the drying out when the rain stops seems to happen quite fast. So yeah.
Absolutely. See Big Nada here in the Mustang. I believe Chris Sang has taken the fastest lap on that last lap as well, 52.995 as well. So not slowing down is Sang in the BMW. He's found his mojo a little bit because I think they still have yet to do their third, second pit stop, I should say, for their third stint. As they're probably running quite low on fuel and probably got the speed to help. You know, tracks are probably not as wet as it was as well. And, you know, because we haven't really had any dry running at all, and everyone's pretty much been on the wet tyres for the most part. So not surprised fastest lap. I dare say that's probably going to change if things dry out a little bit further down the line. We have a yellow flag at Parabolica. It's the 916 car. It looks like hopefully they get going. We're in a lot of cars. There's no real free point at any part of this track. I believe that's the Kovacs and BCR car, Bushell, Jones, and Albert. It looks like they've gotten going again, and hopefully haven't had too many issues.
Seems that Parabolic has caught a number of cars out throughout the race. There's been a fair few sort of getting a bit too sideways and ending up on the inside of the corner. It's always a difficult one. The sort of speed that you go through Parabolica is in between that mechanical grip and aero grip. So you're sort of waiting for the downforce to come on and you're trying to get on the throttle so you can get a good run down the straight. And yeah, it's very easy to sort of overcook it and do some drifting and then end up facing the wrong way.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the big danger zones. Oh, is that 711 Taufik car as one of the yellow BMW goes through a little hop, skip and a jump over the curbs as well. So, not sure what was all happening on there. I think everything was happening at once, and I'm not sure where it started or where it ended.
Yeah, lots of carnage down there at T1. Those curbs make it difficult to recover. You sort of bounce off them, then you're in the grass, and it's sort of going as a passenger almost, hoping that you're not going to take anyone else out as you potentially skip across the track.
So we're going to get medium rain in 30, but the track is ambient now gone up to 23. It's gone up 2 degrees in just a short space of time as it starts to reach sort of peak temperature of the time of day for right now, and you know, still 10 minutes of dry running apparently. 10 minutes of dry running. I reckon we're going to get somewhat of a dry line. Maybe not enough for slicks, maybe even enough for slicks, but I don't think anyone's going to take it with rain still on the horizon. But it's gonna, you know, those who look after the tires in that space of time the best are going to pay dividends towards the end of this thing.
Yeah, that's right.
It's really going to hurt some people.
I think the guys that aren't fighting, we're going to see a lot of interesting lines trying to find puddles and that sort of stuff just to manage that temperature and pressure.
We got
Until the next set of rain.
on the inside of here, Cook. It's a clean move. Cook saw him coming. He kind of Big Nada showed his intent, and Cook didn't fight him. I think it's a little bit of self-preservation right now. I think Big Nada's on a bit of a charge as well. We know how quick he is not to take anything away from Cook as well. You can see that we're all looking for that wet part of the track. Everyone's kind of finding to see what it is. That's going to disappear very quickly. That's for damn sure. Yeah, 23 ambient, 29 track. 29 degree track in wet conditions. That's pretty hot for what was a wet track. So that's yeah, what water is going to get evaporated very, very quickly.
Yeah, I might. So we've got at least 10 minutes of dry conditions without any rain. So we may see the track go up to greasy and potentially even green. Yeah, it's going to mix things up a fair bit because everyone's sort of made their pit stops, right? So, well, most cars have. So they're still on their wets, and it's, you know, having a short stint on the dries is probably not the best thing to do, but it might have to be something that happens. I guess we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you to everyone that's around. You know, it's a lot. Saturday, it's a very busy day for most of us, whether it's we want to relax or want to stop on with the family, or those who unfortunately have to work on the weekends. But we appreciate you all being here, for watching us on YouTube, on Twitch. Thank you to our partners, SimRigs and Permobile, especially Permobile, for putting on this great event, helping us support us, making this possible. And obviously, thank you again to all the volunteers behind the scenes, race directors, stewards, people who make graphics, people who broadcast. We do appreciate everyone does give up their free time to help put on these great events. If you want to get involved in this short sort of mini series that we have, the Italian Job, obviously this is race 1. You can't join right now, it's a bit late, but for round 2 we'll be on the 13th of July for the Misano 8 hours, so you're probably able to join up, and I'm sure we'll have some, maybe some spots, maybe a reserved list if at most, but come join us there if you want to come drive as well. And then it will all conclude with the Imola 12 hour on the 24th of August as well. So you've got plenty of time to make your mind up whether you want to race. You can see the track is drying up very quickly. We'd love to have you here.
Yeah, there's great events that OR put on, these Enduros, as well as the regular Sprint and Academy series. But yeah, it's a lot of fun having driving with some mates and being spectating and banter and all the things that come with racing in a long format race as a team. So yeah, get amongst it if you can.
Yeah, it's like, it has to go really wrong. Even when it goes really wrong, I think it's a lot of fun to kind of drive, because as part of a team, it's very unique. It's very different to racing just on your own for your own self. It's a great sense of camaraderie when you drive as part of a team. So a little bit wide from Carl Johnson here, and surely going to give Leo Dreyer something to think about a move, but Carl Johnson's going to cover the inside line, and it's going to be very hard for Dreyer to make this move from around the outside. He is ahead by the end, but oh no, but he slides wide, tried to carry a bit too much speed, and the grip just wasn't there. Thankfully it recovers with no too much further issues. It does drop back a fair few spaces, but not too bad, to be honest.
Yeah, and it looks like the sun might even be not fully coming out, but it looks like it's a lot lighter at the moment on the track. So, yeah, it's
greasy as well.
Could get interesting, yeah, greasy, and that's generally the within the greasy windows where you think about switching between your wets and your dries, or your dries and your wets. But yeah, with rain within 30 minutes, it's going to be a difficult thing to figure out.
30 minutes is going to feel like the longest 30 minutes in these right now with that temperature. these wets are gonna cook, and I know this because it happened very recently to us in sprints.
Yes.
They blow up very quickly. We were in the same split in the first
We were,
round
yes.
of Laguna, and yes, those are. I think the wet choice was the better choice, but my god, did they get hot towards the end, and it
They
doesn't
did.
take very long for it to happen.
Yep, I've noticed there's a few cars in the pits. Not sure if they're switching tyres or what they're doing, but yeah, might be taking that opportunity to quickly jump on to the dries for a short stint.
Yeah, it's really tricky though, because if the dries, dries could be better right now. Like, to be honest, wets do go pretty far, even if they feel terrible right now. If a set of slicks need to be in a certain working window to actually kind of work right now. As you see, Leo's already caught up, and I think he's going to clear Carl as well, as Carl went wide at the exit and Lesmo too, as they go down to the Scari again, but it looks like Leo's cleared him. As I was going to say, he definitely got the pace over Carl right now. I think Carl's they're all struggling on those tires, the wrong tires, maybe right tires, who knows right now. You kind of need an intermediate, but that's not an option right now, as the Mosaic Motorsport car clears the BMW. Yeah, going to be very interested to see what people do. It's going to be a real head scratch right now with rain. But that said, the rain in 10 minutes, but that's what is that? Like that's just 3 dots on the bottom of a cloud. That's probably the lightest I've ever seen it. That is a rain indicator.
Yeah, there's the double clouds with a little bit, so I think it's less than light rain.
Yeah, that's someone spilled their water on the track right now. Oh, there we go. It's a little bit more short. It's light rain, so there will be rain, but if it's going to be light rain, it's going to take a while for the track to kind of, dry. But look at it, it's practically dry right now. Look at it, it's that light grey colour that it's just, we haven't seen this all race pretty much.
Yep, I've just checked through. There are a few cars that are out on their dry tyres. So they've taken that opportunity to do a quick dry run. The tricky thing with the dry, because the track is still greasy, if you get on that wet line, the dries aren't going to do too well. So, yep, definitely guys changing up their strategy at the moment.
Potentially could be the play. I think, as we found out, to be fair, there's not a lot of corners here at this track, so I think the delta between the right and wrong tires maybe a little bit less in comparison to a track with a few more corners in it, because that's where it really accentuates the difference of being on the right tire. But if you're on dries, you need to be making up about 5 or 6 seconds a lap to recuperate that time loss, because it's around 50 seconds for a pit stop, to say the least. It's 30 seconds to change them, and at least about 20 seconds to transit the pit lane.
Yeah, I think it's over 60, about 65, 66 seconds, including your slow down and speed up.
Yeah, it's quite a long pit lane,
if you can recover that time, then it might be worth it. But also being able to stay on the track, like if you're running the really bad wets because they're overheating, and you have a opportunity or chance that you're probably going to spin or come in to get a crash, then it might be worth jumping to the dries just for that safety aspect of it.
Oh, that Mustang's running really low. Is that another, I think we saw this earlier with one of the Porsches. I think that's a tire gone. Yep, I think that's a rear left, or I'm not too sure with the Mustang, but it's running incredibly low and he's struggling to get the start stopped. He's going to say the first thing to go in terms of grip as well, you can't get the car stopping these wet tires, and that's a rear left puncture, I think, because suspension failure is really not very much a thing in the game unless you properly wallop it. So that's decision made for Cook. That's going to happen to be right now. He's going to have to pit. Oh, it's going to get dry. See, it's changing again. 30 minutes. It's going to dry and be sunny apparently. So slicks is not out of the question here. Slicks is really not out of the question right now.
That's right. Yeah, same thing. Staying on the slicks, and we talked about staying on the wets, but staying on the slicks might be the play for this. I love this sort of stuff. It's difficult as a driver or an engineer, but to watch just the way that it mixes things up is, inclement weather is great.
Yeah, because the things you got to look at the track, what the state of the track is, and then you've also got to look at what's it gonna do? And then you've also got to look at the temperature, because the temperature is a massive factor in these situations of what the track is going to be like in the short space of time. Also, shout out as well, Ashley Johnson in the chat saying that Leo is doing an exceptional job in their car and is apparently driving with one injured hand right now. So he's doing an amazing job to be piloting that car. Probably not the best conditions, whether he's using both hands or whether he's kind of wincing with one of them as well. Like, unless he's going full one hand, I dare say he probably have to turn the feedback down a little bit, unless he's got guns of steel.
Yeah, it's definitely a not ideal situation, and a great effort to continue on driving with an injury, doing his bit for the team, make sure he's done his stint so that the other drivers can potentially finish out the race if it's bad enough that he has to retire himself. But yeah, definitely a difficult situation for Leo to be in.
See Connor Hines now in the 111 GTR, looking to clear a few back markers right now, going pretty well. Also still on wet, a little bit of rear damage as well on the back, but going in good form right now for the GTR. Really curious to see what people do right now. Like, surely, I was going to say, like, yeah, that's one thing I found out. Even if you can keep it, like, keep the car control on track, like the car just doesn't want to stop on these wet tires that are burning up. The ABS kind of just gives up the ghost somewhat, and you have to really trail brake every minute little bit. See, a few more people have waved the white flag and gone into the pits as well. That's not stopping. Oh no, that's the 200. It's a Sasha Def car. That is. Oh my goodness, that's Chris Darp has ended up backwards on the exit of turn 2. I wonder if he's had some assistance in that. We did see a few cars going at it. Like, people can't get the cars stopped right now because, like I said, like, it just doesn't want to stop in these conditions if you're on those wet tires.
Yeah, and looking at the track, even though the status is greasy, that wet line is pretty much the whole track. There's a couple of random puddles here and there, but yeah, I don't think we will see greasy for very long. I think the track's going to dry out a fair bit.
That said, though, it's just grayed over a little bit, so maybe the short sprinkle of rain is about to come back. But to be honest, at this point, your wet's just completely so destroyed that there's going to even be any use in the wet if the rain comes back at all. I dare say, probably not.
Yeah, that's right. The people that are out on the wets are going to have very toasty tyres. But it might be a case if they've managed to hold off and they just have to do the one pit stop for some fresh wets. Instead of wasting that extra time going to the dryers. We'll have to wait and see.
This is Darp, so he goes goes deep, climbs over the curbs a little bit, and then he's caught the TC. The TC probably was in its sent him around. So of his own volition, no harm, no foul to anyone else in that situation, and got going without too much of an issue. He's got a car off in Ascari as well, 66. It's probably not an ideal place you want to be. Everyone's struggling right now. I'm surprised we're not seeing more pitters for some drier tyres. I'm a little bit lost where everyone is on their pit stops, to be honest. There's oh dear, it's a 66, the Wells car. The car has been in all sorts of drama right now, and that car looks broken. We weren't sure if it's a spectator bug on the front or on the back, but I think that's busted on the rear as well. I think that's got rear left puncture, rear left, sorry, yep, puncture on the rear because it's running very low. We've seen quite a few of these right now. Those tires are just they're giving up the go.
Yep.
And we've got a green track. It's dry.
There you go.
Slicks are optimum.
I've just been watching a couple of the cars further down that are on those dry tyres, and they're making it quite easily past the guys that are on wets.
There's about 10 seconds faster at this rate. Surely, how much they're struggling on the wets.
With the less than 10 minutes, but it's still a long time to hold on if you've made that gamble to stay out on the wets and not get a puncture. It's going to be interesting.
Can't stop. Keep going. No, they made it back to the pit lane at least. It's better than RTGing. Having to be locked out for a good 5 minutes, however it is. So much action right now. It's glorious to see, but I'm very glad I'm here and not out there somewhat. No, to be honest, I love the change of conditions, so I kind of thrive in it as long as I'm on the right tire. See a few people out there. Puncture. Oh, the leaders apparently got a puncture as well. John in the chat said they got a puncture on the straight. And I'm guessing they thankfully got in the pits without too much drama as well. Yeah. I was going to say, I've never actually punctured the wets. I've gotten really close. I've gotten up to 40 PSI on my tires, but I've never actually punctured one. As Keys is still going out there. Keys is driven for what? 2 hours and 43 minutes at this rate. Blimey.
Yeah, he's looks like he's doing a triple stint, just a couple of splash and dashes and probably new tyres on one or two of those pit stops. But yeah,
that's the track. You see Tom Maloney is still going. It's on wet tyres? Yeah, I'm trying to look for yellow markings, but can't quite tell right now. Wet tyres.
Still on wets.
Maybe they know something we don't, or whether it's a spectator bug, I'm not too sure. But the temp it is right now, it's interesting. So they've clearly changed over from Jean-Pierre back to. They did say they have a puncture, so they've changed the driver as well. Gone back to Tom from Jean-Pierre, who's done an excellent stint in the second part of this race as well. Lots of traffic to negotiate as well. And here comes the rain. Is back. But how long is this rain going to last? And how wet it's going to get the track, because it doesn't seem the heaviest on the radar. That said, though, maybe it is, maybe it isn't. I don't know anymore. I give up.
Yeah, I think that if they've just changed to those wet tyres in the driver change, which they probably have done, I think those wets will survive. Now that the rain sort of started again, might have been quite a good strategy call from the guys in the 191. If that's the case.
Yeah, it's John reports in chat. It's still on wets, so no choice apparently. And apparently Keys has also got a puncture as well as some opponent. Watching out there. Yep, you can see rear left as well. It's always the rear left. It is the loaded tyre here. If it gets a stop and does go into the back of the BMW, but thankfully it's ghosted as soon as you get across that line. The punctures are forcing their hands. It's good in a way. You can't just torture a tire too much. It'll eventually give out on you. That's how it should be. So see what they put on their car coming in. Will they go wets as well? Chris Stang still going around right now. Well, whether he will be the next car to have a puncture as well. It looks like he's barely getting a stop into the first corner. I was going to say if he's still on wet tyres, but they must be destroyed by now as well, running in the hot conditions the way they have been. Are they?
Yeah, he's 32 minutes into his stint, so they probably. We might need to check.
Yes.
But yeah, the rain will be welcome if he stayed out on wets. And I think we probably start seeing some of the cars that went on to dry getting back into the pits now. As we've got a greasy track, and it's again
he's
in
on
that
dry tyres.
The window. Okay, if he's on dries, I'd say he'll be in fairly soon. This or maybe even the next lap.
Yep, as Keys comes out, and that looks like a set of dries as well. So some think it's going to stay raining, some think it's going to go dry. And I'm not too sure. John might have to elaborate on the choice with the wet tyres, whether they meant like they couldn't actually change it, or whether they just had to they couldn't get it switched to dries in time, whether it was that much of a late call with the puncture.
Yeah, it may have been. That could have been the case. The diminishing returns, and it's like, well, we've made our bed, and we'll just have to stick with it.
It's going to be huge, massive for them if it is going to dry up and everyone else is on dries. They're going to lose out massively. But to be honest, in the short term right now, they're probably not going to do too badly in the wet. All those slicks are going to lose their temperature for sure.
Looking at the forecast, we've got medium rain in 10 and then light rain again in 30. So even if there is a small window in the middle where there's a dry patch, I don't imagine that it'll be dry enough to warrant the dry tyre. So I think wet's probably the way to go at the moment.
Sean Buck now is piloting the 165 Aston Martin, taking over from Keys' mammoth stint at the start of this race, done an excellent job because I believe that car did start further down the grid than most up the top. Done a very good job. Be very interested to see how Sang comes out in all of this, because yeah, they're on dries. Yeah, not too sure when they appeared. It was half an hour ago, so they might be off kilter from everyone else, but they might be in a might be in a better stead. They might have made up enough time to maybe they can afford to do another pit stop, but we shall see.
Yeah, I'll be honest, it looks like the BMW's handling the dry tyres in the wet quite well. Definitely some drivers do better in the wet than others, so I'm sure Sang is comfortable the way that he is, and when the car starts to get a bit too much for him, he'll head into the pits and change tyres and potentially even change drivers if he's been in the car for a while.
Yeah, definitely for sure. See how Sang copes. It's only 2 drivers with that car. He did take over from Wong from the second stint, so maybe they keep Sang in the car or switch to Wong and back. And John reports, unfortunately, the ABR car has died. The 818 Pignata Ford has apparently had an issue at turn 1. Hopefully find it. It looks like they're going through Curva Grande right now and into the Rev Filio. Maybe apparently have had an issue. And a little bit of front damage I'm seeing, but I'm not too sure if there's anything worse from that. So they are on the wet tyre right now. So the right tyre, but sounds like they've had maybe they're coming together with someone else.
Yeah, wondering maybe it might have been that blue flag Ferrari behind them down into turn 1 with the changeable conditions. We've seen it a couple of times already with hitting the braking markers and that sort of stuff, and yeah, may have been something like that.
Absolutely, really hard to tell right now who's done what's pits. I think most people are obviously on their third stint right now and done their second stops. I don't think they would have gotten this far, that's for sure, into the strategy, but some people are definitely going to be on different strategies for sure. So it's all a bit of a guessing game, somewhat. What's the weather going to do? It's definitely not short of rain. It's quickly gotten a lot wetter out there right now. Dare say it's probably past greasy. This is damp for sure.
Yeah, it's damp. Yep, damp at the moment. And yeah, medium, then light, then medium. So it's going to be sort of wet for at least the next 30 minutes.
Yeah, I was maybe thinking maybe the slicks were going to be the better choice to kind of run through it, which is, to be fair, what with a few of the cars that did take those as well, like the BMW Sang, and I believe the Aston Martin are above now. Might be regretting that decision a little bit in these current conditions, but yeah, rain still 30 minutes. We may get another dry spell in between now and then, between the 10 and the 30, but we'll see. It's been completely changeable right now. It's just been on off. It's like just God's there with the tap right now. He doesn't know what he wants to do.
Yeah, not sure if it's God. Maybe he's got a kid that is at home just playing with the with the settings, as they do. Yeah, Sang's still out there. Sorry, on those dry tyres. His lap times are, the guys on the wets are definitely sort of improving around him. So I'd say he'd probably be looking to pit soon when you sort of reach that similar time in your laps to the guys on the wets is generally a good indication to look as to switching. So I'm sure we'll see him in soon.
Yeah, 19-second gap between Tom, Maloney, and Sang. And Tom's going about 3 seconds faster right now on the wet tyres as opposed to a set of slicks in these conditions. To no one's surprise, as the McLaren goes for a spin. Oh no! And ABR does a good job to avoid it as well. He saw it happening, hit the brakes a little bit, and applied a bit of left lock.
Yep, it's that parabolica again. So needing to be patient before you get on the accelerator, or onto the throttle. Just sort of getting a bit loose and then hitting that inside wall. But yeah, done very well to get around them both of the cars. Sort of already committed to it, and I think we'll see a replay of that shortly.
Replay now. What happened to the ABR car? And oh no, that Ferrari's approaching quietly. Ooh dear. It was approaching pretty late. It looks like Pignata had a little bit of a checkup and he was not sure what the car ahead was going. Ooh, a little bit of a swipe from the BMW as well. And, not ideal. Send that one up to the stewards as well for processing, to say the least.
Yeah, the stewards will take a look at that and see out penalties as required. It wasn't too bad as far as the amount of damage and that sort of stuff. So yeah, obviously the car's able to continue on driving. But yeah, always a pain. And as a driver, it sort of takes you off your rhythm, and that sort of thing can put you off and take a little while to sort of get back into the groove.
Absolutely. When can we expect you back in the 666 KA Motorsports? Brendan?
I think I'll be on the next stint. So Ethan's just jumped in, so he'll be out for the next hour or so. And I'll probably jump in after. But again, depending on the weather, we may do a double stint with him if the rain keeps up. But yeah, shouldn't be too long, and I'll be back out there.
Yeah, it's don't envy your position, who the decision making out there right now, and it's I've never seen it this changeable. This is crazy, to be honest. It's I wouldn't want to be making the decisions right now, and it's gonna be no one is safe right now. Absolutely no one. We've had punctures, we've had crashes, collisions, blue flags, unsafe rejoins, everything so far.
Yep, like we said before, difficult as a driver and engineer, but great for a spectator. Loving it.
Getting towards the end of our third hour right now, and to run through the position right now is Chris Sang in the A78 BMW ahead of Tom Maloney in the 191 Porsche, but not by much. The gap is closing very quickly right now, about 3 or 4 seconds a lap, and we'll see how long Sang can last on those slicks. I believe he is on slicks, and someone like Sang behind the wheel, I dare say he wouldn't be going that slow if he was on a set of wets, I dare say. But yeah, Mia Rose currently in the 422 McLaren, holding down P3, followed by Bob now in the 165 Aston Martin. Picking out an ABR car, you see it looks like Mia Rose is coming into the pits as well. There's Pignata in the ABR Ford, top Ford in P5, Connor Hind in the GTR as well in P6, Chris Taylor in Ford as well in P7, McLaughlin in the 500, holding up P8, followed by Spinazzi in the 161 in P9, and Darth in the 200 Ferrari, the MRT car, holding up the top 10. But dare say that's all going to change in probably the next 5 minutes at this rate.
Yeah, that's right. I've just double checked spectating Sang, and he's on drives on my screen as well, so it doesn't look like it's a spectator bug. And the car does look a bit slidey, but he's not doing too bad. Like, he's staying on track, and the times are pretty decent. So I think he's probably trying to stay out for as long as he can, maybe looking for a tactical driver swap. And trying to make the wets last us. Ooh.
Oh, there's a Ford on the exit of the Lesmo 1 as the Ferrari had to take avoidance, and the BMW had a little bit of a small coming together as well. As we did see the Bentley of Starkey did make a move on Darth as well. Poor position, and will now take over P10 for the Simmons Senior's car. Excellent driving for a 154. It does look like Darth has maybe had another unfortunate accident. There's a lot of front damage, I believe, in the front of that Ferrari. So going bad to worse for them. A little bit under the threats. Looks like this BMW is looking to probably unlock himself on just the speed of losing out on the straights alone as well. Like the not ideal, and I think maybe we'll see that Ferrari in the pits soon, as dare say is quite damaged and not ideal as well on the entry for the Parabolica.
Now it looks like they're going to go around for another lap.
Replay. Yeah, so the Mustang by replay. So we'll come back to that when we can. Yep, so the Mustang went off and then was a little bit of avoidance. And, a little bit unfortunate, but I think everyone couldn't have done much more there. I think it was good driving from everyone there to try and not have a multi-car collision, to say the least.
Yeah, definitely a lot of awareness. The BMW and Death in the Ferrari there, making sure that they didn't get any contact. Just unfortunate for the Mustang going a bit wide and almost probably involuntarily coming back onto the track.
Absolutely. It's the rain. Yeah, it looks like we're going to get the rain stopped for a very brief spell at this rate. Oh no, no Ferrari. Lesmo wants going to be a little bit tricky for a lot of drivers as well today. So, Catalan Ferrari was looking for a little bit of a move on Darb as well. Coming in towards the end of the third hour, as we welcome to the booth Alexis Bowen and Carlo Barrich to the booth on this sort of crisp, wet morning, afternoon, I should say.
G'day. How's it going?
Welcome, welcome. How are we today?
Yes.
Easy, yeah.
Very good, very good.
Yes, hello. It is great to be in. Just had a few issues with the Stream Deck, so we'll see if I can solve those issues. But yes, seems to have been quite the gripping race so far after changing conditions.
Yeah, it is musical chairs at Monza, to say the least, up and down the field. Cars, it's the two Ferraris here fighting for P11 and P12, and we've got P3, I should say, the Aston Martin coming to clear through, and looks like, yeah, both of them have seen them coming and get out of the way, hopefully, as Sean Bubb now there goes on to take P3. I believe that car did come out of the pits on slicks a bit earlier, but they must have changed and taken a set of wets. Maybe they've come in again to get that changed, because that's clearly not going too badly in this current conditions. No, it's apparently dry, so I'm completely wrong, but Bub now is doing an excellent job out there. He's with this kind of speed. 155 is pretty good for this kind of level of water on track, to say the least.
That's right. That's very similar to the wet tyre time. So he's doing very, very well if he's out there on the dries.
Tom Maloney, P2 car and Porsche on wet tyres, the last did a 54.9 as we jump to them now as well. So interesting, the delta between the two tyres is maybe not as big as I thought it might have been. And not too sure what people's current fuel loads are right now as well, to be fair. We shall see. It's all a bit of a guessing game. Who's got it right, who's got it wrong? Has everyone got it kind of somewhat rightish, somewhat wrongish? Sang as well. There's a surprise that Maloney hasn't really actually caught Sang too badly, despite, Sang isn't as quick, but I take that back. It's come down to 9.3 seconds. It's actually halved in the short time, as Maloney is still on a tear as a car off and destroyed the polystyrene barriers as well in exit of turn 1.
Does seem like there could be a few tyre display glitches with Kunos at the minute, as John confirmed in chat earlier that Sang is on wets, but they are very, very destroyed wets, so it wouldn't surprise me if Bob now is also on the wet tyres given the pace.
Yeah, Sang did go through most of that Stint, even though their car was showing, as you can see, Sang is showing up on dries, but they are on wets as well. They are on wets reportedly. But from me and Brent, we'll wrap things up and hand it over to Alexis and you, Carlo, for the next few hours, and we shall be back shortly in our own respective contributors. But from us, it's bye for now.
See you guys later.
Yeah, thank you, Cameron. Thank you, Brent. You have been excellent in the commentary booth once again, and we look forward to seeing you back in here very soon, of course. We've got just under 5 hours to go in this Monza endurance race here for the Italian job. Got Sang in the 878Z Challenger Racing BMW, currently leading the way, 9.3 seconds clear of the 191 Kovacs entry of Maloney. We've got the 165 Aston Martin currently being driven by Bob now in P3. So some very quick drivers out front, but with how variable the conditions are, as we see the track has actually just gone down to damp. It's still very, very open as the 666 entry picks up a 15-second penalty for causing a collision on lap 85.
That seems to be very unfortunate, I'm sure. That the penalty is not for something that was done intentionally, of course. It is just racing, and our stewards are just doing a very good job. And as I can see, there is quite a bit of traffic here for the leader.
Indeed.
Or behind the leader.
Yeah, Saint just trying to hold off some blue flag cars at the minute. As we're assuming that those wet tyres are not in the optimal condition. You can see Maloney is catching very, very fast, 7.8 seconds back now. So it would not surprise me if Sang does choose to come into the pits very soon. But just looking at the radar now, there is a little bit of rain that will just sort of be lingering around Thames. There is going to be a short dry period, but it's going to get very, very wet again not too long after.
Yes, that is true, and I see that the track has now turned damp, it is no longer wet, so if anybody is on the dry tires, they're having a little bit of an easier time currently on track.
Most definitely. I wouldn't expect there too many on the dries, although again, how quickly the conditions have been changing, it would not surprise me if you tried to take the gamble, but I don't think that gamble's going to work. In fact, that dry little spell has completely disappeared, and we're now just in a light little bit of rain, and then it will get heavy again in about 10 minutes, and then really heavy in 30. Sang now has the blue flag car alongside the Ferrari, trying to get through onto the inside into the first chicane.
Yes, still alongside into the braking zone, and I think the Ferrari might have just made the move and unlapped himself there. Yes, he did. Out in front, I do not know which car it is, but well done for them.
Yeah, nice clean move. Sang just backed out of it, knowing that right now he probably doesn't have the pace to really follow on, and right now his battle is just trying to stay as far ahead of Maloney as possible. And I mean, how much Maloney's catching, it will soon become a case of how well Sang can defend from the rapid Porsche behind. Carry along, we've got a few battles further down the pack. It seems there's about a second separating P19, P20, Boxell and Johnston. Boxell in the Polygon Racers entry. Johnston just behind as Lou decides to come into the pits. As we do actually have a little bit of a dry spell. It will only be for about 5 minutes, I would say.
Yep, we only dry for about 2 laps, and we have a yellow flag in his car. It is the car number 23, spun in the wall currently.
Awkward position.
Very unfortunate.
Very awkward position for that Ferrari to be pulled up. Very akin to Sebastian Vettel a few years ago at Monza, also in a Ferrari. Hopefully the rejoin from Kazem is a bit cleaner and does seem to be waiting patiently, which is good, and should be able to go now, and does. So that's pretty well executed there from the Monza Racing Ferrari.
That's a good rejoin.
Oh dear.
Well, that's yeah, I mean, still a good rejoin because it doesn't affect anybody. So yeah.
Yeah, he's just playing it safe and just wait it out, and then we'll be able to go after this one. That
Yep.
good patience, although probably could have on that, but maybe a little over-patient here, but over-patience is better than under-patience when you're doing a endurance race like this, as the 333 is around at Lesmo 2.
Oh yeah, and you never know, they might have damage on that car right now, so they wanted to be safe and let everybody go.
Looks a little bit.
And, yeah, that's the 333 right there, 331 currently. Recovering from a spin, as far as I can tell, it's the green zone, so that's the most important part.
He have plenty of room to sort of make it happen, and has managed to stay ahead of the 7-Eleven car on track. You can see the leader, Sang, is starting to come under a bit of pressure now from Maloney, who has been catching massively throughout this stint and has been doing an epic job. And you can see 1.4 seconds, and that's just going to continue to close as Maloney gets past some blue flag traffic there in the
and there is the Porsche.
Yep.
There is the Porsche right behind Sang. I'm reckoning that is the gap is currently less than a second there.
Oh, absolutely less than a second.
Oh,
look
absolutely.
Look at how much traction the Porsche has. The Porsche within the slipstream of the BMW, and we could be looking at a change for the lead here. Maloney stuck in behind the rear end of the Z Challenger Racing BMW, now pulls out to the outside. Sang defends valiantly and manages to hold on for now, but Maloney knows that he can be patient here. He's got the traction, he's got the grip, and he can run out of the corners far better than his BMW. Now going side by side into turn 3. This is always going to be tricky. Can't get around the outside in these damp conditions. Now into the next chicane. This is going to be Maloney's opportunity. Is he going to go to the outside, or is he going to feint to the inside? Does have a look, but he can't beat the BMW on the brakes. Although that's a little deep from Sang. So on the exit, there's a little bit of a tap on the rear of the BMW, but Maloney is really pushing along. Sang is defending brilliantly.
Absolutely, and there is another bit of contact there, and the Porsche has the inside into Lesmo 2, is ahead, and that is the move done for the lead. Tom Maloney is leading this race. Sang on all the wet tires cannot keep up.
It was well executed there from Maloney, getting the run out of that out of Lesmo 1, and managing to dive up the inside of Lesmo 2. A little bit of contact front to rear between Maloney and Sang, but that is fair racing, and now Maloney has the opportunity to run away from the Z Challenger Racing 878 car.
Exactly, and if I were in Sang's car right now, I would be thinking about changing those tires, because at this point you are just losing tons and tons of time. But yeah, I do not know what the conditions are going to be like in the next 30 minutes. As you can see, it's going to be a medium rain shower, and it's going light again, so we might have a period of dry running in the next hour or so.
This is reminding me a bit of the Paul Ricard endurance that we had I think it was last year, where it would, it might have been longer ago now, but where we just had rain and it would stop for a little bit and then just come back again. It seems that the weather is always going to be playing a part here at Monza, and it's creating something that has been very exciting so far.
Yep, exactly, and it's always very tricky to come up with a correct strategy in these conditions. You do not know what it's going to be like in the next 30 minutes, so it's the question if you want to stay on the tires you are for an entire hour, or maybe gamble it for less than that, you know.
Yeah, it seems Starkey in the 154 Bentley's picked up a 10-second penalty for ignoring blue flags, so that team is currently sitting in P8 and fighting it out with Smith in the 818 Ford Mustang. And that seems like it's a very tight battle, but of course with Starkey's penalty, it's not really going to be worth a whole lot in the grand scheme of things, but the 818 car will be looking to fight back, and looks like they have gotten through the 818 AVR car with Smith at the wheel.
Yep, right here they go, and Starkey here seems to be struggling a little bit, being caught by a back marker currently in that Bentley. And here we see the 89 car being passed by another back marker. I think they're still on wet tires.
No, that was for position. That was for position, I think.
Oh,
that was
for
Brooke.
position. Oh, was it? Wow. Yeah, now I see the delta. Yeah.
It looks like Kyrudin is trying to fight back, but I don't know what exactly happened there with Kyrudin, but it just seemed like he almost let him through. I wonder if there was a little bit of an error coming out of the first chicane or something, but either way, that is Brooke in the 05 Motorsport entry up in the P11 ahead of the BS Plus 89 car. The Sang is into the pits.
Yep, as I was saying, that if I was Sang, I would be considering changing out those wet tires, and yeah, he seems to think the same, and is going into the pits right now. And the track is now greasy, it's not even damp anymore, so yeah, things are happening really quickly here on Monza.
Very spicy as that is Kyrudin now up the inside into Alboreto curve. And the rain is back. The rain has come back just as the track goes greasy. So it's not going to be greasy for long. But what I'm hearing from Diabols in chat is that there was a bump pass into turn 1 by Kyrudin on Brooke. So gave the spot back. And now Kyrudin finally gets it done cleanly. And it is up to P11.
Yeah, good stuff there from Kyrudin there. Up to P11. I've heard that they had some issues earlier in the race with some stop and go penalties, unfortunately, and as I heard, a puncture on the wet tires, so they are definitely pushing it.
Yeah, punctures were a big part of the race about 20 to 30 minutes ago. There were plenty of teams getting punctures out there, but that just shows how tough it is to call on the strategies here. There's in chat getting word from Frushstock that they didn't have driver swap on and wanted drivers and still had wets now on it. Ooh dear. Seems like there's a lot. And Chris Sang is coming to the chat. Rear left tire explode right in front of the pit entry. So Sang came into the pits at the perfect time for Z Challenger Racing. And they managed to avoid an absolute disaster out there.
That is, speaking of a close call, I think that's the closest you can cut it there. Really. Getting a puncture on pit entry, not ideal.
It's definitely not ideal, but I mean, it's maximizing the use of the tires. You bought those tires, you use those tires.
Yeah, paid for the whole set, you will use it.
Yes, exactly. Wow, so that is a great escape there for Z Challenger Racing, and now with fresh tires on and the rain starting to pick up again, they might be able to find some pace here, that they've got to try and overtake Mia Rose in the 422 entry. Is currently about 2 seconds clear, just getting past a blue flag Mustang there.
Yep, just seems a little bit of lap traffic. All seems to be good so far. And they seem to be gaining on traffic in front. I do not know which car it is. Yeah, that is the 422 of Mia Rose. So yeah, we might be looking at a battle for podium positions, but of course Rose still has the pit, I think.
I mean, the pit stops are all over the place. You can't really say when they're all going to come in. It's all out of sync with each other. But either way, we're going to get most likely a fight on track between the Pit Viper Alpha entry here of Mia Rose in the 422 and the 878 BMW behind of Wong, who is catching and is 1.8 seconds back. But there is a lot of blue flag traffic around. The blue flags have caused a few few issues around, but it seems for the most part they're able to get through. Wong has not been able to get through on blue flag traffic. Rose has, so that could be crucial in the short term.
Yes, it might, but we see currently Wong is alongside Sim Senior's car, as far as I can tell, and has another Ferrari in front, so yeah, it is very congested right now, especially in Sector 1 and 2. As we can see, yeah, many cars going through, and that is Mia Rose going off the track. Might have braked a little too late.
Easy done in these conditions. The wet around here is just very tricky to get your head around where you need to be braking. The amount of grip you have will keep an eye on the gap, and it has stayed actually quite stable because Wong had to pass that blue flag car through that first chicane, so that probably helped Mia Rose there, but she won't really be doing that too often.
Yes, exactly, and that might have lost her a little bit of time. Actually, it hasn't. It's only lost her about a 10th to 1, but that's probably because we have the blue flag traffic into turn 1, so yeah, not ideal, but yeah. So far, the race is really ramping up here at Monza.
Getting long on those fresh tyres is still slowly reeling in the pit Viper car, and look at how loose Mia Rose is having to get out of Ascari. She's really trying to hustle that McLaren around in these very tough conditions. In 10 minutes, the race is going to get heavier, so it's not going to get easier for these drivers for another 20 minutes at least.
Definitely not, but yeah, for the next 20 minutes it's gonna get heavier, and then it's going to go live again, so we do not know what's going to happen after that. So it might be dry, it might be more wet, nobody knows.
I think it's just going to keep flip-flopping between wet and dry, wet and dry, wet and dry. It just seems to be how everything's going, as that isn't laid on the brakes for the blue flag there, nearly into the back of Mia Rose, but like does well to pull it off, and now Mia gets past the Porsche there. Wong did get through on that BMW there, and now wants to try and catch up as further back Spinazzi got past Taylor into P6 and the 161 Porsche, getting past the 17 Mustang.
Yep, and with that in turn 1 I could have seen that going all sorts of wrong, but thankfully they stopped just in time. Went a little bit deep, but avoided hitting any other cars in the process, as Wong had a little bit of a drift there.
Yeah, getting on the curve is going to be tricky, as that's 165 that's around at Ascari, and we've got the 23 around at turn 1, turn 2. As that, oh, that's Bob now. Bob now in the 165 has gone around at Ascari. Bob now was the 165 that went around. Now that's put that team under a whole load of pressure, as now keep an eye on what the gap is as we get into the start finish line. But either way, those tyres are going to be screaming on that Aston Martin, and now Rose and Wong will be even closer.
Yep, and I see that 474 has had a moment in parabolic on the last lap, so many people seem to be struggling with these changing conditions right now, and it's not going to get any better.
Wow, 20 seconds lost, more than 20 seconds lost for Bob now in that incident at Ascari. It's going to be ruining that, as meanwhile, Wong tucked in right behind Mia Rose, and now this battle for P3 is starting to become a battle for P2 as blue flag traffic gets out of the way on the outside. Through the Curva Grande they go, and Wong in the slipstream of the McLaren. Can the BMW do it on the brakes into the next chicane? It's going to be tight, but Wong to the inside, Rose on the outside just trying to hold on, but I think Wong might have it as a little bit of contact, but Wong gets through up into P3.
And that is always going to be Wong's position. Once he got fully alongside, there is not much you can do on the outside there. Just hope that they leave you enough space and don't run you off really, but yeah, you cannot really fight back, but yeah, good battle from Miro's, everything is green, and that's what we like to see.
Yeah, most definitely. It's been great seeing this racing transpire as further back Taylor continues to drop down the field, has dropped behind the other Mustang in the top 10 of the 818 AVR car of Zach Smith. So that's a change for P7. Now Smith is starting to chase after Spinazzi in the 161 Porsche.
Yes, and there might be a fight for P6 as I see the 818. Actually, fight for P7 as the number 17 is.
What happened with Bob now at Ascari? It's just curve on the inside.
The inside curve. Yeah, clip the inside curve. And as you said, the curbs are wet here, and yeah. Does really well on the redrive.
He's patient with it, but just had to manage it the best he could. He didn't want to be flick spinning directly into traffic, so probably the best he could have executed, but not the nicest mistake. Is look at how wet it's gotten now. You will be wanting to stay off all curbs from here, as we see quite a few drivers come into the pits for fresh wets. Starkey's in, Tatleon's in, Boxell's in, so.
Yep, and as I was talking about the fight for P7, the 818 has spun it round at turn 1, and 666 has spun it round at Ascari.
And getting word in that an engine has exploded out there.
Oh.
RAF Lightning in chat saying that the engine has just died and just completely exploded.
I'm not sure. That might be the 23 car? No, it's not. I'm not sure.
This car here, the 88, the 888 Power Sim Sport BMW, their engine's gone.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
Wow.
That is certainly something to happen in an endurance race, and it's always a possibility. Always a possibility, but yeah, just maybe the aggressive downshifts have killed the engine there, and unfortunately for them, they've got quite the lengthy wait in pit lane now.
Yeah, that is suboptimal. And as I say, that number 500 and number 23 have spun it in Curva Grande and Ascari.
Yeah, that's
500 is in the pits.
That's the MRT Other Chaos entry of Damiano Turcolini. Very disappointing to see they've had to return to pits and see what happened there. It seemed to just be pulled up on the outside of Curva Grande. I don't know what happened there. It sounds like it was a puncture from what Ben is saying in chat. So that's very unfortunate for them. And again, the tyres just not holding up in these conditions. The wets are very, very fragile.
When we saw two more spinners at Ascari, number 716 and I think it was number 20, but I'm not sure who it was.
He's absolutely bucketing down out there, but that is not phasing Tom Maloney one bit. He's got a massive lead over Bubnell, Wong and Rose, and as I said earlier, that battle for P3 between Wong and Rose is now starting to become a battle for P2 involving Bubnell as well after his spin at Ascari, as we see more drivers come into the pits. Johnston's in as well, so it's all happening here. Convoy also in the 716, Taylor in the 17, so it seems the pit window for a few of these teams is starting to be reached, but it's going to be interesting to see what happens from here. The rain will be decreasing in 10, but right now it is very ferocious.
Yeah, the rain might be decreasing in 10, and here is the last replay of what happened to the
Yeah, you can see, I
puncture,
think,
rear left.
Yeah, the rear left is down.
Oh, and front right.
Oh dear.
Oh, wow. Oh wow.
That,
Yeah, that's
a
done.
double puncture is interesting. Yeah,
Wow.
it just couldn't get it out. It'll just be way too slow. Just had, yeah, very unfortunate there for Damiano.
At that point,
and the
you're
500
losing
team.
less time by teleporting into the pits than driving it round with a double puncture. And number 17 going into the pits now. And well, as I say, that's out of the pits, and number 23 has spun it at Parabolica.
Yeah, it's the car on the outside there as Maloney goes through. Plenty of accidents out there, but with how tough the conditions have been for these drivers, they've had to deal with absolutely everything. And it's not going to get any better for them as there's rain incoming in 30 minutes. And oh dear, 716 convoy drive through for speeding in pit lane as the AAA insult to injury, 10 seconds for ignoring blue flags.
Well, that sucks for Convoy, who's really up there fighting in the top 15 spots, but yeah. It's tough in the rain to stop it before the white line in the pits here, so it's understandable, but very unfortunate.
The 818 AVR Mustang. That Mustang should have a fair bit more horsepower and straight line speed than this Porsche that Spinazzi is driving in Super Racing 161. So it should only be a matter of time before Smith is able to make it. The AVR team is always a formidable foe in these sorts of races, but with how difficult and changeable the conditions have been, rain has been the great equaliser, as it usually is, as that's up the inside. Oh, it's a bluey livery. I didn't even realise on Spinazzi's car. That's beautiful.
It is indeed, and well, it feels wrong saying this, but number 23 has spun it again.
Oh dear, bad to worse for the 23. They've been struggling a lot out there. Meantime, that's Smith going to the inside of Ascari. You're not going to get moved on there, son. Does back out of it smartly. We'll just try and get the run out of Ascari and up to our Loreto curve, formerly known as the Parabolica. Parabolica is now to the outside for Smith. There's a blue flag car in front that's not going to be able to do too much, and yeah, Smith's already through.
Smith through for P6, that is. And there's a little bit of traffic, and that is a spinner that looks like a GDR.
That's Weatherburn, the 716. So not only do they have the drive-through contend with after Convoy sped into the pits, but they just spun at Alvareto.
Well, that is unfortunate. That comes to worse, I guess.
Yeah, it seems to be the story of a lot of these teams. It looks like Bob now may have come to the pits because he dropped the... Oh, no, I don't think he's coming to the pits. I think he's just dropped a long way back from one row. So either way, he's been overtaken and has fallen a long way back.
Yep. He has indeed. He's lost, well, after the spin, yeah, about 30 seconds so far. That is tough.
Yeah, very tough for the 165 team. They were doing very well up front. And yeah, look at the last lap time, 2:03.77. That's not too bad, but not spectacular either. Yeah, there you go, goes 3 seconds faster on this lap, so has clearly been struggling with something in that car.
And we have a yellow flag in turn 1, since it has teleported to pits. I think it was number 23 again.
I think the 23 has returned to pits, so that's unfortunate for them, being very deep into the wars so far in this one. You've got about 4.5 hours to go. We'll quickly go over your current orders. Yeah, there's... Oh, Weatherburn has also come in and decided to box. So
they still have the drive-through.
Yeah, he'll still have the drive-through to serve after that, I'm pretty sure. But we'll have a look at your order. We've got Maloney in the Kovacs Purple 191 leading the way by a long shot over Wong in the Z Challenger Racing 878 BMW from Mia Rose in the Pit Viper Alpha 422 McLaren there in P3 rounding out your podium. P4 we've got Bob now in the Torva Mesa Racing 165 Aston Martin from Connor Hine in the 111 Rockets Evolved Valkyrie Edition Nissan. Then you've got Zachary Smith in the 818 Alpha Venturi Ford Mustang, brilliant livery as always from the ABR team. You have Spinazze in the Bluey Bin Chicken Racing 161 Porsche, followed by Kai Rudin there in the 89 BMW BS Plus entry from Brooke in the number 5 BMW Aero 5 Motorsport, currently leading the way in the Pro-Am standings in this race. Then rounding out your top 10, it is Brad Cook in the Smokestack 17 Ford Mustang. And getting word in that it was actually a double puncture for the 716 that forced them into the pits. And now, no force feedback. Oh dear.
Oh, wow. That is something.
I'm just noticing the livery on the Smokestack Racing car. That is brilliant. The old school shell livery.
Yeah, I was about to just say that you've obviously noticed it at the same time as I have. It's really nice.
Great line think alike.
Yeah.
Just back on that 716. Pretty much anything and everything that could happen in this race has happened to the 716 car, and well, look at that. Weatherburn seems to be really struggling out there with no force feedback, and I think he'll be back into the pits to serve that drive-through. But yeah, just not having fun out there. I mean,
I think they have to serve it on this lap.
look, it looks like he's coming in for a stop.
Oh god.
Yeah, so yeah, must be some issue there with Weatherburn's setup, so have to get someone else in. But I wonder how long that drive-through is going to be. Steve, I mean, either way, it's a tough predicament for them to be put in. Certainly.
Yep, and the weather seems to be, just cycling through light and medium all the time right now, and 464 picks up a 10-second penalty for ignoring blue flags. That is unfortunate, but yeah, you have to adhere to blue flags here.
It's probably one of the easier tracks to adhere to those blue flags because of how many long straights there are, but there's a few drivers out there have been struggling to do so, but it can be difficult at the best of times in the best of conditions, and well, these certainly aren't the best of conditions for these drivers, despite the fact that we're at Monza.
Yep, and well, this track is, it has, I would say, 3 decent corners. The rest are chicanes and all straights in between, so yeah, if there is any track you can let a faster car through, it's probably Monza. You are not losing a lot, but just moving out of the way. And here we see a little bit of traffic with that Ford Mustang 188.
Oh dear. Oh dear indeed, that is awkward stuff. They're nearly a big accident going up towards Scari, but they managed to escape without any severe harm, and well, it seems the blue flags are causing some issues here. I think that is Rose who's just coming through now and has had to negotiate all of that, and now Clark allows Rose to the inside through Alboreto curve, but
Clark is
very tricky, and now here comes Norris up the inside of Clark, so that's why there was a little bit of a hesitation to let Rose go through. Now Norris with the superior straight line speed up the inside should get this done very easy. What can Clark do on the brakes?
Just
Or will
don't
Norris
miss the
come
braking
across the
point.
couple-
That's what he's
yeah.
done. Oh, I would say that Norris maybe moved under braking a tiny bit there, but yeah, good avoidance. Good avoidance.
Yeah, that was certainly interesting. I mean, yeah, there probably was a little bit of moving on the brakes, but it was also very, very ambitious there from Charles Clark. I don't think he was going to be able to get around the outside through the first chicane on the Mustang there, no matter how late he broke. So I think that's just a little bit that goes all both ways.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, it seems to be an exciting battle here on track, and Spinazzi seems to be edging Zach Smith for position number 5. It's going to be an interesting battle for sure. And number 9, I think, is also closing the gap very slowly to P6.
Yeah, well, with Smith, you got past Spinazzi just a few laps ago, and yeah, with Kai Rudin starting to slowly catch up. Still a fair way back from the 161 entry though. It should be interesting to see where everything develops from here. Still 4 hours and 22 minutes to go. The rain is easing a little bit, but it will get heavier again, so roads will have a little bit of a let up, but not for too long.
Clark seems to be losing a bit of time here compared to the Mustang. It lost 2 seconds so far this lap, and it's not looking too great for them. It might be wear on tires, might be something else. But yeah.
716. Oh dear. 716 picking up a 15-second penalty for dangerous driving on lap 103. Insult to injury for Pixel Racers, as Gibbons is now in the car. They've had every single penalty that could possibly come their way. And now
every single issue that could possibly come their way, so...
Oh, they haven't had a brake failure yet.
Oh, well... You know...
So it could be worse. It could be worse.
Could be, but yeah.
I mean, if it does get worse between now and the end of the race, then I could assume JC will be wanting to do very terrible things to me in the commentary booth later on.
Oh well. Sucks to be you.
Yes, very much so. So I put my name on a hit list.
Huh. Don't we all? Anyway, number 22 has punched around at Scaru. And yeah, he was here receiving blue flags all over the place.
Which in any case we will drop further back here at Monza.
Yeah.
Just the question of whether Gibbons can find the pace to get past some traffic that's left him, although right now that's not looking very likely, so we'll have to see what happens from here for Pixel Racers, but it was all looking so good for them only, what, 15 minutes ago, and now it's just completely collapsed.
Yeah, hell has broke loose, and yeah, position 17 or so, there's no more for Pixel Racers, but here we are looking at the number 90 Kane bits. Seems to be actually catching up to some sort of DDR. I think it's the 474 car. Yeah. So fight for position number 22 is almost underway, I would say.
Yeah, that's Scani, so the number 90 car really isn't so fucking slow after all, but Phipps having to push that BMW to its limits to catch up to Nissan, especially on these straights. That Nissan will just fly away.
Oh yeah, I have experience driving the Misano on Monza.
It's fun.
It is fun. Feels like you're driving an LMP2 car.
Insane how much speed it can get on the straights with its turbo engine, but can be a little bit heavy in the corners, as that's a 299 around at Alboreto. Gets the car back underway again.
Yep. Many people are struggling with the conditions, but at least it is not as bad as as it was, and as it is going to get in terms of the wet weather currently.
Correction, I think that might have been the 200, not 299. The vision is not doing me any justice. That's death, and that bonnet looks like it's had a bit of damage to it.
Just a bit.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Death has, I think, has experienced death.
Yeah, you could say so. And
Here's a bit of a battle though. P8, P9, Brook and Ty. Ty is really starting to catch up there in the 111 Kawasaki Rockets Evolved entry. That car just came into the pits not too long ago. As Connor Hind was in the car before. They were up in about P5 earlier, so they'll be looking to get past Brook as soon as possible. Straight line speed should be doing the Rockets Evolved team nicely, but the BMW on the brakes and into the corners probably just a little bit better than the Nissan.
Yep, and we have some, I think those are blue flags in front. Yes, they are. So they should be moving out of the way soon, but they do not seem to be doing so. As far as I can tell, they're in a battle of some sort. Going well, side by side currently, as far as I can tell. And yeah, the Mercedes let them through. So there's that. The Mustang's still in front. Might be holding up the BMW a little bit, but yeah, seems to be a decent battle here with the Nissan.
Have the better pace, it's just whether he can use it, and with that Mustang still in front of the BMW will at least get a little bit of slipstream, but it's also going to get that dirty air going through Alboreto, and might go a little bit. In fact, that Mustang looks like it. No, it's not coming in, so Mustang's staying out for now. We'll give the BMW a bit of a tow. It's going to be awkward getting past. Ty in the Nissan is really gaining, and is he gonna have a go into turn one? Looks like Brook tries to defend the inside, dives it on the back mark, and that's way too deep, and that's going to be a loss of position.
Actually, it is. Is it? Is it going to be?
He will not be allowed to hold that. If he holds that, he will get a penalty, no matter what, I'd say. But here comes Ty in the Nissan, and Brook trying to defend. Holds the outside line for now, and Ty can't do anything about it, but yeah,
the Mustang behind almost reached their breaking point there, and they get lost by another Mustang behind. So there goes that, and I think the BMW is letting the Nissan through. Yeah,
just a little bit wide there. Brook could have very well been letting Ty through after that deep run into turn one, and there you go. So up into P8 for the Rockets Ball entry, and down to P5 for the 05 Motorsport car. They are still leading their class, and they are quite a ways clear of Tonkin in the 513, about 40 seconds clear, 45 even.
And the weather right now is just a light drizzle that should evolve into medium rain in the next 5 or 10 minutes. So, yeah, it is fun. It is really fun conditions, I would say.
Yeah, and they'll just bucket down again in 30 minutes. So these drivers are not having any breaks here.
And
having
Well,
to negotiate some
there
more
is a
blue
moment.
flag traffic, and this could be a little bit awkward going into turn 1. Will the Porsche back out of it and let the Rocket Small car go? Doesn't look like it, but Ty gets it done.
Yep, almost 3 wide into turn 1. That would have been interesting. And I've noticed there is a barrel for P22 about to evolve soon.
Partington and Clark right by each other. Clark in the 91, Partington in the 419, and it looks like Partington's been able to defend that position for now, as that is very, very deep from a Mustang in that pack, and I think that was one of the blue flags cars, just going very deep there into chicane to let a few others by.
Yep, might have been, or might have been a mistake. Oh, that's the 716. Alright.
Yeah, this would be a replay of what happened earlier on the rejoin. Oh dear.
Oh, yeah, that was not ideal, but yeah.
They did make an effort to stay to the inside, but I think, yeah, it may have just been a little bit safer to go a little bit later, especially given that the tyres were punctured. 513. Oh dear. A drive-through penalty for causing a collision. That's Tonkin. That's hefty.
It is. That's going to lose them about, I think, 30 seconds or so going through the pit lane there, and yeah, that's unfortunate. I do not know what happened, but yeah, must be a big incident.
Either way, ouch.
Indeed.
Parkinson's decided to back out of the battle with Clark and is coming to the pit lane, changing those tyres. We need to keep an eye on the time left in this race, especially if things stay pretty stable in terms of weather from here. We've got about 4 hours and 11 minutes to go, so if drivers were to pit here, they would have to make, I believe, a few more stops, because I think tyres would just be a bit all over the shop, and especially fuel as well.
I think the sim timer is 65 minutes, correct?
I believe so. So it'll be like 3 to 4 stops for most of these teams left.
Yeah. Because I'm unsure if it's 65 minutes or if the stint timer is unlimited. If it's unlimited, then it might just be 3 stops. Yeah, so stint timer is unlimited. So might just be might just be 3 stops for some of these guys on track currently.
It all depends on how well they can conserve fuel. Of course, in the wet it'll be a little bit easier, but cars like this Nissan will be a little bit more of a gas guzzler, so may not be able to survive on just 3 pit stops. But of course, they did only come in not too long ago, so they might only have the 3 stops to go regardless. Again, that's all assuming that this rain sticks around.
Yeah, exactly, because Nissan is really interesting on this track. I've found out it burns more fuel in the wet than it does in the dry, so yeah.
Beautiful.
It is suboptimal.
Yes, that certainly sounds suboptimal. Burning more fuel in the wet than in the dry. Wow, okay. 716. Oh dear.
What's happened now?
They've disconnected. So now they've had everything that can pretty much happen to them.
Still got the brake failure. Hold on.
Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. As here is what happens to Tonkin to get the drive-through penalty, and
that is.
It certainly led on the brakes.
Well, so that is when I mentioned that the 818 had spun it round, and they haven't. They've been stacked from time.
I'm just wondering if there's something more to that, because because it could. But do also need to think about the blue flag situation. They were blue flagged at that time to the 818. So
Yeah. Incidents under blue flags are always going to be harsher no matter what, because realistically you should not be like fighting or especially not making contact with the car that is
that's it.
flagging you. So yeah, it's understandable the penalty is that harsh, but yeah, unfortunate. And 716 is back in the server. I think we should stop talking about them, because the more we talk about them, the worse the things get for them. So yeah.
What 716 car? I've never heard of any 716 car.
Exactly. And 916, I think, has pointed out at Parabolic a few moments ago. He's going now.
The Albert in the currently sitting P27.
Don't take my word for it, because it was something with 1 and a 9, so...
It could have been Mans as he just dropped position to Sparks.
Yeah, possibly, and here we have a look with Brad Cook and Tim Brook battling for position number 9.
Looks like Cook's been able to get past Brook. Bit of rhyming going on there. But either way, the 17's past the number 5, and the number 5 is just starting to fall back a little bit. Still in the top 10, which is a commendable effort for a Pro-Am team, especially given how many pro cars are out there. And they're still very well clear of Tonkin in P12, so still no issues there for number 5. They can just carry on with their race and try their best to get that class win. Still just over 4 hours to go, not quite halfway in this race, but we're very close to it.
6 minutes, so that's about 3 laps with the wet weather.
Yeah, just over 3 laps from now. They've been doing about 157s at best, 158 sort of thing, but he's starting to dry it a little bit more. So we'll look at the lap time for Cook on that lap, and it was 153. There you go. So a lot faster than I was actually expecting.
Yeah. So and number 89 comes into pit lane. So might be a driver change, I think. And here
So this is
we have the pass for position number 9. The Mustang on the inside pulls alongside into Ascari, very nicely done under brakes, goes a little bit wide, but no grip for the BMW whatsoever. That's a good question. Very nicely done.
I think the BMW is just playing it a little bit safe there, just to avoid any potential for a collision through Ascari. It's not a place you want to be going side by side with another driver, especially in these sorts of conditions. As in 10 minutes we've got rain increasing, then in 30 it will decrease again, so all over the place. You do not get a break, as I've said about 1 million times in this race so far.
Yeah, so it just seems to be cycling through the light rain, dry, medium rain, light rain, and medium rain. So, yeah, it's gonna be probably like that for the rest of the race, but yeah, we've seen less and less incidents in the past hour, and Tom Maloney, yeah, he's had a moment there.
Doesn't want to be destroying the Peppa Pig car that easily, but he has the room to rest a little bit, as he is 32 seconds clear of Wong in the 878 BMW and is doing a very, very commendable job out front in the Kovacs purple car. But I think those wets will be a little bit on the older side now, if I'm not mistaken. With how much he's drifting.
That is a bad rejoin from number 23, because Spanish rounded Ascari just a few moments earlier and completely blocked the leader.
look what's happening in 30 minutes, Carlo. We've got just no rain in 30 minutes. It's going to dry out in 30 minutes, but just you wait. It's probably going to come back again. That rain will come back again.
Yes. Yeah, it looks like it, and you only now made me notice that is Peppa Pig on that car.
I only just noticed it then as well, so...
I mean, yeah, culture is...
As that is Barham getting past Maloney there, so this... So Maloney does seem to be struggling a fair bit on those wets, but now...
No, I mean, there is no point for them to go past.
Yeah, that's interesting. Now, yeah, it's just laying back... Okay, well, that is certainly a thing.
Yeah, I mean, sure, I guess. Whatever. And 9:59 causing a collision on lap 113 gets a drive-through.
Yikes.
That is, yeah. Yikes.
Look at how much Maloney is having to fight that car for those wets and not very happy. And I think at this point he is just going to be waiting. Just like hoping that he can get to the dry cleanser, and hearing from Bowles that 959 incident was also a rear collision with a blue flag, so excellent.
Well.
How fun.
Unfortunate.
He'll just be hoping that those tyres hold on. He'll be hoping he's got the fuel to go until the dry period as well.
But now guys, into the pits, presumably for driver and tire change.
Yeah, it's awkward timing for Bub now, especially if there is no more rain for a while after this little spell. So I guess it's going to take a while for it to
we don't really know that.
Yeah, we don't know that, but it's just very awkward timing because we don't know that. It's hard to sort of say when it's right to pit or not. So they're taking the gamble, or maybe they just have to because they've got no fuel or tyres left. And yeah, either way, 165 have come into the pits with just over 4 hours to go. By the end of this lap, we'll be halfway through the Monza 8 hour for the Italian job.
Yeah, halfway through in a minute.
Oh my lord!
That is completely misbreaking point from the
That was Smith
ADR
as well,
car.
I think. That was Zach Smith in the 818 Mustang, so that's huge.
That was, yeah, wow. Brown pants moment for Maloney for sure, after seeing that in the mirrors.
I mean, we've seen a few drive-throughs happen for blue flag cars hitting other cars that are well ahead of them on track by a lap, and Smith could have very well found himself in that same predicament, and he was the one that got hit from behind by Tonkin in the 513 earlier.
Yes, he was. So he almost just did the same thing to Maloney, but thankfully managed to avoid him. Not that he really had any control over that, but the car just slid off the track instead of into Maloney's car.
We are officially halfway through this race. We have just under 4 hours to go, and it's still Maloney leading the way, and he's coming in. He cannot stay out any longer, and there is going to be a change for the lead here. Wong will take over the lead of this race from presumably Mia Rose and Zachary Smith. We'll see what happens with other pit stops, but it was Maloney out in front, and it will soon be Wong leading the way in the 878Z Challenger Racing BMW, who has been doing very nicely on those set of wets, getting the previous set of wets all the way to the very edge of blowing up at pin entry. Then we have Rose there, who will take over P2 in the 422 Pit Viper Alpha McLaren. Then we'll see where Maloney comes out in all of this. I'd say he'll still be ahead of Smith, 818, given that he was a lap ahead of Smith before. but I would dare say Wong and Rose will be ahead of Maloney from here.
Do you think so? And well, Maloney seems to have quite a large gap to Rose, and will almost certainly be ahead of Wong after he eventually stops for tires and fuel. So yeah, we might see. Actually, we might not see a battle for the lead here anytime soon. So,
Yeah, Wong has broken very, very well clear of Mia Rose there, so keep an eye on what happens here.
and we got the information that the car. We got the information that the car that is currently leading and the car that is currently P4 have started last and second to last. So yeah.
Always love the last to first challenge.
Yeah. And Norris with the 188% comes into the pits.
Oh dear,
And
that's
here we
awkward.
have
That's
blue
very, very
flags.
awkward with that pink BMW there. That is the Sofa King Slow 90 car of Vips, I believe. Who were just holding the middle of the track as Wong was trying to get through. That was awkward.
That was really not ideal, but yeah, thankfully no bigger incident. And what I've just noticed is the amateur car of number 20 is doing extremely well, actually.
Rose
yeah.
is in.
Oh, yeah, Rose is into the pits now.
One of the
Everybody seems to be running out of the tank just about now, but it's not an ideal time because, yeah, we see dry weather in 30 minutes, and we do
it's been
not
like
know
that
if
for a
it's
while
going to rain again.
Yeah. So one of the sneak high will be getting past Rose as she hits, but it's John who's in the car now, so John's taking control of the 191. Yeah, that dry patch in 30 minutes has stuck around for a while, so we might actually get some significant dry running in here. It'll be interesting to see if it continues to get drier in the upcoming weather radar, or if the rain comes back to haunt us.
That is going to be interesting to see. If I was to bet on it, it's probably going to just turn straight into rain again in like 10 minutes. You know, very fun, and yeah. I'm having a moment with my brain currently. I was going to say Maloney is using all of the track there, but that is John Sonicus there in the car currently using all of the track in that big machine. Love to see it, and yeah. Somebody who just had a moment to turn 174, I think.
Yep, that is Scarny in the Nissan there. Keep an eye on how things progress, but there could be another little spanner in the works depending on when we see a little bit of a cheeky safety car period.
With the amount of rear-ending we've seen so far, I would not be surprised.
Indeed. As it looks like Holmes has jumped in the 422 and is now being put under pressure by Zach Smith in the 818 AVR car. So one of the cars that started last and second last is now hunting after the final spot on the podium. They could find themselves in a nice little spot to pit for dries if they can hold it on for a bit longer, but keep keep an eye on the gaps. Holmes is starting to break clear, so Smith's tyres is clearly starting to fall away a bit. But we'll see how things go. In fact, there's a little bit of traffic also playing a part, but Josh Holmes certainly isn't a slow driver either. He can be very, very quick.
Yes, indeed, and I see that Mitch Hobbs in the 89 car is closing the gap to P9 to Bahrain, the 154 Bentley. So there might be a battle coming our way soon.
Yes, we'll see how that all progresses. I mean, and that radar still not really budging all that much. That those dry clouds are still sitting in that 30-minute window. It's gonna really make the drivers think in this one.
Yes, indeed, and Holmes has a little bit of a moment in the curve as far as I can tell, and behind might be a fight for position. It seems to be a Bentley and Ford Mustang, is it? Yes, it is. It's really
Ah, yeah, it was a blue flag.
Yeah, and 464.
I have a feeling that might be Barham who was blue flags there for 154.
Yeah, it might have been, yes. I can see that it was the second recovery now, so yeah. And 464 had a moment with the second chicane, and somebody else has probably found a moment to go in Carbonic. I'm not sure who that was.
Spinazzi comes into the pits in the 161, so a few more drivers making their stops. Cooley should go through in the 165. Monitor what happens elsewhere.
Yes, indeed, and yeah, a lot of gaps, many gaps are coming down. We can see that P18 McNair is currently closing the gap to Fleming. Obviously is obviously closing the gap to P9. Smith might be on for a fight with 422 in a few moments time, and yeah, not much else as far as I can tell. And yeah. Baron seems to be actually being held back a bit by the 818, but yeah, they're left, so yeah, nothing they can do there.
Rain still decreasing in 10 minutes. 30 minutes time, there is still dry clouds on the horizon, so yeah. I think we might have a significant portion of dry running for these drivers, and yeah, there you go. Rain will be light in 10 and still dry in 30.
Exciting. So everybody who has split in the last 20 or so minutes will probably have to pit again, and McNair was a 50-second point of causing a collision a couple of laps ago. I do not know who that is with. That is unfortunate.
Yes, indeed, 15-second penalty is significant, so we'll have to see what happened would be like with someone around. It could have been with the
154 trying to go around the outside of the 818. I do not know what's going on there. No, they're just focusing
out.
Yeah, nothing they can do there.
I am in full agreement. Hellcat, the 422 that Holmes is currently driving is very, very pretty. I mean, Pit Viper's always beautiful livery here in OOR, and the Pit Viper Alpha car is back. It's really Alpha versus Alpha, because you've got Pit Viper Alpha and Alpha Venturi going at it here. still separated by about 2.2 seconds.
But on the 154 car, it's just gone off momentarily in last mode 2. So, yeah, they're no longer being held up by 818 at least.
Not going to do them any favors in the battle with the 89 car, and they've lost 3 seconds in that, so not ideal.
Oh, and
Suboptimal.
it's the light rain 30, so...
Oh
Yeah.
dear, but
There goes
it's
that.
still going to be about 15 minutes of dry running that's going to curtail their efforts somewhat.
Might, yes.
It's not going to be easy to hold on to those tyres for 15 minutes. They're going to start to overheat, especially given we got the light rain in 10. There's
Oh, and
so
you
many
have a-
cars out there, and
you have
here
a
is the random
crash
safety
and
car.
Safety car.
Here
Yeah.
is the random safety car that we have promised, and
It is not random, as there has been a huge incident in Ascari with number 60 and another car that I am not too sure who it was on the 8. Going slowly, or that might just be because of the safety car.
I have a feeling that was just because of the safety car. We were
Yeah.
promised a random safety car in this race, and that has worked in perfectly for the 878 of Wong, and will also work in perfectly for the 818 of Smith, as that safety car will need to wait for the leaders, and these two have already passed safety car. So for Smith, this works in perfectly. For Wong, works in even better, as she should be able to hold on to that lead after the pit stop. So we'll see when Wong does move in pit lane. Here is the 4-2-2 of Holmes that we've been watching very, very closely in this one. As yeah, so that rain will be coming back in about 30 minutes. So they'll have about 10 to 15 minutes of dry running, and it looks like Sonikas has managed to stay ahead of Wong, but Wong will be closed right in and with fresh tyres, as it is Aaron O'Brien taking our Porsche GC, our Porsche safety car around here, the mobile safety car. Beautiful, beautiful livery. So if you haven't checked it out, there was a fantastic little video uploaded to the Octane Online Racing YouTube channel last night in collaboration with Promodal, so be sure to check it out if you have 10 minutes of spare time. It is well worth it. Excellent livery on that safety car as always, and O'Brien doing a fairly good job just waiting for the leader to come around, which will be John Sneakers in the 191 Kovac Century.
Yep, and we just see them before Ascari currently, so safety car just letting everybody through, has to pick up the leader, and then everybody's just going to slot in behind. So, yeah, on the before parabolic now, safety car, and yeah, there comes John Sonikas.
So John will slot in behind this Porsche safety car now. Once this Mustang flies through, of course, and there you go, the Porsche picks up the Porsche. And now they'll all queue up behind John. We'll see where is the one who's in just before. I think still a fair way back in this pack. So may not have got quite as much of a gain through the safety car window as expected, but will still be a lot closer to the Kovac's car.
They will be, and somebody has caught it in Ascari under the safety car. I'm not sure what's happening there, but yeah. We've seen a yellow flag momentarily there.
Seems to be just a few shenanigans. Of course, we are running at a much slower speed than normal, so there will be sporadic yellow flags appearing as this safety car window will pretty much run until the rain stops for a brief period, and then it will come back again, albeit only light. So that makes it very intriguing.
Well, yeah, not much to say. Everybody just slotting in behind. Still waiting for a couple of cars.
Plenty of cars still yet to fall onto the back of the safety car. Those of you who are being unaware of the rules for this round, it was put into the rules that there will be a random safety car period where a safety car can appear once in this race during a set time frame, and this was the time frame we had it in, and we got a safety car out of it as a bunch of pack up, and should create some very, very, very exciting racing.
Yes, that is true, and well, John Sonicus has actually not that large of a gap currently. It's just that the BMW has to get through a lot of traffic to get to him, so it's going to be exciting with this much traffic in between the two leaders.
Yeah, that could be crucial because there is a significant amount of traffic, and the blue flags have been a little bit tricky to negotiate here at Monza. So it's not going to be easy for them at all, as there's a little bit of blinking there with the number 16 car blinking in and out of pit lane.
Blinking in and out of existence there for the number 16. I don't know what's happening there, and I think they just disconnected or something. Oh no, they're on track, apparently, according to the game.
Just a bit all over the place with the it can happen. It can happen. These lap times aren't too much slower than what they'd be doing normally. The safety car that lap, I believe, did a relatively decent lap, to be fair.
Yeah.
Might take a little
Decent
bit
for safety cars running, that's for sure.
It might take them a little bit to catch up, and again, that's just going to bring it all that little bit closer to that dry period where it's going to be even harder to hold onto these tyres. But given that they're not going at full pelt, means that they're not getting rid of as much water as they'd probably want to. So instead, the track is just going to be staying quite wet, so it won't really affect them as much, actually, that little dry period, as it probably could have. That will be very, very good news for these drivers.
Yeah, it's taking a little while here for a safety car to pick everybody up. We still have a little group going to turn one currently, and then there's a few cars scattered across the track. We see number 60, 121 going through a sky currently, so yeah, this is just extending the safety car period.
Yeah, those teams were ones that came into the pits, so they'll have to form up at the back of the queue, but of course the laps that they're all on are very, very different, so that's going to create some interest as we are getting...
Wave-throughs. Yeah, we have wave-throughs here for that traffic, yes.
Yep, yeah, we got some wave-throughs happening here. So that will be...
there seems to be a car stopped on track.
Yes, that is a car stopped on track. Oh dear, that's messy.
Right.
So I'm guessing that with the blue flags there will be a few that will be let by on a case-by-case basis. They'll be directed by your race control through the Discord. So you'll see cars that are one lap down and 2 laps down, such and such, until we get a formation that is fine enough, I suppose.
Okay. And yeah.
Maybe a bit of a long period here.
Yeah, just waiting for a safety car here to, yeah, still to pick everybody up, and then it's going to be an extra lap, I think. That's how it works. Once it picks everybody up, and then we're going to go.
Yeah, we've got to do all the wave rounds through, so...
Oh yeah, so we have the safety car on the track for a little while longer than I thought we would, so yeah, exciting.
So we'll be out there for a while. I mean, originally this was going to be used through a virtual safety car, but we've since been able to get a driver out there, and that is, of course, O'Brien has been doing a fantastic job out front to control this field.
Yep, and we still have wave runs happening. We see Bentley going through. That's a McLaren of some sort. The 18.9 has gotten wave round, so yeah.
Yeah, it'll be progressive, so you'll get 1 laps, 2 laps, 3 laps, so on and so forth, and then yeah, be able to get underway without any blue flag issues, and should have quite the bow up front. Will take quite the process to get all this done, given how many blue flag cars there are, but it will sort itself out in due course.
Yes, it will indeed, and yeah. Not much to say other than yeah, we're just waiting for all the wave rounds to be done.
So just guys, might jump in and have a chat while we're waiting for this sort out to happen. We have, of course, the teams that had penalties can't serve their penalties under the safety car. From the total is there, and they'll be reapplied if the safety car is pulls away. It's one of the rules. So as you see, everybody's keeping on the left, so waiting for the cars to go by. And with their fields into the right positions, and that means that all those gaps are tightened up. It's something we're experimenting with to try to get the Enduros to make it more exciting later stages. Have a consultation process with teams. Matt Powell's done a huge job coordinating with that. Has great feedback and cooperation with the teams. And so yeah, that's basically it.
Thank you, Glenn. I'm sure there'll be a few teams that'll be a little bit disappointed with the timing of this safety car, but
Well,
given it was random,
and that's
that's racing.
That's the thing, isn't it? It's, we knew it was going to advantage some teams and disadvantage others, but that's the nature of racing. Is the timing of it was decided before the race started, so only the race director knows when that was going to happen, that window was going to happen. So yeah, there will be some disappointment. There will be some very happy teams. Basically, you've just got to kick on and do the best you can.
You have to deal with the circumstances surrounding you, and well, that is a big part of endurance racing, because in real life endurance racing, a safety car can happen at any time, usually because of a significant incident. Thankfully, in the virtual world here in OOR, we don't tend to get mid-race safety cars for significant incidents, because drivers can just clear themselves up very, very easily, whereas in real life they have to do a lot of management of broken down cars or cars straying on the side of the road that requires additional safety protocols. So having a random safety car like this does probably bring it a little bit more in line with what you'd get in real life racing. And as much as this is an experiment now, it could very well become a permanent fixture in these sorts of endurance races, just to bring it closer in line with a real life experience.
Yeah, we've already said in the peer review after the race, teams will get back together and give their feedback on what went well and what didn't go well, refining it as time goes by.
I mean, at first I was definitely a little bit skeptical, but as I've sort of thought about it a bit more and seen how it actually works, it's definitely been convincing me that this could be a very, very good addition, as it is now dry and we've got 15 minutes of dry running here, but the track is still very, very wet, so it's going to get a little bit trickier for these drivers to keep the tide temperatures down, but it won't be too long before we get some more wet running in here. There'll just be a few more cars that will be waved by, and then we'll be able to get this race back underway once everyone is in order.
Yes, and what I wanted to mention now is the wave runs are now meaning that Tang will be right behind John Sonic is on the safety car restart, but even if he's not currently, there are only a few cars between them, so we might just see a battle for the lead very soon.
And that will mean the procedure for this is far better than some of the FIA's procedures of letting cars go through. At least here we're letting all of the cars go through for a safety car restart.
No Mikey, no.
Yes, yes. Oh,
that was so not right.
Yes! Just had to remind everyone of that once again in case you've all forgotten it. Yeah, so the procedures here are very top notch.
We've got P1 and P2 right behind each other, P3 and right just like we skip out. So my understanding is that the safety car isn't waiting for all cars to go around the track and catch up. To be honest, that's part of the decision about it's going to bunch them up as much as possible. But
It does seem that way, yes.
yeah, there won't be last car
We'll
I mean,
see
even
what
if they
happens.
don't, they'll probably get pretty close to the back of the grid with, well, if they're going this slowly. So, yeah, we see many cars are managing to get the back, on the back of the key. So, I don't think it will be too much of a worry. Around 20 something. Yeah.
That seems to be the usual speed limit applied to these sort of safety cars, or even formation lap procedures, especially once you get towards the last sector. The run is just about bunching the pack up as much as possible before the race gets back underway. We'll see what happens though, whether Aaron puts the pedal to the metal and lets Sneakers manage the field from here, or if we'll get one more lap to bunch everyone up line astern.
It looks like...
Yeah, so I have a feeling we'll be bunching the field up one by one, getting them all nicely back together, so we don't get too many blue flags for a little while. But it will, of course, be a rolling restart here.
Well, standing one would be quite something.
Again, we're not the FIA. Well, we want to create excitement in the latter stages of these endurance races, but we don't want to be creating a 2-lap sprint that causes a bunch of unnecessary crashes.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, you know what I was gonna say. We don't want to create Abu Dhabi.
Or, well, I mean, if you're talking about red flags and standing starts, then you've got to go back to the Australian Grand Prix last year as well, where you had the 2-lap sprint at the end and calamity at turn 1.
Yeah. How about back year 2021?
Yes, where you had Hamilton's brake magic, as the safety car is coming in this lap. So it will be Sneakers in the Kovacs entry leading the way, but the cars behind will have fresher tyres, so it's going to be interesting to see what happens from here. Although those fresher tyres might not do them too much of justice in these drying conditions, although as we look at that radar, it's going to get wetter soon. They've gotten quite unlucky with when this safety car period was called, and they'll be doing everything in their powers to try and negate that. Of course, there's still 3 hours and 27 minutes in this one, so plenty of time for that to happen, but it's going to be a tougher ask from here.
Yes, it is indeed, and yeah, safety car in this lap, and everybody on the grid is nice and bunched up here, so yeah. It's going to be exciting, that's for sure.
Most definitely. So we'll see O'Brien in the mobile safety car pull away from the field now after Ascari, and it will be Sneakers controlling the pace, controlling the field, and he'll have the overall control of when the field accelerates again. He does need to keep it steady though. He does not want to be erratically accelerating and braking, but given the skill level that John possesses, I wouldn't expect him to be doing that. It's just that how the field behind manages it. They've got to try and keep the gaps the same, but as it gets further back, the concertina effect does play its part. It will be Sonicus, Sang, Holmes, Keeley, Smith, Ty, Fab, Hobbs, Cook, and Davis. The top 10, and Sonicus has gone, and looks like Sang's been able to go with him for the most part. And now Sang trying to get into the slipstream of Sonicus down the main straight. Porsche getting gobbled up on the straights, does not have the straight line speed of that BMW now. Into the braking zone of turn 1. Does Sang try to go for it? He does, up the inside. And Sang, is he going to get it done, or is he going to go too deep? And he has gone too deep, and he'll have to give that position back up and back out of the throttle. As further back there are moves side by side through turn 1, but it seems most drivers are getting through clearly. We'll see what happens further behind. It seems they're all really nice at the minute. Here's Matt Niferis in the 700. Now further down, Chalmers and Moffat going at it. Seems Chalmers has been able to stay ahead of Moffat for the moment. And out front, Sneakers has managed to hold on with Sang going deep in turn 1 from Holmes, Cooley, Smith, Ty, Hobbs, Bab, Cook, and Davis.
As the safety car period seems to have benefited the 18-9 car a lot, with gained 3 positions so far. And yeah, 10-second penalty for the number 60. 121 is stuck at Curva Grande. Oh, they are, okay. Yeah.
All of the penalties from before will be reapplied as the 121 around at Curva Grande, and now they've fallen right off the back of the field, but at least they have plenty of a gap to move on, as that is a fresh penalty there for car 2 until 10 seconds before its conclusion on lap 124, as the track is now damp. So the slightly worn wets of Sneakers might be running a little bit better than the fresher wets of Sang right now, but on the straight, Sang will have the advantage, especially in the slipstream of the Porsche. Again, not strong in the straight line, and Sang catching, and is he going to have a go into turn 1 again? It would have to be a late dive, and I think he does stick the nose out, and that's going to be tight. There's a bit of contact, but Sneakers manages to hold on to it. Further back, that is Cooley and Smith going side by side. Smith getting past Cooley. Now Stephen Ty all over the back of Chris Cooley, and there is a nice battle pack forming in here. Smith is starting to break away. Cooley having to defend from Ty. Ty goes to the outside. Can he make it work? Will we have to back out a bit? Oh, Cooley pushes him off a little bit, but Ty holds onto it. And has Ty made the move stick there? No, not quite, but that was very, very sketchy stuff. And now here comes Hobbs in the 89 around the outside of Ty into Lesmo 1. And it's loose on the rear for the BMW now. Fab up the inside of Lesmo 2. And they all managed to get out.
Very sketchy there with those two cars, but thankfully no incidents so far. And yeah, we still are seeing a battle for the lead, a battle for P8, a battle for P5.
Further back, that is Bab and Cook going side by side. A little bit of contact going into the Ascari chicane. Cook trying to hold it around the outside, not going to do it there.
That was very tight, and now I think the 154 of Starkey is going to have a look at a potential position. Yeah, can't do anything around the outside, or can he? No, he gets past by, I think it's the 513 car there.
That's the move, brought up two positions in one sector, or is it? No, I don't think that.
It is.
Is it though? Is it? Or is that one of the blue flag cars? That'll be one of the blue flag cars because Lou is still behind Davis.
I think you might be right. Yeah.
Well, interesting. But Stank has managed to take the lead from Sneakers.
Yes, he has indeed, and we see the top 4 are really close together, and 5 and 6 are not too far away. We might have a really major battle here very soon if P5 to P8 manage to catch back up to the leading pack.
Yeah, certainly the Kovacs boys will not be best pleased with the situation they've found themselves in, but with their pace, like we know they have pace, they can certainly fight their way back into things. But that's the luck of racing sometimes. As here's Babby trying to defend from Cook and does so into a scar. It didn't look like the Mustang was gaining all that much on the straight. But yeah, Bab through the corners will be much superior.
Yeah, here we have 422, I think. Yeah.
Alice Smith getting past the 422.
Yes.
Smith will be chasing after the Peppa Pig car in the Porsche, and that Mustang is a beast in a straight line. Just trying to find any sort of like damp, wet racetrack to cool those tires off, so it's going to be tricky, but that rain will be coming back very soon.
It's in about 5 or 7 minutes, maybe even less than that, so the conditions are getting worse, or well, for these wet tire runners, better. Yeah. The track is currently damp. It's going to get up to medium rain in 10 minutes. Then it's going to back it down to light rain in 30. So we do not know what to expect anymore here.
Chaos.
Well, we already have it.
Yes, certainly. So, keep an eye on what happens. Here, Sang is starting to break clearer touch with those fresher tyres than John Sneakers. We'll see how long John can extend the stint here. This is the
a
groove.
move for P1, and that's to turn 1, I think it is. No, it's into parabolic around the outside. Exactly.
It'll just be the grip on the exit, like, and then straight line.
Completely overruns that portion. And
Oh, a
straight
little bit of
line.
an elbow out.
Interesting. Good. Collision avoidance.
That's certainly a choice. And now, side by side in camera 2, the live, that is Smith going past Sneakers up into P2, and that is the reins back, and it's a stop-go penalty for 960. Causing a collision. Ooh, dear, 960, that's a hefty penalty.
I think that might have just happened exactly when the safety car came out. Because I remember seeing a major crash involving the 960, and 960 spun around at the Sakari. I think they've collected somebody else there.
Insult to injury for 960.
Yes, indeed, and yeah, it is double penalty for them, and there might be a battle for the lead very soon with Zachary Smith here. There might also be a battle for P6. Hobbsy seems to have found some pace compared to the 111 Nissan.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, 111 Nissan will be does have fresh tyres on, but a lot of the top 10 will have fresher tyres on. I'd say one of the only exceptions would be that 191 who pit a little bit before the safety car came out. So we'll see what happens. I believe Holmes might also be on slightly older tyres as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, that is true. And currently he has slipstream, but yeah, the Nissan is insane in the straights, so it will be interesting to see how that one plays out.
Indeed, and those three cars can be quite pacey in the straight line, and meanwhile, Babby further back is falling away, 3.3 seconds away now from Hobbs, and is under immense pressure from Cook and Starkey.
Battles all over the place here at Monza with just about 3 hours and 16 minutes to go, so yeah. The Shell Mustang might find its way through.
Starkey's going to have a go at it as well, but here's Cook around the outside of Bab into turn 1. Should be able to get it done. No, it goes too deep, so we'll have to give that up to Babby, and Babby will go right back through again. And that's just excellent defending there from Michael Babb.
Yes,
now,
Starkey all over the place there, and around the outside, possibly on the Mustang, has the inside currently for the second chicane, under brakes.
Mustang has it.
Not go for it. Does not go for it. Think better of it.
Really smart from Starkey there. Does not want to get caught up in too many calamities, especially with how close everything is now after that safety car out front. Smith is following along with Sang quite nicely, and yeah, the tyres on the 191 are just one way. They've had again some rotten luck with that safety car.
Well, it seems like it's going to dry up a bit in the next 30 minutes, still in light rain, but not as heavy as it currently is, so we might have another dry period here in the next hour.
Yes, yeah, it is just going to ease up in about 30 minutes or so, but usually when it does that, it will go dry for about 10 minutes and then go away.
Yeah. Might do that, or we might see some dry running. Who knows? Probably not. Yeah. Oh yeah, dry in 30.
There you go. So dry running in 30 minutes. So we'll see what happens. Here comes Cook again with the straight line speed of that Mustang, the Porsche struggling in a straight line, as JP in chat is stating there. The 191 Porsche is just struggling in a straight line right now, just can't hold on to the back of the Stang engine. He's now under express pressure from Holmes in the 422.
Because there is a 546 Hobbsy half a tenth away from the Nissan. They are going side by side into the second chicane actually. As far as I can tell. Nothing comes of it so far, going into Lesmo 1.
Looks like Holmes has actually fallen back a bit and is now under pressure from Cooley, so...
Yeah, but he also has a slow Sonicus and driving, so might be doing a little bit of attacking while also defending, so we'll see what happens there. And it's looking a lot more like a 5-car battle here. And Hobbsy right beside the Misano on the straight, going down to parabolic around the outside.
Got dual camera set up. Sneakers trying to hold on against the McLaren of Holmes. The McLaren's not the greatest in the straight line either. This might be an opportunity for Cooley here to get a little bit of double slipstream and run on by, but the track is now back to wet. Meanwhile in camera 2, that's Michael Babb trying to hold off the Sim Senior Bentley. As here in camera 1, that is Cooley gaining massively on the straight against the McLaren of Holmes, but can't do anything about it. This could be the saving grace here for Kovacs, is if they can keep the McLaren behind. That McLaren just has enough in the tank with the slipstream to defend against the Aston while not being able to get past that Porsche.
And Hobbsy's got past the Nissan.
Yes, indeed, that is
P7 now.
yeah, Hobbs up into P6 ahead of Ty in the 111 car.
So he will be looking to get on the back of the cars in front as soon as possible to maybe get more positions, as he does not have the fresher tires, so as many positions he can get early on, it's better for him.
Oh, that's a
And
slide and a half
God,
from Holmes.
Yep.
That's going to put him under immense pressure here from Cooley, who's got the slipstream. He's going to have a look around the outside into Ascari. It's going to be tricky to get a move done there. But Holmes to the inside, he backs out of it, and that is Cooley up into P4. Does go a little bit deep, but I think Holmes struggling to follow the Aston Martin through Ascari, and yeah, there you go. But now,
absolutely flying now on the back of Holmes here. Might be looking for a move into turn 1 as number 91, sorry, has been it in the Lesmo 2. You don't know what that is, what that happened, but yeah, Hobbsy now right on the back of Holmes in the slipstream. Will the BMW be faster on the straight? Yes, it will. But it's the outside line alongside. Time to see what's gonna happen in the braking zone. Down into turn 1, Hobbsy brakes later, it is ahead. So that is 2 positions in 1 lap for Hobbsy there.
yeah, nicely
Really
done.
well done.
As further back, Archer in the 419 has picked up a 15-second penalty. So a few penalties starting to appear on the timing board now. As out front, Sang and Smith, they're going to be battling very, very soon. Smith has been catching, and is now right on the back of the BMW. So you've got a fight for the lead out front once again, this time between Sang and Smith. You can see Holmes is really, really struggling to home that car in.
Yes, he is, and he seems to be struggling quite a bit here on the wet Monza. Yeah, he's getting loose every single corner exit as far as I can tell.
Well, the tread in that tyre will be starting to go away a bit compared to the fresher wet tyres of the cars around him. That won't be doing him any favours, but you'd think he'd still have some resemblance of grip to hold onto it, but either way, right now he's just going to try his best to defend against the 111 car, which, by the way, did start all the way back down in P25 in this race, so they've also made quite the charge, as that was very sideways from Holmes. We managed to hold on to it.
Yeah, so I think the Nissan is now going to be having a look into turn 1 possibly. He is in the slipstream, so the Parabolica loses a little bit of time on entry, and that is not it. That is not going to result in a move.
Yeah, a bit far back for most cars on this occasion. Meanwhile, Senekas is still able to hold a second clear of Hewley, so despite the straight line advantage of the Aston Martin, the Porsche is able to get it through the corners far cleaner. It's able to maintain that gap nicely. Keep an eye on how things go from here. We're nearly at the in the 5th hour of this race. We'll be entering the 6th hour in about 8 minutes time. Out front, it is still quite the battle between Sang and Smith. Sang managing to defend right now, of course, did some great defending against the 191 entry earlier on in this race, but defending against the Mustang of Zachary Smith in the 818 AVR is not going to be an easy task whatsoever, so we'll see how they're able to execute. But again, those teams started right at the back of this field, and definitely enforcing the last to first challenge very effectively.
Yes, indeed, and the 818 is now within the slipstream of Sang, so we might see a battle there if we haven't already. But it's going to get a lot closer than it is. And I think closing the gap to Keely just a slight bit. And obviously, the Sonic is just struggling in those conditions. Dropped 7 and almost a half seconds there. And, Holmes.
It's wide from Hobbs.
There.
Wide from Hobbs at Alboreto, and Holmes is back through.
Holmes is through, and Hobbs is into the pits.
Yeah, I wonder if the tyres have just gone on that. Could there have been a little bit of a puncture there with the 89 car? The tyres have not been able to hold on. Pirelli have produced an absolute terrible compound here. They're trying to emulate Michelin, and right now it's causing a lot of issues for these teams. And Hobbs into the pits, and will be looking to change tyres and change drivers, you would think.
Yes, I do think so, and Hobbs into the pit lane there with just about 3 hours left, so it might be just 2 stops left in this race for them.
Yes, after this one should only be the 2 stops unless they have more issues with the tyres, which again you can't count it out with how frequently we've had issues with the tyres for teams here. And there you go, Kai Rudin is now into the car, so they've switched drivers and changed the tyres as well. They will come out in 11. 165 picks up a 5-second penalty for collision on lap 138. 165 is Keely.
Oh, yeah, so Holmes is technically ahead currently. Yeah, Keely needs to get past Sonicus, but he doesn't seem to even be getting in that much, so it might just be people struggling on those tires that have been through the dry period and the safety car, so yeah, not ideal for them.
Yes, and out front, Sang's managed to break away from Smith as well, so the pace has been a little bit all over the place for these drivers, struggling to adapt to the changing conditions between the safety car window and the green flag conditions we have now. Sneak is still falling back from the lead by about half a second a lap or so, but is still managing to hold on against Keely, and for Keely, it is now critical for him to get past this Porsche because of that 5-second penalty.
Yes, indeed, and well, he's gained 4 tenths on the last lap, so think maybe there is a chance for Keely on one of the straights. That obviously has a lot of straight lane speed in it, and well, they're currently catching up to some blue flag traffic, which I do not think will help either of them in that battle.
No, not at all. It's going to cause some issues for these drivers here.
And Holmes just having tiny issues out of Lesma 1 as far as I can tell, and out of Lesma 2 as well, just going a little bit too wide, doing a little bit of wheel spin, which allows the 111 to just close the gap very, very slightly.
Yeah, you can see Ty Bolt is really starting to catch as 154 picks up a 10-second penalty for a collision on lap 139. 154 is Starkey in the Sim Seniors entry.
Yes, it is, and yeah, not much happening with them so far. They have an 18-second gap to P10, so I think even with that penalty, they're really safe.
Yeah, it's a decent gap, so they should be fine unless there's something really bad that happens to them, which of course we hope it doesn't, but we'll carry on. We've got 2.5 minutes until we reach the 3 hour to go mark. Right now, out in front, it is Sang in the 878 from Smith in the 818, and we're on board here with Sneakers, who's still sitting in P3, the 191. Julie in P4 and the 165 with the 5-second penalty. Holmes sitting in 5th in the 422 McLaren. Ty in the 111. Nissan. Cook in the 17 Ford. Bab in the 161 Porsche. Starkey in the 154 Bentley. And Davis in the number 5 BMW. As we welcome to the commentary group once again, Cameron Fizzleblades.
Hello. C is not gotten any dry since I was last here, and it's, dare say, probably been just as hectic as well.
Yes, indeed, it has been quite crazy. We've had the random safety car occur, and it's caused quite a change in the order here. As you can see, the 191 car that was ahead earlier has dropped back, as that is tight with the blue flag. Tight stuff. But, yes, we'll carry on. We've got 3 hours to go in this one.
Yes, indeed, and I am going to just leave the commentary spot for now, so see you guys another time.
Thank you, Carlo. It's been great commentating with you once again, and we hope to see you again very soon.
Yep, take it easy.
As I say, John Pierre was in the chat saying that they're inevitably running into the Porsche problems of being swamped in a straight line, but surely the rain must be a bit of an equalizer. It must have helped out a little bit, but yeah, I can imagine things are not too easy in the Porsche. But I think maybe the wet conditions should be maybe making things a little bit easier, I guess, like for their overall race pace than maybe it was in the dry. But I could be completely wrong.
Yeah, we did have a little bit of dry running, just a touch dry running, but it occurred sort of in that towards the end of that safety car that we had, where we had the waves through for the cars. But yeah, you can see there's a little bit more dry on the way, but as has been tradition in this race, it will only last for about 10-15 minutes before it cuts off again.
Absolutely. As I do see I think Squires was in chat as well. I believe their Ford engine's gone bang. Sorry, BMW, I believe, as they might have been a bit too aggressive with their downshift's. If I understand that correctly, that's a real shame to see a in-game mechanical DNF unfortunately take the car out. If I've gotten that correctly.
Yeah, there has been a few issues for a few teams.
Absolutely. No worries, and yeah, can 100% understand, and the poor stewards as well in their little steward box, and rampant alcoholism, dealing with all the penalties that they have to deal out, and thoughts and prayers out to them. Doing a lot. They definitely haven't had a quiet race, that's for sure. And so we definitely haven't had a quiet race at all today. There's been penalties up and down the field. And I don't mean there's anything been that nefarious. It's just unfortunately, mistakes happen. Tears, accidents happen in the wet. It's the kind of conditions that we can have. I believe I just saw in the background that is Stephen Tyer's gone ahead of Holmes as well, as the GTR moves up into P5 for the 111 side, P25. So it's an excellent drive from them so far. It's starting position on the grid has really been irrelevant, especially today.
Yeah, well, I mean, you look at Sang, Smith, and Ty, the 878, 818, 111 car. They all started quite a bit further back. I think the 111 was P25 on the grid, but 878 and 818, they were right at the very back. So they've had a major fight back to the front, and right now they're the cars that are leading the pack. That for Ty in the 111 over Holmes in the 422 was brewing for a while. He's just been struggling a touch to hold on to the McLaren here as the rain's gotten heavier, and now I reckon he's going to start coming under pressure from Cook and a revitalized Michael Babb, who's now held onto the back of the 17 Mustang.
100%. Bin Chicken Racing, Michael Babb in the Porsche. We did see Spinazzi as we expected, was absolutely rapid in that car earlier towards the end of the second hour, I believe. And when it's in the right conditions and the right hands, it's the Porsche is an absolute weapon. Let's see. I will say Stephen Ty isn't being freed from the Holmes somewhat, and definitely providing a bit of a slipstream, but also getting a little bit of a nice slipstream himself from the blue flag, who gets out of the way nice and well before the corner. That's what we like to see.
Yeah, it has been a little bit of an issue in this race. Some of the blue flags haven't been letting drivers go at the most optimal of points, and there's been quite a few penalties for ignoring blue flags in this one. But it's good to see that as the race has progressed, there's been a few learning. And look at that, more rain on the radar in 30 minutes.
I think we should just throw the radar away at this point. It can't make up its mind what it wants to do. It's not like been the same weather for about more than 10 minutes, where it's been dry, wet, dry, dry, wet. It's been absolutely all over the place.
It's the Bureau of Meteorology.
Yeah.
Again, it reminds me very much of the Paul Ricard race, Enduro race we had a while back, where it just kept raining and then stopped and then rained again, stopped. It was just, this is very akin to that. And again, it's created something that's been very, very exciting, as has the little safety car window that we had. That has led to a little bit of a change in order, which now purely ahead of Sneakers up into P3, which is again very crucial with that time penalty looming overhead.
That's a big move as well. Didn't catch that one. Did see the GTR just getting a little bit slightly wide in the middle bar of Ascari, which frankly got away with it because it meant they could just absolutely monster over the curb. But if they're in, like say, something a bit more low slung at the car behind, it would have probably gone for a small flight. Because I think Holmes here might be thinking, you may have gone past me, but you're not necessarily faster. And definitely not being faulted too much and falling away from the GTR. Where a repass is on the cards, I'm not too certain. I think a mistake is on there. A little bit deep. GTR in the dry is horrible through this first corner. I think it's probably one that feels like one of the slowest cars through the first chicane. Caught the end of it. If you stay on the curb and they got the small bounce and dip the tyres on, and they're too wide through Curva Grande, whether they're going to be both flat, they should just about manage it. They're going to be still side by side, and the tyre's still going to have the inside line for the chicane as well, and does retain the position. But this is a cracking battle here between four-way battle right now go from P5 all the way to P8. And I hope it doesn't end in tears, because there's enough wetness on the track as it is.
Yes, I mean, if there were any more tears in this race, it would make the track flooded. But yeah, that little mistake from Ty coming out of turn 1 to chicane just allowed Cook and Bab to close right in onto the back of Holmes, and it is creating quite the spectacle here at Monza.
Absolutely. You see, Sang still got a small lead over Smith. 3 seconds. It's really not much there. The rain has really kept the pack nice and condensed for the most part up in the top 10. And it's really, no one is safe. No one's really got a lead. No one's got like a buffer at all, and it's glorious to see. And I think this is going to be a few weary souls as we look to get power down now through the I know it's now called Alboreto, but it's still Parabolica to me. See Chris saying, there you go, Smith right there. And we know how quick Smith is. You know, he's been around the clock a few times here in Australasia in general, to say the least, when it comes to ACC sim racing. Blue flag might cost Sang a little bit more time than he would have liked, and that's all it's going to matter for me, but it does get a good job out of the way as well. It's good blue flag etiquette from the Porsche there.
Low in the 188 comes to the pits, but yeah, Zachary Smith is really a jack of all trades racer. He's very fast in ACC, as is apparent by his involvement in a lot of the Australasian and Asian competitions, but also has been very, very fast in the F1 game previously, of course, partaking in OR's F1 series previously, and winning plenty of races and championships along the way.
It hasn't dried out, barely dried out at all. It's dried out somewhat earlier in the race when I last did my commentary thing, but that fastest lap is still 51.5. It's like for Monza times, it's really not that quick. Definitely in comparison to the dry times, but it's funny because that is being currently held still by Moffat down in 29th place for the 98 Ford Mustang. It shows you, even if you're at the top, you're not necessarily fastest. And I think, like, to be honest, you could be in the top 10 right now, just having kept your nose clean right now. It's a few cars up ahead, a few more distractions for Zachary Smith, but he's a stoic operator. I've heard the Mustang's not too great out of these slow corners, especially in terms of the TC, where it's just the kind of the sheer amount of torque from the Coyote V8. Kind of a little bit like the GTR, where the TC kind of struggles to get it down, but definitely using first gear a little bit more than you would do in the GTR.
Yeah, certainly. Just the amount of power that Mustang can also bog down with the TC, because the TC actually works in the Mustang, as we are well aware of, and well, right now Smith's doing a pretty good job of those. Yeah, just still falling back ever so slightly from Sang, who out front is doing magnificent in that 878 BMW. You can see Smith just running out a little bit wide out of Lesmo too. That's going to lose him time down the straight and not give him the opportunity that he'd probably want to get past the blue flags here into Ascari. So he'll have to wait until the run up to Alboreto / Parabolica.
Yeah, it's not going to help. It looks like those two are fighting for a position as well. Just because you've got blue flags, you can't just jump out of the way, and they've got to have their own race as well. It's sort of like you've got to juggle those two efforts somewhat. To see Joshua Holmes here drop back a little from Ty. Looks like Ty's kind of brought out a bit of a lead, and it's under the threat from Brad Cook in the other Ford Mustang in the top 10, the 17. Doing a very good job to recover a little bit of earlier troubles in the wars, struggles in the first early stints. I think they got pitted around and they were down to around 20th place as well after the first hour, which wasn't ideal. Cook now, as we know, normally a Porsche man, but not today in the Mustang. in shell colours, emulating BGR car, I believe. I've got my history correct. And slowly closing in on Joshua Holmes here, but probably a bit too far back to make a move from this distance. Greg Cook, he's a safe operator. He's not going to send it from a million by. He will not go for the gap if it's not on.
He does not follow the mantra of if gap car, which is probably a very, very good thing for an enduro. But yes, as you said, there was always a few incidents early on in the race, and Cook and the smokestack racing team in general were involved in a little bit of it. But if you were to have an incident, you would much prefer to have it early on in the race, as that is probably your prime opportunity to make a fight back, because time is on your side, and by that point the gap is the cars are still quite close together. So if you fall back, you're at least not going to fall back into significant traffic. The only issue then is blue flags.
Absolutely. You can see Holmes pulling out a good gap in the Lesmos. Generally, the Lesmos are definitely where the front engine cars and the cars that don't really rotate very easily suffer the most. Coming up to, obviously you can see Stephen Ty in the blue GTR is up ahead as well. The blue flag car as well. As Holmes doing everything he needs. Wow, that shows how on edge it is. As Cook goes a little bit squirrely on the exit. Keeps it in control, but definitely doesn't help his speed on the exit to carry it all the way here to the Parabolica. It's definitely a lot of movements. I feel like the Mustang is definitely very similar to the BMW, and it's probably it does share some of its data in its current state. But yeah, very similar cars in terms of well, to be fair, probably mostly viable front engine cars. There's not that many right now. Not that they're all terrible, but I think some are a lot more preferred and a lot easier to drive than others. Looking at you, Mercedes.
Yes. Just got a notification from race control earlier that 98 has picked up a drive-through penalty for dangerous driving. That is a major whack. I have seen quite a few drive-through penalties throughout this race for collisions, but also a couple for speeding into pit lane. I know the Pixel Races team got a drive-through penalty for speeding in the pit lane from JC, and then everything just collapsed for them. You can see the drive-through being applied to the 98 team.
Yeah, there's Moffat and Sparks of the Sim Seniors car. As we see Lou looking to get past Nippers, as Nippers didn't get it stopped for the first corner, but has come back to get him on the run through Curva Grande and into the chicane. And that'll be quite frustrating for Lou, to be honest, because I feel like he did everything right, but lost out to the grunt of them as the Mustang through Curva Grande. The 700 did cut the corner and did lose the position fairly, but then that's just the difference between the cars.
Yeah, that Mustang is an absolute beast in a straight line. Once it gets its traction down, it just flies, especially compared to the McLaren.
Yeah, it definitely seems to do very well. As soon as it gets a sniff of a draft as well, it just goes into overdrive from what I'm seeing. And I wonder how much people have changed their setups as the blue flag car gets out of the way. A little bit of a scare for the 700. See Taufik there in the 711, the P18. The car has been in the wars, let's say. It was in the top 3 at some points, but as the Ferrari goes exit stage left as well.
That was probably the 23 that was blue flags there. Did not let Lou go at the optimum opportunity, and now here comes the Ferrari. That looks like a Ferrari that's lapped down there. That'll be
he's getting unlucky himself, and hits Dardy and Flavick.
Oh,
no! Please. Please.
Yikes.
Oh, get it stopped.
No.
It's a slow car as well, and they're not going to make that corner. What is going on? There's the 20 of Fleming, I believe.
959's picked up a stop and go 20. That is a ouch.
Oh dear. What can I say? Stewards, as I said, they're just they're not getting a single bit of respite this whole race. So I believe that is the number 3 BMW Sorry, nope, there is no 3. It's a 5 actually. It's a 05 Motorsport, T. Brook and S. Davis. I understand. And, they're doing a somewhat job, so they're actually ahead for full position of this car, the 513. So the 20 Aston Martin is in the middle of that. It's technically unlapping itself right now, and it's it's entitled to do that as long as it has the pace to. But if it starts getting caught again, then it's going to have to relinquish those positions. Otherwise, I think there'll be a few numbers called out to race to control.
Yes, had an early drive to penalty this time for the number 60. So plenty of penalties being thrown out by the stewards right now. They will be having quote-unquote fun in the stewards box right now. But yes, the number 5 of Brook and Davis did just come into the pits with Davis swapping Brook back into the car, as looks like Lou's just letting through a few drivers here. That's the 999 going through there. That is 9. So yeah, Lou's just managing the pace at the minute.
If they're still going in a straight line, they lose a few positions, whether they are lapped on or actually genuine positions. I believe that's the Carl Johnson BMW that's coming through. I don't think it's Carl driving it right now. The clearance way there, definitely mullered the 513. It's not been a great few laps, but to be honest, the car is clean, the car is still going, it's not damaged. It's it could be a lot worse, and we've seen a lot worse. That's for damn sure today.
Oh yes, we've had many lot worses in this one. Bit unfortunate, but the rain has stopped for a while. We've got about 10 to 15 minutes of dry running here. Of course, the track is still wet, so it will go down the damp, but the rain will come back to moisten up the track again for these drivers, which I'm sure they'll love.
Yeah, and it will dry very quickly. We've got a fair amount of cars out there right now. We've got about 40 cars, 43 I believe at the last count, and rotating the track, drying up very quickly, and it is 23 ambient and 29 track temp. This will dry very quickly, and it will destroy anyone's wet tires right now, so you better look after them as much as you can, even though it's very difficult for when the rain does come back if you are not planning to stop in the time between.
Yes, most definitely is. Speaking of stopping in the time between, that is Cooley in the pits, and he has to serve that 5-second penalty as well.
Yep, it's the smallest of penalties, but still a penalty, and it will probably cost you a position or two on track. So you see Holmes here on the back of Cook. So Cook has gotten ahead of Holmes right now, and Holmes definitely doesn't look like, oh, as bad. We just caught the inside curve a little bit, and spun up with the Porsche, and gets a little bit of a bad exit. To be honest, gets a better. Oh, to be fair, it's a lap car. That's why it's got a better exit. That's a little bit cheating, but that is Chris Darp in the 200 Ferrari. Unfortunately, that car was also running in the top 10 in the hands of Sasha Depp and Darp, and unfortunately just had a one incident and another, and it's just it's a little bit of a it's like snakes and ladders. You kind of just all goes wrong.
Yes, and I think earlier on, Death experienced a little bit of death out on track earlier on in commentary stint, and had to come back into the pits to get what looked to be a fair bit of damage fixed on that 200 MRT car. But yeah, we can see maybe still holding on against Starkey. The 165 car is back out on the track. We'll see where they end up in the pack. Fair way back to the stage.
So the 623 has had a moment at the exit at Parabolica, but looks like it's got going again. That's the Catalan Red River Racing car. Catalan, Herbert and Kumar. Well, that's another Herbert. We have two Herberts.
Looks like Kai Rudin and the 89 car has managed to get the undercut on the 165, and would have done even without Cooley's 5-second penalty, because the gap there is 5.5 seconds, and it was only a 5-second penalty applied to Cooley in the 165 car, so that's a good strategic call from the 89 team. Hobbs, Kai Rudin, all driving there. Is that Starkey trying to get through on Bab? Flashes
bad.
Yeah, I don't think they were very impressed with the late move there. But we'll leave that one to the stewards if that's an incident. It looked like they had the run on them, but whether who moved when, obviously some disagreement.
Like was just holding the inside line. Like that's all it seemed to look like from there. But I could have missed something a little bit earlier on. But either way, Starkey was not impressed.
Yeah. And the car's been quietly doing very well in the hands of the drivers for that late. It does have 10 seconds to serve in the pit stop, but nice to see it back up there. Don't see it too often.
Track has gone down to damp, and we still see in 10 minutes time dry running.
I was going to say, this happened earlier. This is literally deja vu, and this will dry really quickly. We managed to get to fast track in the very short space of time that it did dry up. So there's still a bit of standing water out there, but it's 20. The temperature out there and the amount of cars, this will dry so quickly.
Car 16 picks up a 15-second penalty for causing a collision, so still putting in some work. New drivers just creating a few issues out there, but overall it hasn't been too bad since the safety car. There have been some interesting moves, but overall it's been quite exciting to watch it all unfold.
Yep. We got the 960 in the pits as well. Woodendale.
422's in as well.
I was going to say, where does this filter out in terms of people's strategies? Bear in mind, it is going to be dry for the probably maybe even get to slick tyres optimum in the very short space of time, but once the rain comes back, it will come back with a vengeance. So are you going to run wets to the end? And it's just what wets you're going to run now are probably going to get really worn out in the short space that when this track dries out. Nippers here looks to defend, but that's not getting stopped yet. Unfortunately, has to go through the bollards, not too quickly, not too slowly. It does lose a position, and hopefully doesn't get a warning. I believe he has done everything right he needs to there.
That was always going to be deep from Nippers when he got on the brake. You could just see how far it is breaking away from the BMW there of Brook, that he was never making that corner. And well, Brooks managed to pressure the mistake out of Nippers in the MRT 700 car and has gotten ahead and into P11.
Yep, good to see the 700 car going strong, still going right now. Last time I commentated, they were unfortunately cruise missiled into by one of the unfortunate McLarens, the white and orange car. I can't remember the right now, but yes, unfortunately they were catapulted into a sort of a little bit of a miscommunication when that car was had to take avoiding action. Unfortunately, braking on wet grass equals not much speed arrested.
Yeah, wet grass usually has low levels of friction, so you're not going to get the grip to make the brakes break.
And we've seen a lot of break out there in terms of damaged cars, that's for sure.
Yes.
Been rebuilt about 5 times over. And I don't think there's been a single car that hasn't had a moment right now or had some repairs. Rain coming back in 10, so maybe that dry won't be as coming as quickly as I expected. To be fair,
Should get greasy, I'd say. Greasy conditions at least.
Probably get greasy. We did have the sun out earlier, which probably was a big factor, as Graham Hill looks to send it up the inside. Oh, is the space given? Or just about. Very easily could have tapped the rear of the Lou into a spin, but thankfully there was just enough room given as that Lou goes to defend that on track. Yeah, he's well positioned. You've got to fight them when you can between the 70 and the 513.
Yeah, Hill just got up on the curb at turn 1 and that bounced the car scarily wide, nearly into the side of the 513 car of Lou. So it'll be hard-to-mouth stuff there for Mosaic Motorsport, but they managed to get out of it unscathed for now, but still behind the 513.
Indeed. gapped up to 6.7 between Sang and Smith right now, so it's equalised a little bit. Only 5 attempts between them. Sang was actually quicker on that last lap, so looks like Smith might have been the quicker of the two, kind of closing in. It might be just a case of lap to lap, but they've also got to focus right now. You know, those wets are not in their working conditions. The track is clearly, obviously, you know, as soon as it's anything other than like water on the track, it's those wets will burn up real quick, and especially going to be around here as well. You know, the high speeds, they need to shift the water to keep them cool.
Yeah, and so we'll not be shifting speed very quickly is the 188 of Norris, who has a drive-through, presumably the track limits.
Unfortunate, but is the way it goes. And yeah, track limits here, very easy to get in the dry as well as the wet as well. And 88 of Norris, unfortunate. But it's a real weird. Who is 188? I'm guessing they were originally 187 because that's what I got on my entry list. So I was confused where 188 came from.
The 188 is certainly a car.
It is a car. It is in the race. Hope that doesn't play funny buggers too much with the entry list and such. They are listed as 187, the freebie racing Ford Mustang of James, Macbeth, Lowe, and Norris.
Yes,
Going and doing their own race. See Babby here. Babby and Starkey haven't been separated by much. Let's see if there's a round 2 to this one as well, as it starts to dry out a little bit. 23 ambient, 29 tracks, so things haven't really changed too much. It's a good run from the Bentley. The Bentley getting a good run through a Ascari where they can use probably a bit more curb than the Porsche, and getting a nice toe as well.
Just had a little bit of a look going into Parabolica that could do anything with it, but now should have a little bit of a run, although maybe did maximize the entry and exit. With the slipstream, that Bentley should have the straight line superiority, especially against that Porsche. So we'll see what happens. Babby holding his line. Will Starkey this time go to the outside? It's a late move to the outside. Try to hold the brakes in.
Tries to crowd him.
Side, and Babs held on. That's once again really good defending.
Yeah, I was a bit worried that things were going to get a little bit heated with how it ended before, rightly or wrongly, but they both gave each other space. They both kind of raced hard. You know, Starkey did have the nose ahead, but was on the outside line, tried to crowd him as much as he can into Babby into backing up, but Babby had none of it and held his line, and had the inside line, and still retained the position. Completely all is fair in war. Round 2, I'm sure, will probably happen at the end of this lap as well. That Bentley does look very quick there in the hands of Starkey. And yeah, Cook's right there in the Ford Mustang as well, not far up the road. Burning up these tyres as well right now. You can see that they're all kind of looking for that wet patches where they are, but they're quickly dissipating. It's not that long until the rain comes back, allegedly. Whatever, you know, it's what the widget says. Do we trust the widget? No. Do we throw the widget away at this point?
What widget? I see no widget. The widget is just a figment of our imagination.
We'll get rid of the widget and we'll just put a potato wedge there.
Yes, far better. Far better.
Yes. And commentating on an empty stomach, this is a very dangerous position for me to be in.
Yeah, you're making me hungry now too. As we see, that's Cook into the pits, the number 17.
Surely they got to take a set of wet tyres, even though it's not going to be ideal right now. But like, look at it, it's you know, it's medium in 10, medium 30 with a plus as well, which implies that it's not going to be a very light amount of rain. It does get wet very quickly though, that despite the temperatures. And been an absolute tumultuous day in Monza. To be honest, it feels like here in Sydney as well. It's been raining all day as well, and equally just Yeah, to be honest, actually, probably colder than what Monza is in the game right now.
Yeah, well, Monza right now 23 degrees, and in Europe right now they'll just be entering into summer, so much colder in the game than here. But yeah, right now here in Australia it's even colder than that.
Yeah, you gotta be careful in this weather. You know, it's 23 ambient, 28 track. You know, it may be raining, but the British tourists will be they'll be setting up the beach chairs and the gravel traps, because this is primary for them. It's babby, like you see the rear get loose on the entry. It's kind of four-wheel drift on the egg. It looks cool, but probably not the intention. As oh, that's very slow going GTR. Is that a rear left puncher as well? That car is sitting low for the GTR. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's like the fourth one I've called today.
Yeah,
now. That's not stopping. Oh god. Oh,
there's been punctures everywhere. I think earlier the 500 of Turcolini had a double puncture.
Oh, Christ. Yeah. Punches look weird in this game though. They just make it look like the suspension's collapsed and the tires still inflated, but yet they sit very low down. And really unfortunate for Ty. They were doing a good job there. They were up to what would have been P4, but I think at the expense of Cooley in the pits, as well as Starkey is also in the pits now as well. 15-second penalty for car 121 right now. That is the Meatball Bowlers, Rando, Ramesh and Austin for an unfortunate misdemeanor.
Yeah, a few drivers have come here. The track is now greasy, but look at that rain. That rain is on its way, very much so.
Absolutely, track has now gone greasy, but its days are numbered, to say the least. It's not going to stay that way for sure. Got to preserve those tires, like, you know, we've seen the BS Plus BMW rear left puncture. The Nissan's GTR's had a rear left puncture. We've seen it for Tom Maloney's Porsche's had a rear left puncture as well. Keys had a puncture. So they tried to extend this stints as much as they can, even though their tires are screaming for help. They want to try and the rain is back. Here it is right now, so there's going to be a bit of a saving grace. But that said, though, even if it's raining, it doesn't save your tires from getting destroyed right there. So we need those rear tires a lot at this track. A lot of slow traction zones, a lot of exiting on power, spinning up the rear tires a lot of places, as John Sonikas comes into the pits, joining the ABR car for probably a fresh set of boots, a fuel up, and potentially a driver change.
Yeah, it's expected there to be a few driver changes. Smith has been in the car for a few hours now. Sonikas has been in the car for one stint, and well, from here they should be able to get through on just one more pit stop, depending on how well they use the fuel.
Absolutely. Track is 22 ambient now. Sorry, 22 ambient. So GTR getting lovely sideways. There's a lot of traffic to contend with. There's no place to hide from the traffic at this circuit. You know, it's a relatively small track, relatively low lap time, which means there's no real way to get out of the traffic somewhat here. There's nowhere to hide. It's not like Spa where there's big parts of the track to hide in. As Chris Dark comes to 16th place, hoping to get something recovered from this race. A little bit of a squirrely through Lesmo 1 as well. Very interested to see. I hope everyone who has he goes wide and then pirouettes on the exit of Lesmo 2. Hopefully, look at he's got to wait about 15 years. Look at the train of cars coming. Wait, old.
Is that car have like tires that are intact?
Right.
Because it looked very, very loose going into the corners.
Yeah, I think it does. I think that car's been kind of struggling with rear stability, whether they've kind of taken a bit more out of the tires, and with a spin like that, it's still going to make it even worse. There's an AVR car is coming up as well. The rain is coming down a bit more thick right now. Really didn't want to use that word, but we'll have to use it no matter what. As the AVR car comes there through and wants to get past this Ferrari, as Christopher's probably just trying to collect himself right now. You know, it's always a bit wearisome after a spin. You kind of like, where am I? What am I doing? What gear do I need to be in?
It's just getting yourself back into the zone and forgetting about the little mistake you've made, just pushing on. That it's always difficult for any driver to do, really, especially because you have to manage your tire temperatures after a spin.
Absolutely.
So, track conditions, managing that sort of thing would have been even more important.
Have a look in the background where AVR is in relative. I think we did see Kai Runin in the BS Plus car was not that far behind yet, 6 seconds, and he's got Cooley right behind him, and Cooley takes the fastest lap of the race so far with a 151.2, so it dried up enough that they are able to take the fastest lap honours. Whether that's going to last towards the end of the race, we'll see. When inevitably the weather's going to change its mind once again as the BS Plus gets ahead of the Sim Seniors car. With not too much trouble in that regards.
Yeah, not too badly done by the Sim Seniors McLaren. The rain will be easing up once again in 30 minutes, so we'll get another dry little stint. Again, can we just replace the radar with a potato wedge?
Yeah.
And yeah, look at that, 30 minutes dry running, but that will only last for about 10 to 15 minutes before we get more rain, because that just seems to be how this race is panning out.
Looks like Sang has also come into the pits and put Wong in the car as well. Saw Wong did a very good job in these changeable conditions as well, so no weak link in that team. That'll be very interesting. 30 minutes now. It's going to stop again apparently, so you know, potato wedge it, the weather wedge it. It's you know, going to be absolutely bipolar, to say the least, on what it wants to do today. And I feel like I've been repeating myself all day saying that, but that's what's happened as the 7-Eleven car comes into the pits.
It's like pulling the petals off of the flower. Rain, no rain, rain, no rain.
It's like Homer with a light switch. Fight, 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 fight.
Yes.
It's just, yeah, absolutely. So, see, Neil Haynes, one of our co-commentators, I don't think he'll be commentating today, but goes out in the ANZ CRL car, the BMW, and back out into the war zone that is Monza in the wet.
Oh dear, good
a
game.
little bit of reverse.
Yeah,
Someone missed their box.
that little bit of reverse is always interesting. Out front, Dabby still yet to pit, but Wong is about 6.5 seconds clear of Pinata at the moment. He's jumped into the 818. Hyruden's found himself into the battle for P3 and might, if he has the pace, might be able to continue cruising, but does have an extra pit stop to do compared to the drivers around him, given that that 89 team did come into the pits a bit earlier.
191 Porsche that was looking so strong in the early half of this race. Down in P6 currently, probably got a few positions still to gain, but yeah, they'll be ruining things a little bit. Not gone ideally for them, but yeah, to be honest, they're still in the fight. They can still make something of it as well. They're just going to have to get their arms out a little bit to try and recuperate those lost positions. Not going to be ideal for them in the Porsche. Hey, they chose the car. They knew it's Monza.
Imagine choosing a Porsche at Monza. Who does that?
Who would do such a thing?
It's just, yeah. As Keely's back in the pits.
What does that spell?
Oh dear.
What has happened? Did they short fueled it? Because I feel like they boxed out. They're on dry tires.
Oh,
That's why they were so quick.
I see.
I dare say those tires are going to get removed. That explains the fastest lap. Car 500, stop and go 10 with dangerous driving on lap 161. That's a big old paddling for the MRT Utter Chaos for Colleen McDowell and McLaughlin.
Yep, that is Utter Chaos for them.
So rain intensifies in 10, but stops in 30. Oh, it's going to be, insult to injury for the 165. That's really going to make things hard for them. They were right there in the fight, but I think. Oh, we got some yellow flags there in Parabolica. I saw two cars. 1623, and I believe it is 500. Oh dear! So the car that just got a penalty has just gone into another incident as well, as that's outside of the track bounds. It's Porsche 23, 500. The McDowell car comes into the pits in the Manti design with different colorings. I do quite like it as well, but dare say they've just had another incident when they have just gotten a penalty as well, and they better switch that penalty off if they don't want to serve it right now, if they want to do something else. So that's Bab, who is got dry tires on his car. I'm not sure if that was what he was running before and whether he's going to change to wets now.
I would say so. Like, I wouldn't think we
Oh no, yeah, McDowell. I think they came into like maybe do a damage repair, but they've had.
Oh dear,
pit
they've
stop.
sped the pit lane significantly. That's a stop go 30.
Oh no. Not like this.
Oh dear.
So it's stop go 30 as well as their stop go 10. Oh dear. I don't know if did they even just serve that just now. I feel like that wasn't quick enough to do a stop go 10.
Yeah, no, the stop go 10 had not cleared as they were coming out of the pits, I believe.
No. Yeah, it looked like they just had an incident with another car at Parabolica, and there's damage on the front and the rear of that Porsche. We'll have to get confirmation on whether they had just cleared. Well, if they did clear it, well, now they have to come in and do a bigger one.
Yep.
As well as with a fairly second-hand looking Porsche.
Indeed. To be fair, it wouldn't have surprised me if, amongst all the chaos that they were under, they were rushing to get things sorted for a pit stop because of some damage, and all of a sudden, well, dear,
oh
it's gotten
no.
worse.
Oh, one of the Ford Mustangs as well. Look like they're struggling to keep the car in control. Both of their pirouettes. Oh, it's dangerous. Oh, there's lots of car coming right now. Yep, reverse and just drive over the gravel, please. That's the best way. That's the only thing you gotta do. You got a big old train of cars coming. Oh, not good for Dylan McDowell. It's gone from bad to worse, to even torrential.
Yeah, well, torrential rain's coming in 10 minutes, so.
Least of their problems.
Because they've had a torrential downpour in just stuff happening. Stuff.
Yeah. Looked like they were just struggling for control and went a little bit like wide offline. The Mustang was kind of taking the racing line as well. And unfortunately, they kind of just came to magnetize together as they come in, get it stopped before the line. And looks like they got it stopped not too badly. Wonder if they're going to serve the penalty or do a normal pit stop to try and maybe repair the damage. Because I can kind of understand if they want to get the damage repaired, because the car is just so undrivable in its current state. If that is the case, it does look very second-hand. We shall see.
Yeah, but they've got. I would say they'd serve the penalty. If they still have that stop go 10 also hanging over them, they would probably want to serve the penalty. As meanwhile, out front, Wong is breaking away from Pinata. Still 8.5 seconds the gap now, so it's doing a very good job as a Challenger Racing team.
Let's put a lap on the Kovacs BMW. Clear it as well. I believe that's the 90 of Hill. My understanding? No, I'm wrong. It's the 21. We need ACC. We need bigger timing boards up and down the screen. Yeah, come on.
960 picks up a 15-second penalty for causing a collision.
Yeah, stewards, no respite, no rest for the weary stewards. Gonna keep pumping out. Thank you for them to always putting putting it in the bot for us so we can see it on screen. We do appreciate it. It makes our lives a lot easier. Track temp has come down a fair bit, down to 24 right now. So Marco 1 navigates through all the lap traffic. You know, even if you're the best operator out there, it's always a little bit of jeopardy, and you just gotta exercise caution, experience, and patience in these situations, because it's very easy to undo all your hard work with just maybe a little bit of a bad move on a blue flag car.
And that is pretty common, as the 500 have chosen not to take their stop go 30.
Yeah, that car looks fixed right now, which is probably what they need as well. They've got a new driver in it as well, just to fresh set of boots, and they'll probably come in this lap. They got to come in this lap surely, because I think they only got like 3 laps to serve that stop, and it's been at least 2 of them.
Yeah, it's certainly a predicament.
And if they do have the stop go, I believe the stop go 10 was the first one. So if it was still up, they should have had to serve that before the stop go 30 anyway. So, but I don't know. I've never been in this position as Cook has to navigate round the outside of Ascari. That's the worst place to try and do this thing. And I don't think either of them intended for that to happen. It looks like McLaughlin was just trying to drive his car. Unfortunately, it was going a little bit too slowly. Cook's liking.
500 team right now are in quite the issue. That's actually Chris Taylor in the car there, and there you go, back into the pits. There you go, 500.
Yeah, you wanted the TV time, this is how you do it. You get stop go 10, 30, and you destroy the car as well.
Yep, it's certainly one way of getting TV time, but not the optimal way of getting TV time, to say the least. And yep, there you go. What a sad sight.
It's a smashing delivery though.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Beautiful.
I believe that is probably whoever did Sean's, which I believe it was, maybe it's I think it's might be one of those Ben Hignett jobs, I think, that livery. With a few variations, has did a good job of recreating the manti sort of arrows. And we've seen that on I think Sean also hires Pig Nada up on the curves, but he knew the slide was coming. He turns into it and looks like an absolute hero on track as well, as he chases down Wong in the 8.7 BMW. Go on.
Meanwhile, Sadikas is catching Kai Rudin here. Gap is still 10 seconds, but remember that 89 car pit early, and we'll probably need to do an extra pit stop compared to the drivers around them. So that could bring the Kovacs Purple Entry back into contention for a podium, and if they could continue to gain time, then they might find themselves in a position to maybe gain back some of the positions that they lost through that safety car window.
Brave of you to predict anything that's going to happen in this race.
Yes.
I
will be
predict
brave.
The Weber Wedget will still be changing its mind.
Don't bother. Don't bother with the wedget. Just predict everything else around it and ignore the wedget.
Yeah. You throw the wedget away, get a coin, flip that, and that'll be a better indicator.
Yes. Yes. and it will still somehow land on its side.
Yeah. Just it flies up and it doesn't come down. It just refuses.
Yeah, it's just like, nope. That one will carry on regardless. We're nearly 3/4 of the way through our race, which means we should start to get a better idea of where things are. But again, wedge it.
Yeah. It says rain's gonna stop in 30 minutes.
Ha
Again.
ha 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 ha! What a funny joke.
It's like, those wet tires, oh, you're in the right window? Well, let's undo that again.
Yep. It's the joys of this game. And weather being weathering.
I wonder if those are actually dry tires on the 191 Porsche. So seeing the yellow markings, but can we trust the spectator? Who knows?
No.
Just trust it as far as the wedge.
If they are on dries out there and putting in this sort of pace, then that car needs an investigation. But I would dare say that would be on wets.
Yeah, pretty safe bet. And no safe bets here. All bets are off. All bets in the bin right now. It's Bub now. Yeah, then unfortunately I had to do another stop, so they're down to P10, which is going to be really, that's a big struggle for them to kind of get back into the hoping podium contention right now, and it's very hotly contested. I think anyone in that top 10 could be on the podium. It's a torrential rain here in Sydney. Even crazy. It's definitely not drought season right now. Still equal gaps between Pignata and Wong right now, around that 8-second gap, with Kairoon and only 6 seconds behind, and then Peach as well, with 9 seconds behind them as well. So there's no respite. There's 2 cars going side by side into the one. Let's see if they come out emerge on this end. Yes, they have, but they're about to cost Peach some time, to say the least.
Not being too happy with the positioning, but has to manage things the best he can. Goes around the outside of the Porsche, down the straight towards Ascari. That McLaren will stay ahead for now. In fact, that Porsche is just holding in there. Now backs out of it. Now it will be run up towards Parabolica / Alboret. No, let's through during Ascari. That's certainly a choice, especially given that those two are still battling for position.
So nice scare. If you're gonna let the car go, do it before quarter. Don't do it in the middle of the quarters, especially not Ascari. Please.
Just welcoming into the commentary booth. That is Bruno Ellis joining us. How are you, Bruno?
Oh, not too bad. And yourself, Alexis and Cam?
Tired.
Yeah, tired. I had a nap between my stints because I didn't basically any sleep last night. I'm pretty sure Alexis feels like after doing a champions, or basically 3 hours in the commentary booth straight.
Yeah, and that will be my cue to head on out and have a bit of a rest, because I was probably not expecting to do 3 hours, but it has been an excellent 3 hours, and I'm glad to have been able to commentate it. It's been excellent to watch, really to watch, and I wish you two the best of luck as we enter the final 2 hours of this race.
Thank you very much, Alexis. Did a champion's job as well to hold down the fort for 3 hours as well. No easy feat. Done a great job of calling the race. Thankfully, it's been a very eventful race. As tired as we are, there's so much happening on track, off track, and through the power of the weather changing. It's been very easy to keep alive and keep awake on the track action.
Yeah, 100%, mate. The weather just can't make up its mind, hey? We get like, it threatens to go dry, and then boom, another bit of light rain, and then a bit of heavy rain, and then actually no, we want some bit more dry, and it's been insane the last 6 hours.
Yeah, I was going to say, you have a stake in this race? Are you in a team that's driving out there today? Or
No, Unfortunately not. We have a team in the Italian job, but unfortunately we just couldn't get the numbers in time for round one. So you'll see us out there in Misano if everything goes to plan, but unfortunately not out here at the Temple of Speed tonight.
Yeah, that's a shame. Oh, it's a car. That's a 23 backwards, giving Jean-Pierre a good old scare through Parabolica, as that's really what we want to see, a Ferrari facing backwards on the racing line. Thankfully, it's gotten going. I don't believe with too much issues ahead of the big train that is behind him, so it's good timing on that part as well. Yeah, you need at least two to tango if you're in endurance racing, and sometimes the numbers just don't add up. But we'll probably see you out at Misano for the 8 hours as well. For the rest of the Italian Job Championship here, presented by Permobile as well, helping cover the costs and putting on this great event.
Yeah, 100%. I believe you're part of a team, Cam, that's out there today, sorry?
Nope. I'm team commentary booth, high and dry, wanting some snacks, but yes, no bid for me out there. None of the OES boys around. I think, yeah. And to be honest, I'm very glad to be here, high and dry, and not having to make about 15 million strategy decisions every 5 seconds, depending on what the weather widget is wanting to do, as it changes just again now to light rain in 10 minutes, but going to stop in 30 apparently. It's the 19 car is stopped on the exit of Lesmo 2. It's not an ideal place to be, definitely not the first one to say the least. That's Kovacs Racing for Mans and Chalmers, I believe. Looks like they've gotten going again. Not too much issues. Do say fetching livery, Valvoline colours as well. That's cheating in the motorsport. It just automatically looks good regardless. With a combination of the WRT lines as well.
Yeah, gorgeous livery, that one.
It does have its red compatriot as well in the system. Oh, everyone's going a little bit wide. The sort of grey and pink Mustang 464 tries to stay out of it a little bit, even though they're free wide there. Oh, it's a little bit bumped, and I believe yep, that is Taylor. That's one of the top leading cars in the Shell Mustang. So, nothing more than a slight little bump with one of the McLarens, I don't believe, for position. Hopefully not going to have too much dramas on that as they all get stopped. Brake to turn one. Oh, as Michael Manns just outbrakes himself a little bit into turn one and cuts across. Hopefully we'll see Taylor right now, and yep, lets him go through Curva Grande. Easily done. What car would, if you were out there, obviously you were there, but what car are you piloting in your team, Bruno?
I reckon it's the Lamborghini. I don't think we've made an absolute final call on the car, but the Lambo is definitely the top contender at this point in time. Pretty solid car to choose. Not the best anywhere. Well, that's not true, but like it's a jack of all trades, you know. It's great for endurance racing as well. As we see the number 23 go off once again. So, as the commentators have been mentioning earlier, once those tyres are heated up, there's not a whole lot you could do to cool them back down. They don't get back into that window. We can see that here. Alpha is having a couple more offs after that first one up at Parabolica. So hopefully he can compose himself and get back on with it. Oh, I've just cursed him.
Well done. Oh no! It's one of the it's a 666. The Mustang has gone for a pirouette on the exit with Ascari as well. Indirect secondary curse of Brent Sykes. Oh, as he reverses, he's waiting for a gap at least. He's going to say it's scary, but there is a gap in the field, so that's not too bad, at least. Hoping it was planned, but we'll trust Brent on that one. Our commentator. So lovely there. The Ford Mustang, the KA Motorsports car. But yes, interesting. For the Italian job, there's a complete lack of Lamborghinis in the field, which is probably illegal. But we'll see. I think if you do go to Lambo, you're in a good stead at Misano. So good hunting ground for the Lamborghini, for anything that's small, mid-engine and nimble, to be honest.
Yeah, 100%. I think majority of the cars are pretty good around Misano. It's got a fairly decent BOP. I think it's just going to be avoiding track cuts. Is going to be the aim of the game.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, I get track cuts in about 20 minutes there. It's so easy to do, especially when you start to just push a little bit. And to be honest, a lot of the secret of going quick at Misano is how much you cut. And, it is a finite balancing act of this, so we'll see a few cuts. If you're obviously wanting to drive, wanting to come along and drive in this series, it's going to be at least a month, a few weeks until our next race, but it is going to be July 13th, I believe, for our Misano 8 hours, the second round of this little Italian Cup, Italian Job 8 series for the Endurance Series. So you see, it's like it's going to go again in P41. Good to see most of the cars have basically still kept their in it, to the race. They haven't given up. We've still got 43 contenders out there getting their money's worth, getting their value's worth, and getting to the end. Because that's I think if you're gonna set out and do something like this, you gotta finish it. I think a lot of people hold that to heart as well.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, that's what to finish first. You must first finish. Is the little saying. So yeah, it's definitely an achievement in and of itself to just finish a race of this length. As we see Ali Khairudin here in the BS Plus competition, BMW, coming out for his pit stop. See where this puts him in relation to the others.
Yeah, one of the first pitters, I think, turned up. And to be honest, at this rate, they pitted just within the 2 hours. They're good for maybe one more stop if everything goes to plan towards the end of this race, but we'll see what the weather does. Said it's going to stop and said it's going to start up again in 30 minutes. The weather wedge is just it's like a clock that's just going backwards right now. It doesn't know what it's doing. Does put him ahead above now. That was the only other car that did have to do an extra stop due to a tyre being on the kind of in the wrong tyre ideally. And see, long way ahead as well as Bob now as well. So there should be Khairudin. I think that car, the BS Plus car, will still be in the fight. We'll be interested to see where the others come out in relation. Also see Luke Johnson go side by side with Bab through Ascari, and he gets it done. Oh, a little bit squirrely in the exit as they have to come out a lot of curb. Oh, there's a touch as well. That was very odd to see. That was a big old hit as well. I'm not sure if that was just a bit of netcode, but interested to see that it surely was contact. Yeah, there's damage on the rear, and there's enough to jump the rear of the GTR as well on the exit. Must have been a huge speed delta between the two of them to cause that kind of a collision.
It could also have been a little bit of a pogo stick effect from the last chicane, last curb there. Sorry, the Scari. I know that one there can be a little wayward if you get it wrong and your car's a bit stiff. So I think the Porsche of Bab behind, possibly he contributed to that, but I think it might have just been the bounce over the curb.
Yeah, definitely a factor as well, especially with the GTR. It has suspension, but it's I think it's been taken off someone's biro pen if anything, and likes to just bounce because it's basically just the body slamming into the ground, and the ACC doesn't know what to do with its physics engine, put it that way. It's a lot to say about the GTR suspension. I have with the general state of the game, not too happy with it, but they're still going. There's relatively small damage, and that's what matters. It looks like Johnson is on a bit of a charge as well. They've done a recent pit stop, so we did see that was missing in that car earlier. Stephen Ty to get ahead of it. Got a few lap cars to deal with. But, definitely left Michael Babb for dust a little bit on the exit of that.
Yeah, he sort of just pulled away here after that. But possible, I'm not sure if it was a move or just defending. But yeah, he's left Bab for dead here. Gaps up almost a second, I would imagine, and gaining. Oh, and we see a yellow Ferrari off there. Rejoins back fairly well, actually. Whether that was intentional or not, he's done well. And there's a bit of a fight up in the background as well between the white and green Ferrari and the black McLaren.
Yeah, always tricky when you go for a scar, you kind of have to kind of rejoin back onto the track and somewhat of the firing line. You just gotta have your wits about you. If you see yellow flags, be prepared. Don't always try and just bomb it. You know, the flags are out for a reason. Let's see how this one goes. It is going to dry up again. The temperature has come down a little bit, so whether it will dry, how much it will dry up, I don't think it's going to dry up as much as it was doing earlier in the race, especially now as it gets to 4 p.m. It's getting a little bit later in the day. The sun's not as high as it used to be. The temperature is dissipating all throughout. Johnson looks like he's on a good lap now. Yeah, he's got a 53.7 now, actually. What if you're on a fresh set of tyres after a recent pit stop? Which might explain how they've got a lot of pace right now. Nothing to take away from Johnson, but they're kind of flooring everyone that's near around them. And might be also a low fuel load potentially if they haven't done a pit stop. Yeah, Babby, I think he's had a few rough last few laps. Did a 57.4, but they did a 56 that lap last lap as well. Might have just maybe found the limit of those tyres right now towards the end of their stint. And let's say a few more pit stops surely going to happen soon.
You see a bit of a slide on there from Luke Johnson, and another BMW off. It's at a Ascari there, so a lot of these drivers probably, as you're saying, coming into the end of their stint here, so just trying to push it probably, maybe, well, there we are, so the rain has just stopped. Possibly trying to push it as long into this dry stint, or this dry spell, as they can. As, I'm not sure, yes, this looks like it's for position here, as Lou just goes up the inside of Darth, but there's going to be a drag race into the first chicane here. We'll see who comes out on top. The McLaren's completely ahead. I don't think Darth's going to do much here. And in fact, let's the Bentley through. Oh, that's messy. That's very messy for the Bentley there, but manages to get through mostly cleanly.
Yeah, a bit of indecision from the cars all there. I think all parties involved as Barham came through. Got a lot of pace in that Bentley we've seen earlier in the race. Definitely very rapid. So it got past Lou. And hopefully, I don't think there was too much damage attained if there was any contact there. The second it has been for Lou and Darth getting cleared by the Bentley. The Sim Senior's car doing a very good job by Gary there. Rain has stopped. Should be no rain for at least 10 minutes. We'll see what kind of state this track gets to, because you know, if anyone's kind of got to take their tires longer than 10 minutes, then they're going to be feeling a bit of pain, because it's going to dry pretty quickly and they'll just wear these tires down, as we said multiple times today. But this exact scenario has happened so many times. It rains and then it stops, rains and it stops, it dries up. The tires, the wet tires, heat up massively. And they wear out really quickly, and by the time the rain comes, as Gary has hit the back of the Ferrari, as not as quick as he was on the exit. Probably they were having their own moment, but I don't think they were entitled for a little tap, and that's definitely going to the stewards.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate there. I think the Bentley's just misjudged the exit speed there. Obviously, being a quicker driver, that's a bit of an unfortunate event there, but as you said, one's for the stewards room. We'll see what they reckon.
Yeah, I think we've had a retirement from the 23 Ferrari that we saw earlier. Apparently the game has crashed, and the original driver, the number 1 driver, is unfortunately not around to rejoin the server as the Bentley gets past. As has to avoid the BMW that gets slowed down. The number 19 car probably caught out the Bentley a little bit. He's got the speed as Gary. Hopefully, he's going to say don't do anything rash, but I think the deed might have already been done in terms of the when it comes to the steward inquiries with that yellow Ferrari. That might be all it takes to ruin a good result, right or wrongly. Just because you're faster, you can't go through people. Track is now damp, and I think we'll see greasy as well at this rate.
Yeah,
Still
it's very possible. It's going to be very risky holding it out on these old wets. I know wets can survive about 90 minutes in the wet before they start having major issues, and with a drying track, I dare say we might see another puncture through the field. Just the drivers trying to push the tyres a bit too long. Hopefully they've learned from others' mistakes. We see a replay here of what exactly happened on board with the Bentley. And yeah, just gets a much better run. And unfortunately just plants it a little too prematurely.
Yeah, I do believe that car is driving from the UK, which is why it's got a big old red ping bar. And it is probably maybe tricky for them to react in time, but I think I don't think it was any ill intention. Unfortunate, the throw was just kind of struggling to get on power exit, and was maybe slowed up in a place that the Bentley just wasn't expecting. And it so easily happens in these scenarios. Rain still medium in 30 minutes, so definitely not going to dry out for the rest of the race. It's not been dry at all for anything more than about 20 minutes. We've had multiple punctures for the race, and I think we're going to see some more towards the end of the stint, especially if people are towards the end of their current stints right now, and they're going to have to take these tyres through another drying phase up into the 30s and 40 psi's, and we've seen a lot of rear left punctures. It is noticeably more prevalent here because of how much you work that rear left. You're pretty much on power exit. You saw the car is power sliding pretty much through like parabolic on power exit, and so you just wear that rear left to shreds. And it's not surprised. As Darth goes for a bit of a power slide on the exit and does thankfully catch it, not to find the barriers on this occasion.
Yeah, we've also got Bender in the chat that has brought up a good point. So car 2 is less than 4 seconds behind car number 20 for the AM class lead. Looking at the timing sheet, the number 2 was almost a second quicker on their last lap than Rondinella in the Aston ahead. So we'll keep an eye out on this battle, because I reckon this could heat up in the last hour and 3/4.
Nah, car 2's had enough camera focus this for today. They've been you've been hogging the cameras, and the other driver in the car 2, he's clearly watching the streams. He's flashing the lights. He's nearly going for several accidents as well in the process. Let's not watch this. We can definitely blame Bender for this one. The sun is out, so this is going to dry out even quicker than it was already doing.
Oh yeah, the temperature's still staying fairly high for this amount of rain as well. I haven't seen it drop below about 20 degrees ambient, near enough that on the track as well. So yeah, we'll see that. From this angle here, it almost looks dry on the track already. So we'll see how the drivers fare with these wearing wets.
100%. It's going to dry really quickly, especially now the sun's out. It dried really quickly when it happened early in the race. So yeah, that's going to sure to go to greasy very shortly. But then the rain will come back and reset things back to how they are. So it's going to be very difficult for everyone, but you've got to try and preserve those wets. If you are going to go run them for a while, for when the rain comes back, you got to take care of them as much as you can. It's very difficult. It's hard to really do much about it in these conditions. You got to do the best you can, because it's going to hurt you otherwise in the long term. absolutely can't close of the Triple J. Number 20, Aston Martin. It was Fleming in this car along with Fisher and Roninella. The triple threat, Triple J, those three. Who listens to radio anymore? Boomers.
What's a radio?
Yeah. Probably listen to cassette tapes as well still.
These bloody fandangled CDs, you can't get the needles to stay on them.
Yeah. These small vinyls that they do. He's coming into Parabolica. Gap is 2.4 right now between the two. John says in chat basically who can get their wets first without popping. That is exactly right, as was said earlier. Who can get through this stint without damaging their tyres so much that they go bang later on.
The radar, as much as it doesn't really matter at this point, has actually just changed to light rain in 30s, so might go, just wet for 25 minutes or so, and then back to drying again.
Yeah. It's getting very dry. That light grey to the asphalt as the last of the wet standing water is hoovered up and getting dried up by the sun's rays and by the downforce of these cars that just hoover it up, to say the least. It's Marco Wong here doing a good job. 16 seconds over Pignata, so it's really extended the gap out there as whoever Pignata's kind of found the limitations of their tyres or their current stint. So it's going to be really interesting to see how that develops, but everything going right now for the 878. They just have to react accordingly. That's all they can do.
Yep, as we see the number 700 and number 188 jumping into the pits, so we'll see where they come out in relation to where they were. And yeah, as you said, the track has just changed to damp now, so it might just touch greasy. No, sorry, it was damp. I think I'm going crazy.
It's dare say not that far away from it. So, yeah, the track's now gone back up to 28. It's ever changing so much. It's still a very hot day out there. Stop and go 30 for car 700, causing a collision.
That's stiff.
Hit. That is huge. I'm not sure if it caught that in particular incident. I feel like if it was causing a collision incident for a stop go 30, I feel like we would have remembered what it was if it was severe enough to warrant a stop go 30 for causing a collision. It must have been huge.
Yeah, we've also got Darty in chat saying we're trying to cook in the number 20. I know what's definitely going to be cooking in the number 20 in about 5 minutes time.
Yeah, there's 4 of them. They're black, they're round, and they've got Pirelli on the sides.
Also,
best to quote famous rally driver.
We've also got, looking at my timing sheet here, Taylor and Johnson, less than a second between these guys. I reckon this is for net P5 overall. So there we are, Johnson in the 111 GTR, just pounding down on the back of the 17 Mustang here.
Yeah, getting really close. So you can see a car off at the Rogier chicane, the 333. So I did see the ABR car was coming through that, so I'm hoping nothing's come untowards. There's been some contact in that regards. But Johnson on a tear right now, looking really quick. Very much closing in on Taylor right now.
Yeah, as a GTR driver yourself, where do you reckon you'll be able to get him?
Oh, to be honest, it's maybe into Lesmo 2 if he's going to go for Lesmo 1 like that, to be honest, right now. But it's any little car rejoining as well. Yep, stay to your side of the track. Very good. And There's a few places you could catch him, but honestly, it's kind of there's no certain place, and if you can get a good enough toe, it's not the best. And GTR is not great through Parabolica, and that's going to be enough for him to get a run down the straight. We'll see. So he gets a half decent run through Ascari. See what Taylor can do, because I think it's going to take a small mistake from Taylor. That's all it's going to take to give Johnson a sniff.
Yeah, I've just noticed for that
This.
previous misdemeanor, and he gets up the inside. Taylor just goes wide, but it's going to be a drag race into turn 1 still, I reckon.
Yeah.
Mustang's not giving up. That thing is ridiculous on the straight, so we'll see. I don't think he's going to be able to do much here, but you never know.
GTR will hit the barrier. It is a little bit draggy, but I think he's got enough in hand. And I think Taylor knows it. There's no point fighting that losing battle when he already had the inside line.
Yep, might as well just save the tyres now. As it's raining 10, and then that shower is actually, it's just going to be about a 10-15 minute shower because it's back to dry in 30. So this could be quite interesting as the track's changed to greasy as well. And also I wanted to mention that Barham in the Bentley has got a 30-second penalty for clipping that Ferrari. So the stewards room has given their verdict.
Yeah, I think that car's had a few penalties this race, and I think if you keep getting them, then they're going to get bigger. Put it that way.
Yeah.
Learn the lesson or reap the fear the paddles.
But yeah, the track has gone greasy, so a little bit of a shower for about 10-15 minutes by the looks of it, and it's only light rain as well, so this could, I don't want to say it, but we could actually get some dry running for the last hour or so here.
Yeah, now's the time to do the fastest lap if you want to go for it. But to be honest, like, this trailer is really a little bit of a slide on going into the intercept. I think those tyres are gone on Taylor's car, to say the least, and Johnson's looking a lot better. I think he did hit a little bit later, to say the least, which is explaining why they're so quick. Like, they're holding up their tyres, not to take anything away from Luke. He's doing a stellar job out there. He's just got more grip. It's, you can be the best driver in the world, but I feel like it's really apparent in GT cars. If someone's got like 20-minute fresher tyres on you, there's nothing you can do.
No. It also looks like that 30-second penalty for the 154 was actually a mistake. They have cleared that and reduced it to a 15-second penalty, so that seems more in line with what we would expect.
Yeah, we'll see how much rain comes down, because to be honest, in these previous situations, it did rain allegedly for a short amount, but it really it's surprising when it does start to come down, even if it's light and not even remotely getting towards medium. It does wet the track really quickly, despite the temperatures right now. The sun might be about to dissipate very shortly. We'll see what happens. It is probably optimum for slicks weather very, very soon, but a short shower could throw that completely in the bin.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what the drivers do here, because I don't think wets are going to be the play, but dries, you're going to grain them through that shower storm, or that shower, sorry, and then you're going to have to do, about 40 minutes, half an hour, on suboptimal slicks, as we see Reagan Herbert a little sideways out of Ascari. So it's going to be really interesting to see what the drivers are going to do that have not pitted yet.
Kairunen in the pits. I was going to say, they pitted not too long ago and they're already back in the pits now. What are they doing? Are they going to put slicks on?
Yeah, so they've done a...
Hobbsy's back in the car.
Yeah, so they've done a driver change. That radar's actually gone up to heavy rain, or medium rain, sorry, in 10 minutes. So it's going to be a bit of a shower.
They're dries.
They're gonna risk it. I mean, they got one of their... Well, I mean, all of their drivers are pretty good, but it's one of their more experienced drivers, I reckon, in Mitch Hobbs in the car. So we'll see what he can do. The BMW's looked incredibly strong in these mixed conditions throughout this race, as proven by Wong and Sang in P1 at this point in time. Not to take anything away from the drivers, of course, both incredibly quick. So we'll see what Hobbs can do here, because yeah, the track's not going to dry up after that shower for, well, we'll see, because the weather's been unpredictable.
I was going to say, it's just gone overcast again. What sun there was has now gone. There's a car racing backwards as well. There's one. That's horrible to see. I was going to say, Hobbsy needs to build temperatures in these tyres, but where he is on track, he's got lots of cars in front of him. There's no real place to escape the traffic right now, but he is more in the thick of it than others. So he's got to try and build as much temperature as he can, especially if there is going to be rain imminently as well, to take all that temp away. It could be a master stroke right now. I think the dries. Oh, is it? Yeah, got wrong-footed on the curb of it as well. Some curbs are going to be still wet, and does a great job to catch it and not have any more of an incident than he already had. It's very interesting. I think it's a bold move from BS Plus on what to do right now. And, going to be very interested to see how this plays out for them, because I think it's yeah, very bold, especially when you know rain is here in 10 minutes. But it could be what they need. It might be just a short shower and then revert back to dry again.
Yep, I think we'll keep a keen eye on the 89, the BS Plus competition car, just see if their strategy pays off here, because I reckon, well, I mean, like, I'd be curious to see what the other guys in the top 10 are going to do at this next pit stop, because I almost think dries, you can't really go wets though. That's the thing. You can't get him to survive. Unless you do half a stint, you know. It's tough. As you said, it's a lot nicer. We're nice and sheltered here in the comms box, not having to make strategy calls every 25 seconds out on track. So yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see what these guys do and who comes out on top in the end.
I dare say, regardless of what happens with 89, we'll have to see them in the pits again, because I don't think they're going to get an hour and 35 minutes on the set of a full tank, to say the least. That is a bit too much of a stretch for them, even with the BMW. Even if they turn it right down, I reckon. And I don't think the tyres, we've seen the punctures. I'm not sure if the tyres will last it either, to be honest.
Yeah, in full wet conditions the entire time, the wets pop at about 90 minutes of driving. That was at Zolder, so you could take into account that the curbs there are quite aggressive as well, but that's the longest I've seen the wets be pushed to, is about 85 minutes.
Yep, this rain, it's got to be here any second now. It's been on that 10-minute for a good while now, at least for 5 minutes. It's going to be here imminently. It has grayed over. And Hobbsy will be really hoping it is going to be a very short spell, because it could play a master stroke for them. It was a bowl, because they did pretty much, we saw that car pit just within the 2-hour mark. So they were only did about 25 minutes on that current set that they had before the wets. See Regan Herbert now in the pits over top of it, and here is the rain. This is when it matters. Medium rain still in 10, light rain now, and is going to bring this track from what was greasy surely straight back to being wet. I think it's going to get wet very quickly, as it has been doing all race so far. Could spell disaster for 89. Worst things for them, it still says it's rain in 10 minutes, so it's still got at least 10 minutes of rain, and that's all it, to be honest, I don't think it even needs 10 minutes to make this a wet track so far from what we've seen today.
No, definitely not. It gets wet very quick.
Let's see, ambient down to 21 as well, and 26 track, it cools down instantly. Jump here, Sneakers. The tight inside line that those Porsches kind of favour through the Parabolica. they'll be monitoring the situation and what they're going to do. It says they're on dry tires as well. Can never trust, but they seem to be going well. 155 last lap as well, so that's probably is correct. Closing in on Pignata though, not far behind. A couple of cars to navigate. One gets out of the way. The 20 of Fleming, the Fleming car. It's not Fleming driving right now, but yeah, the gap between P3 and P2 only 2.5 seconds currently.
Yeah, that gap has come down massively in the last hour or so, I reckon. The 191 Porsche just eating time out of Pignata in the Alfa Venturi Mustang.
Yeah, I think the Mustang is not too friendly on its tires, especially with what people said about its sheer tower of power and its V8 powertrain, which is only going to hurt those rear tires even harder, which is why we've seen a few punctures. But to be fair, we've seen punctures on Porsches, BMWs, Mustangs, and the GTR, so no car is safe, I think, and the Aston Martin, we've seen a puncture as well, so it's not really car dependent to say the least, but I think the Mustang definitely chews its tyres a little bit harder so far, because we know how quick Pignata is, and we can see how quick he has been at the start of the stints, but that car's kind of just always fallen off towards the end.
Yeah, and that last lap alone, granted it was invalid, so I reckon there was a bit of a track cut there, over 2 seconds slower than Sonicus behind.
Sonicus is pretty much one of the fastest cars on track right now. As Hobbs say that Hobbs has done a 151.1, takes the fastest lap. But I dare say that's going to start changing soon with the intensity that the rain is. It is now back to damp, and those slicks, 1, won't grip, and 2, they won't have temperature, which is what they need to bite into the tarmac. They need that temperature, and the rain will take all of that away. P just rapidly closing in 1.4 seconds now, and is he going to have to make a move? We'll see, or will they try and do something in the pit stops? With an overcut, an undercut. They got the pace. It's down to them of what they do.
I reckon they'll go for it on track. There's no reason not to. They've shown how much more pace they have over Pignata at this point in time. I also couldn't help but notice that the number 200 Ferrari has a drive-through for causing a collision a couple of laps ago, so that's another setback from them. From being in the top 10 in qualifying, it's not been their day today, unfortunately. We'll see what they can salvage in the last hour and a half as we see Page going here for a move, but the Mustang is just going to, it's not even walking away on the straight like it normally does. It's just holding there. Page shows them, feels the mirrors again, shows the nose. So we'll see what Pignata can do here if he decides to defend like a lion, or if he as he gets wayward on the exit there. If he just decides to sort of let Peach through with not too much of a fight, just knowing that that you guys are both going to lose time trying to battle here, especially with a pit stop or potentially even 2 to go.
Let's watch the exit here, because I feel like Peach can get the power down that the Mustang has been struggling with. And Pignata there tried to kind of do his best, but it's not going to matter too much. But to be honest, he's got the grunt to keep away from the Porsche, a little bit of lunging, a little bit of rubber banding back and forth, not too helpful. Peach is racing from another country, but all he needs to do, just need to exercise patience. I think Peach can definitely get this move done. Oh, this gets royally close. If it was in a Mercedes with a longer body, it definitely would have hit the back of the Mustang there. Got really close. Porsche, best car, probably the best car through the actual first chicane, as it can really rotate and get the power down. But the Mustang probably not one of the worst with trying to rotate that aircraft carrier. Oh, that's very deep. That's very late. He's missed his braking zone. Yep, oh dear. And Pignata did an excellent job to see him coming, and frankly, no collision was made. And yeah, gonna have to let that one through. That was definitely not a legal overtake. That's for sure. That was a accident avoidance. See a mistake from Peach. He just gets his braking marker wrong a little bit. And, All gaggle cars behind them as well. Not for position, just something else to monitor as well. Tyres might be coming back a little bit to Pignata and PH as well if they are on wets, and it does look like they are in this case. And they're going to be helped by this wet track. It's cooled down quite a bit. Dare say Hobbs is the 89 cars. You know, I'm not sure if that slick gamble is going to work out. It's still raining in 10 minutes. It's light, but you know that's all it takes to take the temperature out of the tires, and the slicks are just not going to work in this. They need the dry. They need the rain to stop. They need it to be at least greasy, and we're so far away from that right now.
Yeah, it's also not going to help that once the rain does stop and the track does start to dry up, the tyres are probably going to be drained just from being so cold for that long. So we'll see. We'll see what the radar says, because they might be able to just push it out to that last hour, you know, and just jump in the pits and do the last stint on a single set.
Look at the exit that the Porsche gets as the Mustang finds the bumps, and the TZ probably is cutting in a little bit. Porsche's going to be using every bit of the 500 horses that it has in the flat six to try and hold it around the outside, because it will give him the inside for the next corner. I don't think he's got the overlap, and the Mustang knows it, and he tries to cover it off, and he does a good job. Yeah, unfortunately, the more powerful car on the shorter line, but it gets a bad exit, and that's going to give Peach the exit that he needs to take into the first of the first Lesmos, and surely, yep, is dead, done and dusted as the exit. That was all that was required from Peach.
Yeah, so we'll see what Pignata does here. If they try to push it out, or if they try and go for an undercut, or just a different strategy now that Sonicus is past.
I think they just have to try and get to at least an hour and 10, because at least then they can just go to the end from there with one extra stop. I think that's what's on everyone's mind right now. Great, good move, good driving from Peach there. Granted, you know, he didn't have the lap before, did miss his braking marker, and thankfully there was no bad, no small accident, to say the least. And yeah, did get it done when he needed to. You could tell, like, he just had the ability to get on the power so much better than the Mustang. And I think it's just explains the state of their tires right now and how the Mustang is faring. But I think, yeah, they're just going to try to get to at least an hour and 10, because at least they can go to the end from there. I think that's what everyone's on their mind. 19 seconds between Sanikas and Wong as they cross 200 laps now into this 8 hours of Monza. Thank you to everyone who has stuck around and be there in chat, in the race. We do appreciate it.
Yeah, 100%. And speaking of chat, we have Tim B that's saying Hobbs is back on the wets. So they've decided that wasn't the strategy, to try and stay on the dries and brave it out through this little shower here. So that's really put a spanner in the works for them. So we'll see what they can do. They've got about just over 5 minutes on their stint, so I don't think they're going to be able to go to the end on a single set. So I think they're going to lose quite a bit here, unfortunately. Still in the top 10, however, I feel as if they should be a bit higher than that.
Yeah, they ran the gauntlet and they went for the risk. They went for the spicy strategy, and unfortunately, it just hasn't worked out. I think, yeah, as soon as when the rain comes back, it comes back enough that you just can't really push through it. It's just, you have to end up going on wets, because the slicks, you know, granted, they're so much faster when it does dry out, but as soon as it gets wet, it's game over. And you just start losing about 8 seconds a lap in comparison to everyone else around you who is on the correct tyre. You know, it's just, it's unfortunate, and it's really going to take them out of contention, because I think that, you know, if they had kept it on the original tyres, I think they would have been in this fight as well for the podium. We were in a good position. Unfortunately, that's put them a fair bit back and behind even the 165 Aston Martin, which had its own similar kind of incorrect strategy calls. There's kind of fallen out of that fight, to say the least. But hey, an hour and 20 minutes still to go, and they're still top 10. You know, things could be a lot worse. Speaking of which, Bub now and Rose fighting tooth and nail as they got a yellow flag sorting on the exit of Ascari. The 464, hopefully they're off the racing line and they have waited. Yes, they have. Some of the Mustangs that they come across. And no harm, no foul as rear Rose looking to get past Bub now right now. Looking the quicker of the two cars.
Yeah.
The Aston Martin and the McLaren. Oh, okay, really close.
Very, very close there. We'll see what happens here because the Aston's very, very good on the straight, but Mia right in the slipstream there. Like, I don't think you could get closer to the bumper of the Aston if you tried. We've got the yellow Ferrari there, getting out of the way. We've got another BMW, possibly, yeah, back marker up ahead as well. And Mia just gets it done.
That's not stopping.
That's technical. No, just slowing down so they don't get the track cut. That's
Oh, no, I think that's slowed out enough.
No, I reckon they've got one or two there for chicane, but yeah, almost looked like a technical failure there for a second, but Mia just decided to just go straight instead of trying to make the corner, which in the end worked out better, I reckon. No contact made.
Yeah, they had the inside line, but unfortunately just a little bit too late on the brakes. There was a car up ahead of it.
Well, that's
sketchy for the 121 BMW on the inside. Thankfully off the racing line at least, but facing in the wrong direction.
It'd still be a bit of a jump scare going around a blind corner. There's just a BMW there to greet you. So they've got going again. Sam Austin, the 121 BMW. Doesn't look like there's any damage on the front of their car, so just a bit of a unfortunate moment there. So no, like just a bit of time lost, a bit of ego maybe, but Osmig gets a little bit sideways there. Again, these guys are going toe to toe. This traffic might actually come into play here. Oh no, they clear him just before Parabolica. So we'll see what Mia can do onto the main straight. She's going to try and hang it around the outside. I don't know if this is going to work as she goes wide. A bit of counter steer there I saw. And just doesn't have the overlap. I think, yeah, this is a really good battle here. We'll see what she can do into the first corner.
Got the speed. They'd say they're too close. Oh god, I hope that wasn't an actual contact. Oh no! An absolute calamity for the both cars as they get into contact between Bub now and Rose. We saw them moving and jockeying between the two of them, and that's really not what we want to see. That's going to the stewards, absolutely. That is the worst case scenario. Thankfully they're both still going without terminal damage, but that's really not what we like to see. We're hard to tell from the cameras that we had right now. I'm sure we'll probably get a replay of whether, were people moving under braking. Was there a small contact? Like Mia was right up and behind. I'm not sure if it was contact beforehand when they made the first move, but I don't like that. I don't like that at all, regardless of who is to blame.
Yeah, it was a bit messy all around. We'll see what the stewards reckon of that one there in due time, and we might get a replay of it in the near future. But for now, Mia Rose has stayed ahead, so doesn't believe it's her fault. And we'll see how this fight progresses, and if Bub now can catch back up. And they've actually, because of that, they're going to have to clear this BMW once again. That's always an awful feeling when you overtake a back marker and then make a mistake and have to overtake them again.
Yeah, everyone is driving with their head screwed on. Tempers will be high, I'm sure, for both cars after that one, as we do see the 111 of Johnson is in the pits now. Hopefully they can take that car all the way to the end. It's going to be a bit of a stretch on fuel. They might have to turn the engine down. It's a thirsty beast. Here we go. We saw it right on the back. I was worried there might be a little touch. We did see the Aston jink right. I'm not sure whether that was driver or whether it was a small touch between them. covered it off. Aston's ahead, but does move across back onto the line.
Yeah, it's a tough one.
Yeah, I don't know how to call that. I'm going to let someone else call it. Leave it at that. Dare say I can see that also being called a racing incident as well, but I don't want to put too much emphasis into that. I do appreciate Glenn here getting us all the camera angles right now. So yeah, I was worried that the Aston jinked right initially because of the small contact between them, because they were right up against the rear bumper, or whether that was just a driver. Yeah, as we saw. Here we go. Yep. Right. You know, nose to tail to nose, gearbox to front bumper. It was a little bit. I had to look the inside. Move across. And then press again. Very unfortunate. One braking later than the other. Contact was made. There might be a bit of damage to say the least on both cars. Whether it's going to affect pace too badly or not, we shall see. As no, that is another Aston Martin, I believe, in front. Yeah, that is not the other Aston Martin. So there hasn't been a redress. I don't think I was expecting one, to be honest. I'd be very surprised. But there's a different Aston Martin ahead, so yeah. Still line formation. Rose in P6, Bubben out in P7. Oh, goodness. As the lapped Aston is struggling to get on the power through Parabolica. And let's say, could have given me a bit of a scare on that one. You see, Barham is in the pits, served their 15-second penalty as well, and going to be clear. I wonder where they come out in the grand scheme. Obviously, going to be behind Rose and Bub now, right now. Still showing he's in the pits. Whether it's going yet, 154. What's happening? Yes, it still must be a long stop. There must be still quite a bit out of kilter with these two. Shame for Barham to have that penalty, but avoid any further insurrections because they've got speed in that car. That car has shown good speed, just unfortunately shown too many red penalty boxes next to the name. But top 10 still in the cars for them.
100%. I mean, they were, 19 seconds ahead of Rose behind, so they should still come out, all things considered, should still come out to about where they were, P5, P6, once the other guys complete their pit stop, because I would imagine there's still one to go, as we actually see Pignata has jumped in, so they reckon they can go the last 70 minutes on a set. It's going to be kind of sketchy at the start here, as the track dries out once again for 20 odd minutes or so before we go back to medium rain. So yeah, track is actually a damp at this point in time, so car 165 has a drive-through for dangerous driving.
That's Bub now, so that's the portion has been a blame. It's been put on the Aston Martin. That's not gonna. It's gonna go down as well. The plate is sick, I think, in that team. And yeah, that's a big penalty as well. That's not something small. Yeesh.
Yeah, that's fairly stiff if you ask me, but oh wow, that is. Oh no, that's just on the straight they're letting off. Sorry, I thought I was into the braking zone. I thought Mia was going real deep there. You actually see them come out just behind Pignata here, so we'll see how this gap develops over the next 20 odd minutes. We should see Pignata just almost walk away from Rose on those brand new. I'm going to assume wets. I can't imagine they're dries, but yeah. As Bob now comes in to serve that drive-through straight away, there's no point waiting. Just get it out of the way and continue on. I don't think you'll lose a whole lot here. I think you'll come out just behind Cook. Still in front of Starkey though.
Yeah, they can still salvage a good result. They can still salvage a top 10 for sure from this race. But yeah, disappointing. I'm disappointed that it just ended the way it did with the contact. The dance, it was very unnecessary, and I think it takes a bit two to tango in those situations. But yeah, that's what the stewards have decided, and that's their decision. Let's see, see Rose right on the back of Pignata right now. Pignata kind of getting up to speed. Probably got a bit more fuel in the car, which is probably going to be a difference. It's got a blue flag car as well. It's going to compromise the exit. He has to hold up. No, that's the worst thing. And Rose is going to come through as well. That's really not what Pignata wanted right now. He's going to have to tuck in behind as Rose has cleared the Ford Mustang. It's unfortunate with the blue flag tracking for the ABR car. But to be fair, they're not really fighting Rose right now. And hopefully can keep things composed, or whether the monster back in the straight. Here we go.
Yeah, it's almost odd that the Pignata didn't pull out from behind the Mustang. He sort of just, he just stayed there, sort of accepted it. I guess like jinx at the steering wheel in the wet is probably not what you want to be doing, but I think he had time to sort of move outside of the line of the Mustang there. But yeah, we'll see. He might even be able to save some fuel just sitting behind Rose here for the next couple laps before they have to make their pit stop.
I was going to say, like, the Mustang, we've heard, is not very frugal on its, even on its wet TC settings. It's not really saving the fuel that a lot of other cars are when it comes to the wet conditions. So they boxed pretty much, they came out around right on the 1 hour and 11 left. And yeah, that's going to be, I'm hoping they can make it to the end. I hope they got their maths right, because we'll find out if it's wrong, that's for sure. Let's see what they can do. I believe John was saying in the chat as well earlier that they believe the ABR was probably saving fuel to try and get as late, trying to get into to this point, to pit as late as they can to go to the end as well. So they might have been very marginal, which is explained why they were maybe a little bit swallowed up somewhat by John Sneakers, who has now brought the gap down from I believe, what was it, 19 seconds? It's now 10 seconds. So Jean-Pierre doing work in the 919 Porsche. They want that lead back. They had a big big hold on the trophy from the first half of this race, with pole position pretty much dominated the first half of this race. And it's all kind of gone wrong from there. Welcome to the box, Jamie Conboy, and we do appreciate it, as well as Brad Gosling as well. How are we, gents?
Hello, Cam. G'day, Brad. Let's take this
James?
home. Yeah, good, mate. Let's take this home for the last hour or so. It has been a day. Of all of the days, it has been one of them.
Absolutely epic, mate. We been racing all day, and mate, my head is so sore from trying to think, what's this rain doing? It's raining, it's not raining. It's raining, it's not raining. What are you doing with your tyres? You're going to pit, you're not pitting. How much fuel? It's like, the whole day has just been absolutely epic team sport, epic driving, mate. This has been an absolutely fantastic day. It's really no one's game till the end. It's the whole 8 hours or 7 hours of pad so far. It's just been anyone's game. Who's got the right strategy? Who pulls in at the right time? It's been fantastic, absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely. Well said. What are you up to, Cam? Are you going to hang around with us, or are you popping out?
I'll stay around until the 1 hour left mark. I'll bring out the 6 minutes. I'll do it right on the line.
Well,
The big four team, the A team in the combox.
Absolutely. Must say,
There's
Cam,
space for all of us.
you and Breno have done an absolute pin-up job today, guys. Really, really appreciate all you guys have been doing as well. And the stewards in the background, they've been working hard, doing great.
Have
Shout
you?
out to the stewards. They've been doing so much today. They haven't had a single. I don't think they've had 5 minutes to themselves.
I don't think so.
It's Monza in the wet. I think they were expecting this.
There's probably an extra couple of them in the stewards' boxes going, yep, we'll have our work cut out for us today.
Have you been in the box all day, Cam?
No. Well, this will be the end of my 4th hour. We had Alexis in doing a triple stint in the combox. They did a great job, but I had a little gap when you first caught me in between. I had a little snooze, and I'll be eagerly watching towards the end of this race. It hasn't been, like I said before, like there's been no respite at all with the strategy. It's no one's been able to relax at any point, and honestly, I don't know who's going to win this race. I don't know who's going to come second, third, fourth, fifth. Like it could be anything right now. And I'm all
You want to take a little stab at who is going to win this race with just an hour to go? Have a little pick.
no.
Ooh.
Pirelli will win.
Well, at the start of the day, I said the Peppa Pig Porsche. So with them still there in P3, I know that they had the 50-second lead before the safety car that's been wiped off, and they're 20 seconds back now. But it's still my pick. Probably more out of hope than maybe actual assessment, but I'm still riding that purple Peppa Pig all the way home. They're currently P3 at the moment, and a fair way off the lead, but anything can happen. As you said, absolutely anything can happen based on the weather we've seen today. So I'll throw my hat in the ring with those boys.
I mean, speaking of the weather, these guys, I just saw Wong came into the pits in the 878 BMW. We've got medium rain in 30 minutes, so the track's going to be dryish or drying up until that point. So that's a strategy call that I'm glad I'm not making.
Yeah.
There is light rain coming in 16 minutes. So light rain 16 minutes, and then slightly lighter rain in 18 minutes, and then the medium rain comes in 24 minutes. So it is going to be really, it's already a try line there. And as you said, it's been like this all day long where the wet tyres have had to go for 15, 20 minutes on a dry line, and it's melted the tyres. It actually makes the last wet stint of those tyres super, super difficult. The wet, on new wet tyres with 120 litres, the car's handled nicely. It's beautiful. It's a dream. It's all good. But then as soon as you heat them up to that 30 point, or the 40 point, and then have to come back onto the wet, it becomes an ice rink. And that's what this race is going to be for these drivers in the last half hour.
Absolutely. Speak of that one firsthand, by all means, that coming to the back end when you, especially for these, these top few guys that are very, very close to the back end of, to the pointy end of where they're going to be. So close, like it's only, you're talking 10 seconds and then 6 seconds back between Sang and Maloney there from Babs at the moment. Obviously, as Sang's now in the driver's seat, obviously going to take the BMW home. It makes it so hard, because if your tyres are absolutely roasted and then it does start to rain at the back end, you become too vulnerable to be able to make a good move if it's there possible. It almost makes it, balls of steel if you're going to have a go.
Lead Tom Maloney right now. What do you do if you're Tom Maloney? You've taken the car, you've got a full fuel load, what looks like you've got a fresh set of wet tyres. How much do you push these tyres in these warm conditions right now on this damp track and drying track? How much do you push to catch Sang? But also try not to destroy your tyres in the process, because you've still got 1 hour to go. That's a big decision. And with that, I'm going to leave it to you boys. JC, Brad, Glenn, Brino, George, Alexis, Carlo, everyone, thank you so much for helping put us there. It's been loads of fun, and I'm not going anywhere. I'm just not going to be in the comm booth. I'm just going to be eagerly glued to the screen here for the last hour, and I'll leave it with you fine gents. Thank you very much.
Nice work, Cam.
Very good from you. Awesome work, Cam.
Thanks, Cam. Yes,
Right.
he well and truly deserves to give his voice a bit of a break, having a solid 4 hours, well, obviously not 4 hours straight, but a solid 4 hours worth of stint. So he's done a great job. Shout out to Cam there.
He gives me shit all the time. He can get stuff. Cam pussy fart. Didn't even pick. Didn't even give us a pick before he left. Bloody soft
nothing.
Pharaoh.
Didn't even stay to the hour like he said he would.
It's just he's clocked off early.
Don't speak too
I'm
hard.
still here.
He's still there. He's still there.
You what, mate?
Hey, we've got to.
You want a bleeding go?
Oh, when you talk for the last 18 seconds, 16 seconds.
Yeah, that's it.
JC,
hang in there,
you know who's got the win? It's
Oh, and then he departs. He's left us on tenterhooks.
Leaving it hanging. Thanks, Cam.
What about you, fellas? You got a pick?
Oh.
Either based on hope who you want to see win, or who you think will actually win based on pace. Doesn't matter. Just give us a pick.
Oh, mate, for me, I reckon realistically, Sang in that BMW is. I know he's now in. He's done his last stint. He's good to the end. How fresh his tyres are going to be at the back end, hard to say exactly. But you know, he only been 4 seconds behind Babs. I reckon it's going to be pretty hard for him to miss out on this one. Personally, I would like to see Maloney take it out though. Like, it's great job to come from that P1, but I reckon the BMW is going to be pretty hard to be between that Porsche sandwich to not kind of pop himself out in front. That's my call. What about you, Gene? What do you reckon, bud?
No, it's a good shout. I hope Tom wins, and I've seen Tom put in the stint of all stints a few times in his racing career. He's very capable of out-driving a car, is Tom Maloney. So if there's anyone to do this over the next 58 minutes, it's him. As you said, it's going to be about whether he wants to push this now and try and get up under Sang's grill and maybe force him into a mistake now, or does he try and conserve tyres, wait for the rain to come back where the Porsches... I mean, the BMW is pretty strong on the wet too, so he hasn't got much of an advantage, but the Porsche is super strong on the wet. Is he going to try and save the tyres for that wet stint? Not sure, but as I said, if there's anyone who can do it, it will be Tom Maloney.
Yep. That's it. Whoop, and there we go. So, just looking, Sang's now back out as Babs has come in to the pits, so he's well and truly out of it. I don't know whether Maloney's quite going to have it to get there. He might be able to get right up onto the back of Sang, but I don't think he'll quite have it without absolutely roasting those tyres. If it was dry, or depending if he was game enough to go out with some dries, which I don't think, considering the weather, the way that it's coming, that you would be. But I think having just under an hour to go, it's too much of a risk. You get to the end and you've just got nothing left of your tyres to give you to make that final attack. I think if it's just a 100th here, a 10th there, I think he'll do really great to get up to the back. I think it'll be quite a struggle to be able to get past though. Of course, Sang will make that BMW as wide as fog line to fog line.
I'm interested to see what's going on back there in the Pro-Am and the Am battles too. That Davis entry, Davis and Brooke have driven pretty well today. I don't think they've had too many issues. I did see them have an issue very early on, but other than that, looks like they've kept their noses pretty clean. So up there in the Pro-Am lead at the moment with a couple of pros in between them. I'm not sure how many pit stops are left to go, but the next Pro-Am guys have a 10-second penalty as well. So it looks like they've got that Pro-Am battle kind of wrapped up, really. And then down in the AM class, I'm very happy to see fan favourites Suma and Bender currently leading the AM class in P18 there. Robert Wenzel currently in the car. Again, not sure how many pit stops are left to go. Well, obviously one pit stop left to go, but whether they've completed that or not. And then Rondinella is currently P2 in AM class. This is his very first ACC endurance race. In fact, he's still just fresh he's still in our rookie series. So him and Jai Fisher and Jacob Darty Fleming have had a pretty good day as well down there in P21. If they can pitch P20 and an AM class P2, you would absolutely write that into a book for a massive win for those boys. So congrats to them as well.
100%, mate. 100%.
Yeah, I mean, don't count him out for the win either. They're only about 4.5 seconds behind Wenzel, so I wouldn't even count them out for the AM win here.
Yeah, that'll be a great battle for those guys. Yeah, we're a little bit further down. We're a bunch of academy drivers as well. We're in the 3 BMW, so down towards the back end. But I must say it's for the enduros, it's great to actually see a lot of the academy guys getting in and actually having a crack. Obviously, there's still quite a few of us academy guys that have to learn the blue flag ropes as we get into a lot more serious racing with up against a lot of these pros and silvers pro-am guys that are going. But I think one of the great things that OOR do is have the ability to have a lot of the academy guys, have the door open for them to be able to actually come and taste what it's like to be in amongst all of these really key guys, fast guys. This is a big, huge train of cars coming up through there, as you're saying now, between 18, 19, between Wenzel and Rondella. That's not quite sure what's happened there. There's
that's a very beaten up, sick, sad and sorry looking Robert Wenzel is what that is. I hope I didn't curse him. I hope he already had that damage when I said he was up there in P1 doing well.
Yeah. Well, to be coming back a little bit, I wonder if he still does have a have another pit to come in or not. That's
going to hurt. You can't drive around with all that damage for the next 53 minutes. It'd have to be. I think he's staying out for as long as possible to get this rain on the track, and therefore he can get in and put Bender on nice new tyres for this last stint and hopefully not burn them out. But he's going to have to pit repair that. But as you said, well spotted before, Rondinella now 1.5 seconds behind. There is a McLaren in between them there. That's obviously a lap car or a car that's a lap ahead. But that white Aston Martin that you can see 2 cars behind Robert Wenzel's Suma there is the Triple J entry. That's Rondinella there. So that AM class battle is just as spicy as the Pro class battle up front.
Absolutely. And it's so great to see that there are so many of those battles going up and down the field.
Yeah, 100%. The classes definitely bring a whole new aspect to the endurance racing. Like you're competing for maybe P20 overall, but like P1 in your class, it gives a whole new incentive to racing, because P20 overall isn't anything to be. Well, in some races it is actually quite the achievement, but it doesn't feel like that in some cases. We see a replay here of what possibly happened to the Mustang.
The McLaren.
The McLaren goes wide. Does he just loop it on exit? Yeah, he does. That's stiff.
Yep.
That's where the damage is from.
Yeah. And that's where his 4 seconds has come. That gap that he had there, it's just been taken away. Yep.
We're in the forward today too, and all 3 of us did exactly that in the forward today. That exit curb of Ascari, for some reason, if the Ford gets on there in the wrong way, it just does not comply. And especially at the end of the stint, we all came a cropper at least once there today. So it's no surprise that the very, very experienced Robert Wenzel has also come afoul of the exit of Ascari. So that's disappointing for them. There you can see Rondinella there around the outside of Parabolica. He didn't want to wait. He doesn't want to wait for the pit stops. He wants to get this done now. That is the Aston Martin of Rondinella, right up behind the rear wing of Robert Wenzel, and he's going to try and get this done on the straight down into turn 1, gets up alongside, and it looks like pretty comfortably he's going to get that move done. Just needs to pull it up now and get on the brakes. He's done it beautifully. There you go, Rondinella up into P1 for the Triple J Aston.
It's a great little overtake there, nice and clean, very close, good little battle that one. But yes, Wenzel, I think, unfortunately, with that extra little bit of battle damage, not quite able to have the legs there on the straight, and coming out of the last corner to really be able to punch with that unfortunate. And he's Rondinella just overshoots the braking line there, and just there's a free pass back, as we've also got Slade that looks like it's coming through with the McLaren there, as we see the rain just about to come, and these 3 are all 4 position as well. And unfortunately there, Rondinella overshooting that brake line has now lost himself two positions.
Little bit of nerves for the AM class academy driver there. It's just got him, and as you said, just overshot his brake marker a little bit, but he's got a very experienced pro driver in Jacob Darty Fleming in his ears at the moment, just saying it's all good, mate. That car up ahead has damage, and we've still got 50 minutes left of this race, so you just calm your farm, get it back on the straight and narrow, and we'll be just fine. I reckon Jacob Fleming is licking his lips for this M-Class win.
Yep, that's it. Really just a matter of time until that happens. So, but Wenzel, is he staying out? Looks like he's keeping it wide, so he's going to go for as hard and as long as he can, and really kind of get a bit of an idea on what this weather's going to do. And as we see it now, kind of starting to rain, and it's definitely going to get a bit heavier over the next 10 to 15, 20 minutes. So, and with only 50 minutes left on the clock for the race today, I definitely see us heading towards a wet finish. So, looking at the little battle in the background there, 2 behind Wenzel from Slade and Rondinella. It's a fiery little one for the back end of the teams going on.
Yep, there they are there. Looks like Slade's eventually got that done, but that's twice in 2 laps. Slade kind of got it done and then must have given it back a little bit. So,
yeah.
But the handle on that McLaren as much as he would like to is Slade.
Yes, I'd say just having to see a bit of this rain coming through, and it's not quite playing to your advantage at the moment, depending on what his pressure's like, as Slade runs wide again there, obviously pushing very hard in that McLaren as well, trying to make up whatever spots that he can. So I do recall Slade was also in the top 10 as well, so a little bit unfortunate for them. Obviously, a few things not quite going their way. As Wenzel running a bit wide there, I hope that didn't cause a track limit for him.
Wouldn't be far away from pitting now, Suma. I don't think the rain properly coming down now. The track has moved to damp, so wet tyres, if we were going to change tyres, it would be now, and wet tyres would be optimal, I reckon. Suma was probably just waiting for either this damp point or a really properly wet track to get in the pits. It looks like he is going to carry on for maybe one more lap, and he will be putting Bender into the car. Bender loves the rain, so he'll be putting Bender into the car on a properly wet track in a nice new Ford, repaired the damage, nice new tyres, and Bender will have a great old crack trying to get this N-Class win back.
Yeah, absolutely. Claw back as much as he can. See whether or not, as I didn't quite catch it, has Rondinella have they, Aston made their last pit stop, do you know?
No, I don't know. I don't know where the pit stops sit at the moment.
So I've got the stints up here. So Sang, Maloney, both about the 20-minute mark. So they won't have to pit again. Looking down further to those guys. So who are we looking at?
Rondinella.
Yeah, Rondinella and Wenzel. Kind of seeing what they've got left. Are they?
So
they'll make it out for the end of the stint, or whether 46 minutes is not going to quite make it.
So the Aston's going to be pushing it. They're half an hour into their stint with 3/4 of an hour to go, so they'd be pushing it, possibly on fuel. I think the tyres should just last if they're kind to them. Wenzel in the number 2 Mustang, 23 minutes into his stint, so could have gone to the end if it weren't for that damage.
Yeah, if it wasn't for the damage. Yeah, I wonder if he will then battle through that till the end, whether or not, if he knows that he's not doesn't need to come in and pit, whether or not he'll just try and battle on as much as he can.
Right,
It's going to be very hard.
You said Suma, Wenzel doesn't need to box again based on stint timer, is that correct? Is that what you said?
Based on when he was in, so his pit must have pitted at around the hour and 5, between hour and 5, hour and 10. So he's been out there for about 23 minutes into his stint. So he's got enough fuel, and I'd say enough tyres to make it through to the end. So Wenzel.
Interesting, right? That's actually backwards the way we were thinking it was going to go. We thought Wenzel was going to have to pit. Okay, that makes it much more interesting then. No wonder Wenzel's fighting so hard to keep that car on the road.
Yeah. So he will be battling that one right through to the end. So it obviously must have been very, very early in his in coming out that he must have had those couple of little taps on the front and the back of his car, which he'll be kicking himself about. Obviously, just as everything gets up to pressure, as Slade is now well and truly over the back of Wenzel there, letting him know that he is not going to hang around as well. He'll make that happen in the not too distant future there, I'd say. Slade getting past the Mustang there of Wenzel, but yeah, Rondinella, is he going to have to go for a little bit of fuel save to make it right through to the end? Is he going to make it? He's been out there for almost half an hour, we got word for, so that'll put it out to probably an hour and 15 to maybe an hour and 20 on that last stint. So he will be going over the line with fumes, I would dare say.
Yeah, absolutely. We all use less fuel in the wet, obviously, but that's a long stint regardless. Yeah, that's, as you said, he's probably going to be coming across with he's going to be pushing him across, isn't he?
Yeah, definitely going to be hard to try and maintain as many spots as he can. I'd say with a little bit of fuel saving. Not that he has to do heaps and heaps of it. It might just be short shifting a few times as well. If he can gain back, 0.1 or 0.2 of a litre here or there over a lap, you might be able to save yourself a lap over a full stint, or a couple of laps over a full stint, which may be just enough to get him right through to the end as he just slows down and unfortunately there, the Porsche just overshooting the the brake mark there as well. As I'd say, he'll just let a few of those cars back through there, so save himself getting a penalty.
Hey, there goes us. That's I think that's Yoda in the car there. We're unlapping ourselves for probably the 6th time today in the Pixel Races entry that's just gone past that purple and blue Ford. So we've had a shocker of a day, but we're ploughing on. We've never ever quit an endurance race, and today wasn't going to be that day. It bloody nearly was, I'll give you the tip. I wonder if we can head back up the front and have a look at the battle for the lead. I just want to see whether Tom Maloney's closed that gap. Now that it's absolutely chucking it down, we expect the Porsche to be a little bit quick, only slightly quicker than the BMW. But yeah, now that gap out to 9.6 seconds, so it has only increased. So yeah, Tom Maloney, as we said, a lot of work to go. But as I said, 42 minutes, saying may run into some blue flags, or I don't see him making a mistake. He's such a talented driver. He's saying currently leading split red, no less, SRO, OCE as it's called. And Tom's been cut by blue flags, unfortunately. That's that's a shame.
Yeah. Well,
yeah, unfortunately, that's part and parcel of endurance racing. Whoa. That was a bit. He's coming there red hot, far out.
But I would dare say that's a little bit of that's Maloney doing the typical Porsche drift coming through there. But I wonder whether or not that was a lot to do with all the spray coming out of the back of the cars there now, missing the markers. But that was like 1, 2, or 3 cars that all just went all but straight ahead. That was crazy. They obviously forgot that you had to turn left there. But Tom definitely looking quite comfortable in that car as well. Doesn't mind a bit of the rain.
Very talented sim racer, Tom Maloney, but yeah, out to 11 seconds is the gap now. So, as I said, unfortunately, unless something comes a cropper for Sang, you would say they've probably got this one in the book.
Yeah, that's it. With just over 40 minutes left in this race at 11.5 seconds. That's unless Sang has some major issues with some blue flags, I can't see Tom being able to make up that kind of a difference there now.
I would love to see the replay of the blue flags that are being talked about. Apparently 2 laps ago, going into turn 1, Tom ran into an absolute wall of cars. There was cars coming out of the pits. There was 3 blue flag cars involved, and he was coming down into turn 1 and just got absolutely stopped on track. So that'd be an interesting one at turn 1, probably 2 laps to go by the sound of it, which is why that gap's gone from 6 seconds to 11 seconds in the space of 2 laps.
Yep.
Yeah, the last lap, Maloney, 1.7 seconds slower than Sang. So I think those back markers might have had something to do with it.
Yeah, definitely.
But that's what can happen, and that's what we said. You know, there may be a chance. Mr. Sang too, and that brings Tom Maloney back into it. And obviously, we don't wish for anything nasty to happen to any of the drivers, but that's just what happens in sim racing, and there's still the chances of that over the next 39 minutes for sure.
Yep, that's racing.
Yep, happens in real racing as well. Look at the Porsche, the Cadillac, and the poor BMW. Whereabouts was it? Spa, I think. The Spa 6R and the WEC. That was a bit unfortunate there.
Yep, I think the only real kind of difference between the two is that if you happen to crash out in a sim car, you can doesn't take that long to get it fixed and back out racing again.
Well, guys, here's a replay I think we're looking for. We're coming around Parabolica now, and down past the pit lanes. There's a couple of blue flags here. You would hope that blue flag, get out of the way. Get out of the way. That's car 888, I reckon. Get out of the way. Car 888, get out of the way. And then there's a couple coming out of the pits there. Oh, there's more coming out of the pits.
I did see that. Oh,
and then more cars.
Wow.
Oh, God.
Oh, wow. No wonder.
Oh, then
no, and there's contact behind.
In the back. Oh, no. Oh, no.
That is a case of 8 cars trying to fit through turn 1. It's not really worked out all that well for the lead for Pete Tom Maloney, unfortunately.
That was very unfortunate.
Yeah, it looks like something's happened to the Shell V-Power Mustang, because he just overtook him in that replay about 2 laps ago. So possibly another unscheduled pit stop. I believe that's the number 17 of Brad Cook.
That's Cookie just not quite giving way there either. Not sure what the purple Peppa Pig car's done to the blue flags today, but they're just not behaving themselves. Cookie, I thought, is a pretty experienced driver too. Cookie, I thought he would have just jumped out of the way there, but thought, I don't know, I can hold you off for another couple of corners, which is a bit strange considering he's a couple of laps behind.
Yeah.
See, Mario's out there waving his blue flags, but just not giving way at the moment.
Looking back down the order there, as Davis now up into a P11, Wenzel's in 16, holding strong, and Fleming in the Aston has jumped into the car there. That was one that we weren't quite sure whether or not they were going to make it the whole way through. I'm guessing that the Aston was probably just waiting to see what those guys just waiting to see what this rain was going to do. Is it going to stay there? Is it not going to stay there? What are they going to do as far as tyres go? But yeah, looking at that, so Fleming's now in the Aston, so that has put quite a few cars there. So that's a big breathing space there for Wenzel and his team with the number 2 forward. That's a big breather for taking out the AM title, so long as they don't lose the bonnet or the fuses or anything like that as well.
That battle, I reckon, is still right on. Fleming, as I said, he won't call himself a pro driver, but he is a pro class driver in our sprint series, and he's only in that AM car because, as I said, Ron Danella coming from the Academy series has not even done a sprint race, let alone an endurance race. And Jai Fisher is the other driver in that car, and he is also not quite up to the pro pack. So Jacob Fleming, in brand new tyres, with probably lighter fuel for these last 36 minutes, in that Aston Martin, which is very good in the wet, up against the Ford of Robert Wenzel, who's clearly very damaged, and at the end of this race is going to be on shocking tyres. That is still a battle to watch. I know that there's about 35 seconds the gap there, but I reckon Fleming closes that over the next 36 minutes, and that will be on the last lap or two quite the battle to watch. If it gets to that stage, that'll be certainly one to flick back to.
Yeah, definitely keep the eyes on the time clocks for those guys.
Yeah, I don't know. Looking at my timing sheet, it's about a minute gap, Fleming to Wenzel. So we'll see. We'll see. Like the Mustang, he's got to hope that the Mustang has hooked its tyres in that little dry spell at the start of that stint, and this kid's going to be absolutely charging down the back of it. And he's going to probably need a couple minutes, I reckon, to overtake as well. So we'll see. I'll keep monitoring the lap times between these two guys, but it's going to be a big ask, but it's definitely possible.
I promise you, Breno, you keep an eye on that. I'm going to task you with that. You keep an eye on that, because once you get those tyres cooked and you have to go back onto this wet track, the delta is literally 2.5 seconds, if not 3, between your best lap and what you're currently doing now. So Suma will be screaming towards the end of this race, and that Aston will be lit up with light fuel and new tyres. He will be flying.
Absolutely. As you can see, he's already... I know it's some lap track peak in there behind him, but certainly not taking him long to find a groove there. Fleming, he is absolutely booking. He will be head down, focus. It's exactly what he's looking for. Is the back end of that Mustang. A few cars in between, but that's exactly where his focus is going to be. As the rain definitely keeps coming down. It's I don't even know how many times it's rained and not rained and rained again, but definitely a full wet track now as everyone's... Oh, here we go, another dangerous driving there for car 19. There has been a few of those that have come and gone.
He's back to Tom Maloney now, just dealing with some more blue flags. That's the Slash of Death car, I believe, and he was looking like he was going to get through down into Ascari, and then the Ferrari said, no, I am a Ferrari, I'll go through Ascari first. So again, I don't know if that's a blue flag. We saw Cook before not let Tom through, and now Cook's disappeared into the distance, so Cook was clearly quicker. I think Cook was unlapping himself and then has, managed to get away, so... I mean, if Tom just doesn't have the pace in this portion, these cars are unlapping themselves, they're entitled to do it.
Yeah, but unfortunately, I think, sorry there, Bruno, but unfortunately, Cook actually did get penalised for blue flags, so the Purple Pepper Pig was obviously not that happy to be sitting behind him. Oh, it was a collision, actually, sorry. That was, must have been part of that... the 10-car concertina through corner 1, corner 2 there. So it wasn't actually the blue flags. It was probably not quite giving enough room to all the other cars as they're coming through as he was coming out of the pits. So unfortunately for Cook, 15 seconds there, although he does still look like he's got that in the gap between him and Lucas Keys there in the Aston in P9 as well. So I'd say Cook will definitely be monitoring that gap between him and Keys to make sure that he doesn't lose that position as well over this next final half an hour of the race.
Yeah, it's going to be wet to the end now. That symbol up there, 30 minutes is wet, and it's going to be increasing rain in 24 minutes. So yeah, it's definitely going to be a wet track all the way to the end. And I know we were talking about before, like the stress that comes with trying to make strategy decisions today, and it was a bit like that early on before we knew. It's just been like this all day. We have not been on dry tyres all day long, and so that has taken a little bit of the stress out of it, knowing that yes, there is a dry track coming up, but no, it's not going to be dry enough for long enough that we have to go on slicks. So it has been pretty stressful to try and manage that dry to wet transition. But there's been no real strategy involved in it because it's just been wet tyres all day long.
Yes, that's very true, and well said there, Jamie. I 100% agree. We, as I was leaving my lads and coming here, it's just like, the strategy was you fuel up, you run your tyres until they're about to burst, and then you swap cars, swap drivers and swap tyres, because that's pretty well when it's going to start raining again. So that pretty much ended up as our strategy. Run your tyres through the dry stint, and then as soon as you know that the track's about to start going wet again, try and put your fresh tyres on then, if you can manage it to that point. So
That's it. Spot on. Drive to the conditions. Drive what's in front of you. Just drive until your tyres pop. Get in, put some new ones on, go again. Spot on.
yeah, that's it. So it was fortunate on that side of things, I suppose. That it was definitely not as crazy to try and think, do we risk running some dries? And you look and you just go, oh, it's not worth going out and put dry tyres on for 10 or 15 minutes before it starts raining again. And it's definitely raining now. It's gotten heavier again. So wet. At least it's only wet and it's not absolutely flooded.
How's that gap looking, Brenner?
I was just about to say, I think you've nailed it, JC. I think he's about 4 seconds quicker. Hang on.
He's
58.3 for Wenzel. 54.1 for Fleming. The last lap he was second quickest on track after Mitch Hobbs.
Get up, Dudley! Go and get him!
It's coming.
I'm not biased at all, but as a fellow J, I may be rooting for the Triple J entry here. I absolutely love Suma and Bender, don't get me wrong, those boys are absolutely deep and in my heart, but Triple J, come on, get up. Look, we're all looking for a good battle towards the end of this race too. I think P1 probably sewed up. Looks like that Pro-Am class battle also probably sewed up unless Davis has to pit again for some reason. So it is all about the Triple Js here and whether or not they can catch Stuma, who's doing a great and an heroic effort really to pull this forward around. It looks very sick and sorry at the moment. The number 2 Haribo entry. What's Haribo, by the way? Do you two know?
It's the gummy bears. How do you not know?
Well, I didn't know that. We were talking. Me and George were talking about this in the first thing. Cam came in as well, and they were both abusing it because they're British. And apparently, this is a British lolly, and I should know what it is. I was like,
looks German.
"Oh, steamy Pharaoh, get stuffed. I've never heard of them. I didn't know what the frick it was.
It was one of those ones that I think I'd seen the word, but I probably couldn't have put a finger to it. Although I must say, now that you say the gummy bears, if you do look at the roof line, it definitely looks like a bucket load of gummy bears on the roof of the Mustang there as well. But as we make our way down through just outside the top 10, might be worth, I don't know whether or not we can do a quick scroll down through a few of the top 10 and then through the 15 and the 20 down into the 30s. It's running a bit wide there to Feek.
That's a dangerous territory there with those slippery curves.
Oh, another half a tyre whipped out there, and I don't think he would have seen the track, unfortunately.
Did I just get called a bin lid? What?
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh wow! Taufik has gone off. Oh, he's got incredibly lucky right there.
I wonder if Taufik even knows how close to death he just came. That was, oh Christ, that was close.
Wow. Was that clearly not quite judged there from Slade coming onto the back of sorry, onto the back of Wenzel. He clearly wasn't quite didn't quite judge the differences in the braking markers between those two. Wow, how that didn't end up worse than that was beyond me. Oh,
yeah, both got off really lightly there. It has happened a couple times throughout the field though, that the first corner and just side by side is not the drivers are just not doing it too well at times.
Yeah, and I think the track being as wet as it is, I know I've coming from being quite a lot of blue flags myself. When you are trying to stay a bit wide and you brake just that little bit early to let the other guys pass, when the track is this wet and you are going full hard under brakes with the pressure and you hit a few little puddles, it's here we go. That almost looked like Wenzel came back across him a little bit, he's hit a puddle.
Puddles. Yeah, I'm put that down to just the weather, and there was nothing nefarious in that from either driver. That's just
and that's exactly like what I was saying there. Like as you're coming in and it's just under the brakes there, and you hit a couple of little bumps with the puddles of water, and it just sends your car sideways.
It's probably exactly what happened with the Aston of Bubney before and the McLaren of Mia Rose. Those two both very fast and probably not willing to give each other too much space, but a little bit of a different scenario, but the same sort of thing where the cars get on the anchors in these wet conditions, and if, as you said, hit a puddle, just one tyre starts to aquaplane a little bit and the car jolts from side to side. So anyway, as you said, could have been much, much worse. And yeah, Too Big, Too Furious here. He just gets away with it. He gets to carry on. But that's what we were saying before. Anything can happen to, like, say, Sang, for example, who's now still 11 seconds in front. That nearly happened to Suma. And that would have been the end of the AM class race. And we all would have been saying, well, there we go. That's Darty's got his win. The same thing could happen to Sang on any corner of the track or to anyone out there. Anything can happen.
Absolutely. Especially with the conditions the way that they are, it really doesn't take much. Even, he's definitely getting excited with the power down there. But it is, and it's not even necessarily that anyone's, like, not that anyone ever maliciously tries to go out there and take someone out, but a lot of times it is, you're just coming in and you hit a little bit of a curb wrong, or you're half a tyre too wide because the track's a little bit wetter than it was the lap before, or the temperature's just dropped a degree and you haven't quite seen that your tyre pressures are down a little bit, and you just miss your braking marker, and you could be there and you spin around, and then unfortunately if you're the P1 coming around the corner at the same time, that or anyone, like, not saying specifically the same, but it's quite hard. Like, it just can't happen so easily.
Tell you what, if it wasn't for Sang and Wong coming from the back of the grid to be P1, they are obviously clear drivers of the day at the moment. Drivers of the day would go to Pigger and Poliver and Zachary Smith in the 8184. They have also followed Sang and Wong through from the back of the field. So both those cars starting at the back today. So to be 1 and 3 shows you the class of driver that those boys are. It's just been an absolutely fantastic effort from the AVR boys, and as well to Sang and Wong in their BMW. It's come from the back of the grid over 8 hours. It's just incredible.
Absolutely. And that's the great thing about an enduro race. It's really just having the grit. Just keep chipping away, lap after lap. And, 8 hours down, and that's where you end up. Keeping your nose clean.
This Bentley's done a pretty good job today, Starkey, and this is a North American team based on their ping. But they're currently battling for position here with Lucas Keys. Lucas Keys in this Aston will be chomping at the bit. They've had a bit of a rough day. They've been up and down. They had a really good start. Lucas Keys was in for the first stint and absolutely burnt the place down. He was going that quick. But then a couple of incidents throughout the day has seen them sort of drop back to around about P9 here, but he's going to try and pitch P8. They are not far behind Cookie either, so with that penalty they can probably pitch P7. So this one here, probably as I said, the battle for P7. If Keys can get up and get in his business, he'll be looking to get this done pretty soon, I would think.
Yeah, it's just definitely been chipping away a bit. It's 0.1 by 0.1. It's getting closer.
Starkey and Barham are in the Bentley. They are British. The Sim Seniors entry 154. So, yeah, very good entry for them. They've also had a couple of little incidents today. They got tangled up with the 888 in the first stint. But yeah, the two British boys in the Bentley, that's good of them, to be honest. The two British boys in the Bentley, I don't mind that, actually.
Yeah, nice little one there.
Defending nicely down here into the scar. He knows that Lucas Keys is coming. He can see in his mirrors that Aston Martin has been closing that gap very quickly. So generally you wouldn't try and get a move done into Ascari, but because that Aston is so quick, he's thought,
look
better
at that.
Defend that.
Every single mirror, that's where it is. If you want to know where Lucas Keys is, look left, look right, look left again. Oh, around the outside. Absolute bold move there from Lucas Keys. Is he going to be able to get the power down well enough? The Bentley's going to have the legs along the straight as well, but did Lucas Keys happen to have enough power down there as well? This is going to be an absolute drag race down to turn 1, and this will be who's got the bigger brakes to be able to outbrake each other. This is going to be absolutely on for young and old here. Is he going to give it up? They're going to go too wide through the... through the first and second corner through the chicane, but Lucas Keys was able to get the job done. That was absolute nail-biter stuff there. That was some great driving from both guys there. That was really, really great driving there. And done well to both be pointing in the same direction.
Yeah, great stuff. Rubbing is racing there. I think the Bentley gave the Aston a bit of a touch in turn 1, and the Aston gave it back in turn 2, and they both basically just gave one to each other and play on there, I would suggest.
Yeah, that's what it looked like to me as well, I reckon, Jamie.
And of course, yeah, as Tux rightly points out in chat, a bit of ping there for the British lads as well. Starkey, obviously, from England, there'll be sort of, I don't know what the ping would be from over there, but it'd be pretty significant. The EU guys, I think, are around about 300, 350, so that's pretty hot. Battle for P4 going on. Hello, here we go. Pigger and Misson, or is it? No, it is Misson and Rose. The Nissan of Misson, and Mia Rose has gone through. That is Mia Rose now up into P4, waiting for the ACC timing board to update. You will see Misson back in P5, so we might have to go get a replay of how Mia Rose got that one done. Well spotted by our friend John in chat. Thank you, sir. And so, yeah, that has promoted Mia Rose, as you can see there, up into P4, so a good drive from her. That Nissan looks bloody strong in the wet. The Polygon boys in the Nissan were having a good old ball of it too, and said I think they got to stop go 30 for speeding in the pits or something. They're probably boxy, good on him. But the Nissan looks very strong in the wet, and yeah, Misson as well, doing very nicely up there in P5. That's with Johnson and Ty in that car. I don't think there's anyone else in that car. We're at 111. Johnson, Misson, Ty, and Connor Hines. That's a 4-man team in the Rockets Evolve Nissan.
Also, I've continued with my task. It's currently 30 seconds split the amateur drivers for P1 and 2, with about half the time gone that it was before, about 60 seconds. So he's right on track here, and the GTR just gets a bad run out the corner.
Yeah.
And yeah, Mia just says thank you very much, and that's all she wrote.
That's it. I think the Nissan just trying a bit hard to get the power down to stay in front and just a little bit overcooked it.
Yeah, Mia will be thanking her mother for the rabbit. She didn't really have to do too much special there to get that move done, did she? She just stayed on the racing line and Nissan in the Nissan. Unfortunately, didn't quite get the chicane right. So it's job done. Mia Rose.
So don't count him out for a podium here. 2.2 seconds behind Pignata.
Yep, and there's definitely eyesight between the two of those there.
Yep, that's him there. Starkey jumps out of the way and gives Mia the run through. So yeah, Mia can see the AVR forward in her windscreen now, so she will absolutely be making a charge.
With 17 minutes to go, it's definitely one of those things that is possible to happen.
Ooh.
Definitely possible.
Speaking of things that we said were possible at happening, we did say something may happen to Sang, and in fact it has. He is still in P1, but the gap has been closed at the top of that timing board. It closed at 9 seconds. Sang has been trying to navigate cars unlapping themselves. So obviously we've talked about Sang and Maloney, both on tyres that have gone through a dry cycle. So they are, even though in the lead of the race, they are actually really slow in comparison to all these cars that have pitted and put on nice new fresh tyres. So all these cars in front are unlapping themselves. Cook up there, you can see in the Shell Helix, apparently hit Sang about half a lap ago and cost him about 4 seconds. And you can see now he's just in this really strong pack of cars here. And he can't work out whether he's faster than them or not. He's in the lead of the race. He should be faster than them, but his tyres are giving him all sorts of shit. So he's got Robert Wenzel in front of him, for God's sake. That Ford we were talking about before is currently 5 seconds a lap slower than the current MP2. So the pace is all over the shop here. And as we said, anything can happen in these last 16 minutes. So don't count Tom Maloney out just yet.
Yep, that's it, because the blue flags are going to be everywhere. Who's going to, it was very unfortunate there for Maloney there half an hour ago, and he had all of those blue flags that he had to try and weed his way through. And Sang's going to have that same issue again. Whether or not, whether he's now far enough through and past a lot of the other guys that he'll be right, but who knows? It's going to be another game of that, another one of those cat and mouse games, I think.
Can you see what I can see here?
There's not many cars between Wenzel and Fleming.
There's now Mia Rose up into P3 too. We were just talking about her chasing down Pignata. And
Oh,
Pignata,
that was close.
I wonder if
Pignata's right back there too.
he must have surely he's had Pignata's had an issue or something there, because from here we go. What have we got here?
Could just be a case of the same. Could just be the same thing. Pignata's tyres, having gone through a dry cycle potentially, just has absolutely no grip left. Once they heat up, they cook, and then they have to come back to wet temperatures. Mia has just walked past him on the outside of Curva Grande
On the outside
here.
as well.
Yeah,
Still not giving him the place for it. If you want it, you got to work for it. And then, just being able to outbrake. Oh, it's a little bit of touchy in the middle of all that as well.
That's kind of on Pigger, that one. Pigger just turned in a little bit too early there. And Mia's done pretty well to handle that. She took the contact and carried on.
Yep.
Yeah, so Pignata and the Mustang, they're nearing the hour on this set, plus that dry cycle, so those tyres are not going to be feeling too well. And as we say, that Misson 2.3 seconds behind Pignata, so they might even drop out from P4 here with just under 15 minutes remaining.
Yep. And it will definitely be wipers to the end, guys, as well. Geez, rain, well past the finish line.
Also, gap between Wenzel and Fleming, now about 16 seconds.
He's coming!
And there's only one car between the two of them now as well.
That was the thing that I thought might hold him up, was the fact that he did have sort of 5 or 6 cars in between himself and Wenzel. But as you said, now with just one car to go, one car for position anyway, there might be a few blue flags and stuff, but they'll get out of the way. But with just Carlos Johnson to go, and Carlos not really fighting for anything, hopefully the Kovacs boys get in his ear and say, you know what, just open the door here. I know that we're sort of fighting. Nah, Carlos is not going to do that. Carlos is fighting for P20. There's no way he is opening that door for Jay Fleming. Jay Fleming will have to fight for that. He'll probably get it done anyway, but that's the only thing that Suma is holding on to at the moment, is that one car between him and Fleming, because Darty is coming with a bang.
Yeah, Fleming almost a second quicker than Johnson in that last lap, so I don't think there's going to be too much defending going on there, even if he wants to.
Yeah, and I think it's just holding on for as long as you can. Wenzel just doing what he can with the battered and bruised Mustang, trying to hold on. 12 and a half minutes to go, almost.
What is going on here?
This is just more and more. Oh. Is that for P3?
Yeah, this is, as Breno said, this is Misson now catching Pignata, and around the outside of Curva Grande here. He's going to have to probably do the same thing that Mia did. He's going to have to go alongside into Variante and Pigger this time. Just saying, you know what, I don't want to cause myself too much stress with this Nissan. You can have that one. So Pigger just holding on for dear life here. How many spots can he hang on to? He's dropped the podium in the last 2 laps, down to P5 now. 12 minutes to go. Tell you what, this is honestly just like driving the race. We can't commentate. We can't plan ahead. We don't know who the hell's going to win or what's going on. Pig's coming back at him here after a little mistake there from Misson, and gives him a little bit of a shove there on the outside of Lesmo too. But I tell you what, all that's done is really compromised Pigger. To be honest, he probably would have found it hard to get on the throttle there in the Thord, and that's just allowed Nissan to get back up in front. Down into Ascari here, you would think he'd complete that pretty comfortably. So back up into P4 and off into the distance he will go. But yeah, as I was saying, like, Pigger, please, just keep it going straight, my guy.
Not without wanting to fight. Not without the fight. Wow.
We literally cannot predict who is going to win this race. Still with 11 minutes to go, you can't predict what tyres you need to be on in the next 11 minutes, and we can't predict what's going, because everyone's on different strategies. We've got people unlapping themselves from P1 at the end of an 8-lap race, an 8-hour race. It's crazy.
Yep. New tyres, old tyres. They'll all be starting to get pretty low on fuel, but they're all different kind of fuel rates as well. It is full game on. There's never a dull moment in this 8 hours, let me tell you, that's for sure.
No, for better or for worse, I'm hoping Misano's a bit more boring than this, but it's been awesome to watch.
Absolutely. From a spectator's point of view, you'd be watching this one back at work on Monday. I don't know if you work in an office like I do, but that's what I do. I watch the races back. I'll be watching this one all day on Monday, I reckon. This has been a cracker.
That's it from all the different spots, and Sang's back out to 10.5 seconds there as well over Maloney, so obviously finding himself some clean air.
So in all of this, Johnson has got past Wenzel, so now there is 0 cars between Fleming and Wenzel for the AM class win here. Only 6 seconds, and it's dropping quick. It's 5.5 now, with 6 like when I looked over 2 seconds ago. So this is going to be close to the end.
Oh, right battle to the death on that one.
Oh, look. I was going to say, I thought that was super there. I saw the yellow car. I was like, that's not 6 seconds.
It was a case of, what did Wenzel do? It stopped on the last corner. With a great job there from the Ferrari, giving Fleming plenty of room there to brake and make his way through the corners. Great job for the blue flag marker there. Oof.
There he is.
You can see, they definitely see them in the in between, with now only the McLaren there. Oh, whoop! Which now, whoop! I was going to say will be a bit too much in the way, but I don't think that McLaren's going to last there for too long.
As we see Mustang doing some off-roading outside Lesmo 2 there. That's a fair amount of damage, or is it just the livery on the front of that? Can't tell.
Yeah, not sure either.
We've also got, is that 716 yellow flag at the exit of Parabolica as well?
Oh no, 716. That sounds pretty familiar. What? No. What have we done now? What's happened? That is the Pixel Races entry of Gibbons, Weatherburn, and Convoy parked on the side of the road. Gibbo, what are we doing? Oh no, that doesn't look good. Come on, we finished every race we've started. There's 8 minutes to go. We can do it. What are we doing, Gibbo?
Oh no! Hey Jamie, do you need to go and bit of respite for your teammate?
I don't know. What? Do I need to go find out? All right,
Possibly a wheel disconnect. That looks like hard lock to the left there.
Yeah.
But honestly,
that's got to be a disconnect of some sort. Jamie, you better go find out, mate. Find out what's going on, mate, with your team.
So much.
Oh, there.
Oh, no! He's left the server. Oh no, we didn't make it. 8 minutes to go.
8 minutes to go. So close. So close.
Here's our sister team, the Polygon Racers. They've had a cracking day. Well, they were having a cracking day. They're down at P27 now, but they were looking really strong for some of them being in the top 20, and then obviously they had a few issues in the stock go through at some point. So, but they're doing very nicely in that.
Fleming has got past.
We have. We've missed this one.
Missed that one too, waiting for your the unfortunate reset of your guys. And yes, that was, wow, that happened way sooner than I was anticipating that happening. Just going away with it. Fleming absolutely on fire. Absolutely on fire.
I figured he'd do it. As I said, I love Wenzel, and I knew he was gonna defend for his life, but I just didn't think he had any chance against this Aston. The Aston, in its own right, very strong on the wet. But put light fuel in it, give it some new tyres, and put it in the hands of Jacob Fleming, and it was honestly, what am I looking for here? It was inevitable. Is probably the word I'm looking for there.
Oh, I'd say that is the word to be using, mate. It was definitely inevitable. It was just a matter of when, not if.
One might say it was just a matter of when's. Nah, that was bad. Get out.
Yeah. Let's not say that one again.
What's happened? All right, is this us? This is Gibbo. This is at Lesmo 2.
Yep, coming down.
Way before the pit entry, or I think.
Yeah, that's all right.
So we're just
go forward.
Cuddle up here to the
Here
last
we go.
corner. Last corner looks okay. Car's been pretty misbehaving around here all day, but it looks like he's going straight and narrow, and then just pulled over. Oh no, I think you're right. There is a bit of hard lock going on there, so obviously maybe is maybe a crash of something, or
Yeah.
look, mate, as I said, we've had crashes all day. We've had PC crashes and wheel crashes and all sorts of crashes. It just has not been our day at all. So it is what it is.
Yeah, we've been all but the same there too, Jamie. One of our guys, unfortunately his PC. I don't know what it would be, but every probably 3 or 4 laps, he'd get a like a 2-second pause in his screen would freeze.
That's not ideal.
For no reason at all, and he'd just go, and then you'd just hear me go, oh no, and then it would, oh, okay, back again. And yeah, most of the time it was just coming into a braking zone or midway through a corner, and then you get hit this, oh no. It's like, very unfortunate as well. So
Suboptimal.
yes, very suboptimal, that one. So looks like another bit of a train line coming through there. The few little tight little battles. I don't know. Hard part with 5 minutes to go is knowing who's still the blue and who's actually battling for position here. That's really close.
We've got Misson there in the Nissan, currently cruising around a P4, and then Starkey is the Bentley just behind him. So, yeah, none of them battling for position. Here's the overtake. This is your AM class lead.
Oh, and
it looked like
take it wide.
Sumer unfortunately just got stuck behind the McLaren there. I think that's the McLaren to Slade. I don't know whether Slade's still in that car, but Fleming said, "Thank you, sir. That'll do me." And just stuck down the inside of Parabolica there with superior grip.
Yep. And he's going to come around the backside of the McLaren. What's it? Oh, three-way. Oh, hang on. Oh, no. Oh, no. Yeah. Blue flag coming in. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Wow.
Sumer's just said, I'll have that. Oh, no.
Did I have that one back again?
That would have been funny. You should have just
and then the McLaren's gone 5 seconds out in front. Oh, what? That is crazy. Oh.
We've also got Brad Cook in the chat who just did a pit stop. I was going to mention it because I didn't think they had a scheduled one. It sounds like his paddle shift, his downshift paddle just snapped off. So they've had to come in for an unfortunate pit stop, and that's dropped them from P7 down to P9.
It is, no, it's his upshift paddle, which means he's right-handed. He's got a big right arm compared to his left arm. His right arm's a lot bigger than his left arm, and he's going to snap the paddle off. Cookie, what's happened there? Unlucky. Just too strong.
Too strong, mate.
Too strong.
Too strong. That's what happens when you want to put too much power down it. Not just through the car, but through
Mind
your
out the
steering
cutting
wheel.
lid. Unbelievable blue flags. That is Bender in chat. He's the teammate of Robert Wenzel. We were just watching Wenzel get, just interestingly, just got cut in between. The McLaren just cutting in between the battle for the AM class lead there. Absolutely, just really weird maneuvers. So yeah, any chance we did have of a battle for that AM class lead, like it looked like Sumer was probably going to have a go at trying to get back that spot. Like I knew Sumer wouldn't give it up easy, and it looked like down into turn 1 he was lining up to potentially try and make a send on the Aston and maybe get it back, or at least make it hard for Fleming. But the McLaren said, "No, what? I'm just going to park in between the battle for the AM class lead."
And somehow no one crashed. It's ridiculous. There was 1.2 car lengths that gap was, and he slid it perfectly. That would be very hard to see anything in that battle line, that train line there. All that spray still going along as we are getting very close to almost the final lap. I'd say we'll get another one out of this, as saying they're coming down out of the two Lesmos with just over a minute left. We'll go very close to being able to get one more lap out of this, I would say. It will almost cross the line. You reckon? 50 seconds?
Someone did in the background there.
I reckon there'll be 20 seconds to go.
15,
20. over the line, but yeah, we'll get one more.
Definitely one more. Yeah.
As I think that was the 500 that had a yellow flag at the sky there.
Yeah, I saw someone off.
Yeah.
I think you're
Someone
right.
off in the background.
Yep,
Yep.
So that's the Utter Chaos MRT entry. Thurkalini, McDowell, and McLaughlin. Thurkalini currently in the car, obviously having a bit of whoopsie poopsie there. And he's not the only one. I've just had Loopy come into my chat. He's saying that Darty almost died. So I know that we said he's got it sewn up, Jacob Fleming out there, but he's almost come a cropper himself and given up the M-Class lead. He's hung on to it, but Loopy's having a panic attack in chat saying Fleming almost killed himself. So even here on the final lap, the result's undecided. Yeah, currently at the moment, Maloney 14 seconds back from Sang. So it's been a cracking day from Sang. As we said, he's come from the back of the grid along with Wong. Those two boys driving by themselves. I want to say Singaporeans. It's that red flag with the white flower in the middle. I'm pretty sure that's Singapore. Might be wrong. I don't know. My geography's not strong, as well pointed out by Ferro previously. But yeah, the lads from Southeast Asia, we'll say, the Z Challenger Racing entry, just today. It's Hong Kong, is it? Thank you. Oh, look, Singapore, Hong Kong, basically the same. They're
All in that same kind of area.
They're all, they all like. No, that can't stop them. Good on them. From the back of the grid, Sang and Wong up there in P1. Great day for them. Maloney and the two Senex boys putting it on pole and having a really strong start to the race. Don't worry, I didn't go there. They've had a really strong day, the Purple Pepper Big boys. And they were around about a minute clear before the mid-race safety car. That mid-race safety car was always going to please some and disappoint others. And unfortunately, it has brought the Maloney Porsche back to the pack and allowed them to get swallowed up by Sang and Wong as they came through. So they will have to settle for P2, but still a very good drive, especially when two of the drivers of this car have never driven the Porsche competitively. So a very solid effort to jump in the Porsche in the wet first go and have a go. But it is Chris Sang and Marco Wong who are going to come across the line here at the Monza 8 Hour and take the
hopefully get across the line.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Made it look interesting.
Well done to Sang and the team. There's Maloney coming around the last corner now.
Great work, Pepper Big Boys, Maloney and the two Senegas. Very strong drive from them, as you said, a little bit unlucky, but that is the brakes, and this is the Pit Viper Alpha car. Herbert, Rose, and Holmes. Mia Hose, goodness gracious, I'm ready for bed. Mia Rose is going to bring this one home with a nice, solid last stint there, making a couple of moves on Misson and Pignata. Had to get it done on track, did so comfortably. So the Pit Viper Alpha car is your podium sitter as well. And it'll be Misson here who brings home the Nissan. As we said, this is a four-man team. The 111 Nissan, Rockets Evolve, Johnson, Misson, Hind, and Ty have all pit in solid shifts today. And as I said, Misson's going to bring this across in P4. Followed by the other car that has come from the back of the grid. This is your Alpha Venturi Racing entry 818. The boys in the Ford looking really strong for most of the day, and unfortunately going through a dry cycle have lost a bit of pace in the last stint. So they'll be P5, closely followed by the, I think that's Bin Chicken, no, the Bluey Racing, what, 161, are they calling themselves Bin Chicken? They are, Bin Chicken Racing, Bab Murphy and Spinats getting that one done in P6. It was Pignata, Smithy and Poliver in the AVR P5. And that's it, everyone's crossed the line and returned to pits. Now that the leader's got the job done, everyone's just going to cross the line and not have to do another lap, so they'll be all thankful they can dry themselves off and hit the showers.
Absolutely.
Keys coming home P7, Starkey P8, Taylor P9, and Hobbsy gets the purple lap and P10.
Oh, and all the well-deserved donuts at the end of the day. There we go. Are we waiting for someone? It's just the guys doing the doing all the memorable donuts at the end of it.
That's it. That's a bloody successful event, if you ask me. As we said, it was very good stuff to watch, especially in that last hour. The first hour was extremely entertaining. I don't know what happened in the middle, but if it was anything like the first hour and the last hour, based on the weather, it probably was. It will be a very interesting 8 hours to go back and watch. So congratulations to all the drivers for making it through today. And let's go and have a look at the leaderboard. I believe this is the race results. It is Sang and Wong in the BMW M4 GT3. 878 are your race winners for Monza 8 hour. Maloney, Senecas and Senecas P2, and Rose Herbert Holmes in P3 in the Pro class. In the Pro-Am class, Davis and Brook. Congratulations to those lads. They were well clear, almost a lap clear by the look of it, of Kumar, Tatlian and Herbert in P2. And Cam Norris on a return to sim racing. Good on him with James, Macbeth and Glow. That is a familiar couple of names there for me. In the Ford Mustang, congratulations to those boys on the Pro-Am P3. And your AM class winners, Rondinella, Fisher, and with an excellent last stint. They absolutely set the track on fire, did Jacob Fleming. The Triple J entry coming home P1 in AM class. Wenzel and McNulty, heroic to the end. McNulty having a cracking day in the rain. He'd be absolutely loving that. And Wenzel heroically bringing that beaten up Ford all the way home. And Bushell, Jones and Albert round out the AM class podium. That is the Monza 8 hour done and dusted.
And boy, was it a good one. I mean, the weather didn't disappoint. Certainly didn't help the drivers either, so plenty of strategy calls there, but it definitely kept it interesting. I think we should commend Brad and the 333 BMW there, just off the podium in AM class there. Didn't want to stitch you up there by not mentioning. I saw the B Gosling there. I'm like, I'll give him a shout out. It's an awesome drive from you fellas.
Yeah, legend. Well, I'd like to say, considering Fleming's definitely not an AM driver himself, nor Wenzel, was never going to be a battle against those two guys. So they were always going to be well in front. So great job from the boys.
And as Cookie so rightly says in chat, well done to the admin and stewards team, especially to Matt Powell and to Alex Imey, those guys race directing, sharing those responsibilities. Obviously a big job in the stewards room as well, plenty of pens coming through, and with good adieu to the commentators as well, Cookie leading the show from the start, and Brad, Breno and myself closing you off here with Glenn Germain behind the cameras too, obviously the GOAT. Give him a big round of applause in the Discord, please, and thank you. Octane Online Racing bidding you adieu until we head off to the Red Bull Ring. I don't believe that is this week. The calendar says that we have a week's break now. I may or may not be corrected by that, but regardless, we are off to the Red Bull Ring next. So that'll be an interesting one for the Sprint Series, obviously returning with the AP Series and the NA Series. Until then, as I said, Jamie Conboy signing off, joined by Brad Gosling and Breno Ellis. Thanks, boys. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Yes.